Gorgeous. Hi. Do I look like a little hillbilly today? Do I look like a little hillbilly? Is that what I look like today? What do you guys think? Hi. How's everybody doing? We've got so many great things going on today. Wienerton. I don't know what that means, but that's cool. Just look at furries debating the whole anthro thing. Like, guys yell at furries at the end of the day. Yeah, no, I know. Did Joey already leave? Yeah, he did. He did. Okay. Well, I'll invite people because you know me.
Happy Sunday.
Thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that, buddy. And happy Sunday to you. I hope you're having a good one. Appalachian Fit Himpleton. Yeah, does it look like I'm about to do some... I look F to M, bro? Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. What the fuck? That's me giving my little co-host shout out there. Oh, okay. One of Leaflit's fans called her out. Okay. We'll do that after Templar. That's cool. Why do I look like a trans man? What are you talking about? How do I look like a trans man? Is it because the mustache isn't like back in? Is it because the mustache isn't back in? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Trucker Himpleton? I like that better than F to M. God's strongest lesbian. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Am I a lot lizard Himpleton now? Is that what's going on? It's the hat, and if it's not that, look, it says "Take it easy, take it easy." Come on, like I don't know. I don't think I'm a fucking lesbian over here, bro. I think that's fucked. I think it's fucked of you to say that, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, as you guys know, Templar literally like fucking raped Nicholas Deorio, like viscerally gaped and raped him. So that's obviously gonna be our first segment because God knows I'm interested. Okay. God knows I'm interested, right? Hold on. Let me make myself an appropriate size. Hempy went from math teacher, salaryman drip to North American fall season lesbian. Soft boy lesbian. Cuter Elliot Page. What are you guys doing? What's wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? Why are you guys always so desperate for me to be like a lesbian or something? Dude, it's fucking scary. It's disturbing. It freaks me out. Yeah, I feel like you guys are gonna like sexually assault me in an alleyway. Okay, so it looks like he's talking about the world may be crazy, but we're standing strong. What's he talking
Because
about?
this isn't, it's my opinion. This is something that's far more severe. You are accusing somebody. You are accusing somebody of not only being a rapist, you're accusing them of engaging in discourse with underage girls. You're doing it knowingly. You're doing it to manipulate the conversation.
What are you talking about right now?
I think jail time is the middle ground. I think...
What is he talking about?
Honestly, let's pay. Not just...
It won't even let
so
me...
malevolent, so dishonest. You need... You may not like that, but...
Who is this? What is he talking about?
Not. I present to you this 304.
Oh my god, he's using 304. That's awesome. Hey, don't tell Templar, but we're looking into his Discord right now. And let me just say, it appears to have been scrubbed. Very strange, by the way. It's very strange. It seems like it was scrubbed. I'm not going to go into any more details than that right now, but because we're still looking. But it seems like it was scrubbed. It's a little strange. It's a little strange, okay? So, he got into a spat with Deorio. I want to find it. What the fuck? Filtering followers and then simple response with in. Awesome, okay. For sure. Stay away from kids. Freak. To Niara. Where is him talking about fucking Deorio? Dude, this guy tweets way too much. It's fucking pissing me off. Okay, so this is where he talks about, like, talking about Deorio. This Guy's like so terminally online and he doesn't get enough engagement to justify it, dude. Okay, here. No, I'm not doing anything with him until he comes back with receipts. Some people are calling Nicholas Deorio a simp and a massive coward, and a backstabber. I would never say this, but everyone is saying this. I'm like, wow, can you believe this? But here is Nick defending his friend from false allegations, saying that none of these things are true and taking the life and career ruining allegations very seriously. A joke about suicide in the midst of life ruining allegations. What a hero. Let's see this.
Nick, any update on Tom's end? Well, you know, I do know that he hasn't killed himself, so I don't know if he's quite reached his end, but I don't know. That's the extent of it.
You're allowed to say Zionists killed 50,000
You might have sprayed, and if that's true, I need to look into it.
children, but not to fuck that.
Maybe we should make a half-baked episode about it called Tom's End.
Insanely manipulative. There's no other
I don't know if he's quite reached that point.
acceptable term. If there were, it'd get banned for involving Israelis. We can insult every other
I would love for him to respond so we can see what happens and potentially Vega doesn't have to keep this episode. Dude, this episode of Half Baked, if he somehow turns this whole thing around, I don't know what episode this is. We released the, because people are begging for the podcast to come back, and it's obviously not coming back unless there's like a serious fucking thing that we are unaware of. But the podcast was supposed to put out an episode like the day the allegations dropped. And
I do still think that this is a really weird thing to say, especially since he like knew about stuff behind the scenes. Feels like a really weird thing to say. I will say that.
got put on ice. And I imagine Vega would very much like to release that episode, so it would be really cool if he could come back and show some receipts.
political group, but ban fuck U.S. imperialism.
Like, is he saying this knowing that Tom has receipts? Because if so, it's really weird to like respond like that. It's really weird to be like, yeah, it's probably not coming back. Yeah, there's not very much hope. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't know how I felt about that whole thing. I never really gave my take on it because I just didn't really know how I felt about it. Okay, sick. Yeah, I'll check spray it.
I see
Why no for podcasting? I'm not doing anything with him unless he explains himself.
extreme
I'm not doing anything with him unless he explains it. Like, that just feels weird if he knew about all of it. You know what I mean? It feels, I don't know. It feels like he wasn't a big, you know, it felt like he wasn't supporting him. You know what I mean? But maybe he was trying to be like safe because he knew that the response would come out. But then at the same time, it makes him kind of look like an asshole. I don't know. I don't understand that whole thing, you know? So then we also have this. We have, which is awesome, by the way. This is awesome. This is an awesome response from Deorio, okay? Like, am I still blocked? Can I like this? No. This is an awesome response from Deorio. I can't lie, right? This is when it was the announcement that like this porn star bitch is gonna be like an official Twitch ambassador, and so the response is fucking Templar, which is great. Shout out to Gibbs for the export. Yeah, Gibbs is fucking goated, bro. Gibbs is goated. And then so Templar says, man, is your fat retarded simp ass still mad that I made fun of you for stabbing Turkey Tom in the back based on false allegations? You gotta move on, brother. Like, no, he's literally just saying this is something that you would like spurg out about, obviously, like because you hate women. Okay, like, come on. Why do you get filtered as spam under every tweet? That's awesome. Who knows? Maybe you got too many filters turned on to protect your massive feelings. That, or they knew how much you like spam. Oh, fat joke. Do you guys get it? It's a fat joke. Okay. When did Nick betray Turkey Tom? I gotta ask Tom. Yeah, I mean, okay. And then Templar says, if you present videos of you publicly defending Turkey Tom and cast doubt on his accuser and claim that there's absolutely no validity to the claim, then I'll retract what I said. Based on the clips that I've seen in your history of being a simp, it's logical to conclude that you would throw someone under the bus for your own benefit and virtue signal. I don't even know if he's necessarily wrong on this take, is the funniest part about it is. But he's explaining it so badly. He's explaining it so badly that it's like, I don't... it doesn't really count, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's like the guy that you hate that you hate like makes a good point, but he makes it so fucking badly that it just doesn't make sense. And then he fucking reply guys to like retards who are literally just spurging out in his replies. Like, I mean, it's just like, this guy just can't win. He just can't take a W, man. He can't take a W. Like, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Like, and here's my other thing. Somebody was asking in chat, like, why does Nicholas Deorio block so many people? I don't know, man. I do, like, I've always said that about Deorio. Like, Deorio, I don't know. I don't think he's the creator he used to be. I'm pretty half and half on him. I think sometimes he's kind of based and like makes good takes. Sometimes he's just like a soy loser. The one thing I've always kind of, you know, said about Nick, you know, that most people do, but it's usually only detractors. Like, I wish that like his friends would give him shit about it. You know what I mean? But like he is like so trigger heavy on that block button, man. He blocked me over stuff that I said about Willie Mac show. And it's funny because it's like Willie Mac. Look at this. Look at this. Just for the sake of it. Wait, he unfollowed me. Lol? Okay, never mind. Wait, lol? Okay, this was recent that he unfollowed me. That's weird. That's weird. I didn't even notice. Okay, well, either way, like, he didn't block me. So, I mean, it's fine. Like, I don't need him to follow me. But he didn't block me, you know? He never blocked me. But then Deorio did because I was making criticisms about Willie Mac's video on Queeman and stuff. That's so weird. I didn't realize that he unfollowed me. That's fine. I don't really care. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't need the Willie Mac follow, shockingly enough. But what the fuck? Asmongold is right. Asmongold is right. Gosh. This is why you need to totally crush and oppress these people. Casey Trotter was just doing a teary-eyed video a few weeks ago on how she's a poor innocent girl, emphasizing the poor, who has to take care of her family. Gosh. Now she's right back doing the same old shit. Gosh. Yeah, apparently, like, yeah, I guess Mossad hates me. I don't know. Yeah, he was following me like a week ago. What the fuck did I do? What did I even do? What did I do? I'm so curious. Is it because I said something about Repsion? Is he like a Repsion simp? Is it because I tweeted about Fuentes? Huh. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't care, but it's like, I want to solve the mystery here. You know what I mean? What did I do? Or maybe he was just filtering followers and he was like, this annoying faggot, get him out. Which is kind of fair. Alright, anyways. Let's watch this. My video discussing Nicholas Deorio. Yeah, first time anyone's done that one. And he's tucking his tail between his legs when Turkey Tom was publicly accused, with little to no credible evidence of life and career-ruining allegations. New video. Isn't Turkey Tom the night rape diaper fetishist? Why would you defend a guy like that? Great response. We've got 1,000 IQ member here. Tom exonerated himself, so your post is useless, just like your fan discourse. And then, and then we even have one from an hour ago. It seems Nicholas Deorio is either too dishonest or too stupid to understand a simple concept as this, so I tried to explain it in a way that even Big Boy can comprehend. Why does it look like he's about to rape Nicholas? Oh, so we got two Templar videos here. Okay. Not fat enough to be realistic. Probably true. Maybe Willie saw like a Lord Crust video and bought in. I mean, like, honestly, there's a non-zero chance of that. It's so funny because he like came like groveling into my DMs and like apologized to me and everything. And he was like, I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. And I don't dislike you. And I just. But he didn't like delete any part of any of the bullshit that he said or lied about from his video. So it's like, I mean, do you even really care? Like, I don't know. What are we doing? You know what I mean? He is about to rape Deorio. I mean, you might be you might be right. You might be right. Okay, again, you might be right. Listen, sometimes.
So I'm gonna be.
Dude, that was a jump scare. Sorry, that was a fucking jump scare, dude. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. That fucked me up, man. I was in the middle of giving a take, and I just hear, brothers, brothers. Oh my god, I love him, dude. Yo, what's up, Fetty?
Dude, this is gonna be peak.
Dude, you know it's gonna be peak when you see fucking Templar with like the whatever gun that is. He got his silencer and everything, dude. He's shooting hollow points.
I can't even tell what gun this is because it's just AI slop.
Well, exactly. I was about to say it's AI slop, so it's like
yeah.
it's literally just like random Modern Warfare gun, you know? Like, dude, dude, I'm like. Templar is just he's just endless content, man, because he's so fucking fun to watch. He's so fucking fun to watch. I love watching Templar.
Dude, I'm trying to look at this gun, and it looks like an AS Val, right? But then the barrel, like, it's also kind of like an M16. I can't even tell what this thing is. It's just sad that we're reduced to this, like, AI art, because, like, you can't...
Happy International Women's Day to all three women in chat.
Thank you, Rena. Yeah, happy International Women's Day and stuff. Yeah, I saw a post on Twitter that was like the 3 richest women, or the 5 richest women are all the richest women because of divorce. Which is really mean and evil because like women are cool and stuff. That's my advanced take. There you go. Women like do things and are cool. Happy Women's Day. Dude, I just made federal rape like Templar's face. This is awesome. Okay.
Whoa. Talking about Nicholas Deorio and the situation with Turkey Tom for just a moment. I'm not going to take too much time on this, but I am going to cover some of the basic things because there have been some questions. So, Turkey Tom was falsely accused, and immediately the internet went into overdrive and just immediately believed the accusations against him, including people that were supposedly his friend. And the way that Nicholas Deorio in this case handled the situation, I think, was highly inappropriate. Because you listen to the jovial way in which he's talking about the situation and, casually presenting, oh yeah, Turkey Tom hasn't killed himself yet. Now, understand.
Yeah, I mean, he's making jokes, dude. Like, the guy makes jokes. Again, like, I think that there probably is criticisms on the way that, like, Nick handled this, especially if he supposedly actually knew about the stuff behind the scenes. Like, I watched that clip and I thought it was pretty weird. And it did kind of feel like he was like taking the safe route, and it feels like, I don't know, it feels a little snaky if he had known about that stuff behind the scenes and had the full ability to just kind of give a neutral take and maybe take a little bit of shit and be like, yeah, well, we'll see what happens or something like that. But instead of that, he was like, yeah, we're never doing a fucking half-baked again unless something miraculous happens. And it was like, okay, it's a little odd. It's a little odd.
I mean, my thing with the whole on that level is just that every statement that he gave out was, so his coverage was mostly fair, right? I think he did a good job, like, laying down his, lines by which he's going to say, oh, I don't want to, like, collab with this guy or whatever. And then saying, half-bakes can be on hiatus and this sort of thing. Like, that's all fair to me. My big criticism, I think, with Nick on all of this is, one, beforehand, you said they were talking behind the scenes, and he wasn't very transparent about this at the time. If I recall, he didn't have knowledge of the response. Like, he was able to watch the response video, but as far as I understand, that was like a week after he did his coverage. So he didn't have all the information while he was doing the coverage. So, he went in there and it was probably fair. The second thing that I have a criticism is that he said his line as Turkey Tom being proven that he doesn't do age play. And he never really addressed some of the arguments that Turkey Tom was into age play. And I don't think Turkey Tom himself in the reply really steel manned the arguments, like dealing with that, you know? So,
Yeah. Real quick, thank you, Chris, for the derail. I'll watch it in just a second after we finish this up. I actually completely agree with that. I remember that now that you told me, but I hadn't remembered that. That's actually a really fair point. And what I would say to your first point is the fact that, to me, it's, I understand what you mean about what he was saying being fair, right? But if he was talking to Tom behind the scenes, and like, if he's talking to Tom behind the scenes, you have to imagine that Tom is saying stuff like, I have all the receipts here. You know what I mean? Like, he's not just going to be like, oh my God, I'm so scared or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I think that it puts the things that he was saying at a little bit of a strange, it makes it feel a little strange to me. His responses. I think if he hadn't talked to Tom, those would be fair responses. But knowing that he did and was talking to him behind the scenes, it calls that into question a little bit.
Fair enough, but I guess to push back on that a little bit, he couldn't have shown him a ton, right? Like, contextually, because he did the coverage pretty like soon after it broke.
That's true.
I think it was like 1 day, 2 days.
That's true.
So I doubt like Tom gave him like, oh, here's all the logs.
Well,
so
and I'm not even saying that he
that,
gave it to him. I'm just saying the two guys have been friends for like 3 years, not even throwing him a bone, but just like not like giving a direct take on it, but just kind of being like, you know, we'll see what happens, that kind of thing. Just being like pretty neutral on it, rather than kind of going the hard line of like, I'm almost definitely cutting it off with this guy unless something miraculous happens. That it's just how far he went with it that was a little bit strange in retrospect. You know what I mean? I'm obviously putting the retrospective goggles when I say that. But
okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't care too much about the wording because everyone's just super hyperbolic in this space.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, fair. Although I do think Sprite makes a good point. He says, this does kind of give some insight to how Templar believes allegations against friends should be responded to, probably why Templar sweeps for Nux, Leaflit, etc., etc.
True, and I mean, and especially in Templar's case, for Templar, a lot of them is people he wants to be friends with. You know what I mean?
What are you two sick?
No. Like, okay, Chris, you've bought 5 minutes for this, okay? I'm just telling you this.
Oh, dude, I watched this. This is insane. This is an insane video.
Okay, I'm excited.
No. What are you two sick? No.
Yeah, you think it was mainly for optics? That's what I said initially. I said that I think it's probably like an optics thing. Like, he probably, you know, privately had different opinions than what he was saying publicly. But like, again, I think that's, you know, he can put Half-Baked on hold, but not, I don't know, it's the hyperbolic way that he did it. It's a very minor criticism, to be fair, right? It's
so
a very minor criticism.
Everything Nick does is for optics, which is fine.
Yes.
Insofar as he's not like I guess like betraying his like journalistic integrity. Like,
yes.
It's so gay,
well,
to call it that. But
you
know what I mean? Like, as long as
he's
he's not lying and sweeping. But he does do that for H3.
What? So. And I'm not going to be one of those guys. I'm not going to be the full-blown, like, Deorio snarker, right? Like, where I'm going to, like, make a giant mountain out of that small criticism. I'm going to admit that it's a small criticism, right? Like, I'm not, like, damning the guy for it. But, you know, again, like, to me, it was just a little weird. That's as far as I would go with it, you know?
Fair. Dude, let's watch this derail.
Okay, I'm excited.
What a piece of trash.
Is that typing? It was extremely loud. Dude, this is awesome. Estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. Awesome. Okay.
Yo, Bosnia Herzegovina.
Hi guys.
Pansexuality? Dude, this is awesome.
Minor lacerations detected.
What's out in the dark room?
Vinky? Oh, thank God. I need them. No, keep the moss ball cam, dude. What the fuck?
As a final touch to help train the neurons further and help encourage them to play the game, every time they get a kill, every stimulation electrode will play a pleasant tone. If they get killed,
do
say
you know
by
about
walking
this?
into a hazard,
Yeah, this is the like weird like stem cell brain shit that they train to play Doom, right?
Yep.
or losing.
Dude, I was about to say, Spray, if that's an actual mod, I need that shit because I want that, like, I want to, like, wear meta glasses and have that be, like, my my HUD for life, dude. I want the moss ball cam constantly.
Health, every stimulator electrode will play an annoying tone for a moment. So yes, we are trying to Pavlov the neurons, but jury's still out on whether or not the pleasant stimulus is the equivalent to a treat or an orgasm.
No!
Dude, the sort of shit that Morale sends me in DMs.
I was about to say this feels very morale coded, honestly.
Dude, Morale, he's gonna churn out. It's gonna be crazy.
Do you think Morale's next on the Troon list?
Yeah.
Imagine taking a 3D object, like a cube.
Uh-huh.
We then project the image of this cube onto a piece of paper,
Okay.
or maybe a blank playing card.
Uh-huh.
Now, this is a 2D projection of a 3D object,
Right.
but we easily associate parts of the drawing with the 3 dimensions. This allows us to stack up many such virtual hyperplanes, each with a cube
True.
projected on it.
This
Dude,
reminds me of the
totally.
derail you
Deck
sent.
cards model.
Yeah.
So, what does all of this mean? Well, what it means is that every
like
single decision
polarized
you've ever
glass.
made, everything you've ever been, everything that you are, and everything that you ever will be exists all at the same time on a higher dimension. And that your life is being constructed in a higher dimensional way that we don't fully understand.
Quantum... Okay, this is killing me. This is fucking me. What the fuck is going on? Okay. That, like, kind of gave me a bit of a... I'm glad I don't have epilepsy.
Look, now he's able to see through the alternate timelines. So he can reverse engineer the reverse causality of those events that are projected into the future.
Oh, thank God.
There we go.
I feel like this is an evil alternate timeline where everybody's just, like, retarded.
Well, I mean, all of this is evil, right? Because it's like a cult, like magic. Like,
It does feel very...
necromancy, so-
Yeah, it feels very cult
Searching
magic.
reviews for Buffin's Burger on 1488 Construct Boulevard.
1488 concept.
IoTs and clean rights activists rise up. This is disgusting what they are doing to these creatures. They are brutally denaturing them in cold blood and grinding them in meating grinders. What the fuck, kill all?
True.
Dude, this is your average, like, later.
I feel like this is your average, like, schizophrenic occultist.
Dude, this is what Plush Simulator thought, like, Jeffrey Epstein was doing in his game. Oh, there's the jerky.
Fuck! Walk the jerky over to me. Fuck! No, no! This is actually the most normal Chris derail I've ever seen. I'm gonna be real.
Blood loss detected.
Hate speech. Okay, that's 5 minutes of that. All right, listen, if you want to watch the rest of that Kino, this is made by Dr. Zombie 1212, okay? And it's called Super HUD 3. I know, me personally, I'm dropping a freaking subscribe on that. And hey guys, if you want to give your own derail, it only costs 10 buckaroonies, and you know, dono's always welcome. Okay, helps keeps the lights on. Feel free to like the stream if you're enjoying it. Let's get back to our favorite goofy little Disney character.
The rapport between these two guys, I don't know. because I don't watch Nicholas Deorio all that much, and I don't watch Turkey Tom all that much. Although I did a reaction to his video on Pirate Software recently, which that was a very good video. This guy, the way that he's treating these life-ruining allegations, I think is just immature. I think it demonstrates that this guy was looking out for himself first and foremost. And honestly, that sort of pathetic behavior where you don't even have your friends back, or maybe they're not that close, some people will say. Well, if they're not that close, and you're going out there and you're just casually, well, I'm not going to do a podcast until he brings the receipts. Based on no evidence. Based on some woman said this, so therefore, let's ruin his reputation unless he can prove that he didn't do it. So, my personal belief is that Nicholas Deorio...
This is so annoying, because it's like... He's, like, almost right on certain things, but it's, like, the way that he's saying them, it's like... I mean, you say no evidence...
He's right about the criticism. Like, he's right that Deorio is looking out for himself.
Right.
But then he goes the opposite direction that we do,
exactly.
where he's like,
right.
well, you should sweep more. Like, why aren't you sweeping more?
Yeah, why aren't you sweeping more?
You're doing all this for PR purposes. It's
like... and then it's also this thing of, like, there's no evidence, and it's like, that's half true, I guess. Like, there wasn't evidence on the damning claims, but there was evidence that they were talking. There was evidence that they knew each other. We had text message evidence and all that kind of stuff. And we had a couple of messages that were pretty sussy. And again, like, that's circumstantial. It's not direct. But, you know, to say that there's no evidence isn't, you know, inherently accurate. So it's, you know, it's a little bit different than just somebody making a video and being like, well, Turkey Tom raped me and, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, it was a little different than that. I think that there was...
like, another thing that, like, we should get, or we should gauge from Tactical Templar, is what's his opinion on people like John Swan, right? Because if you're gonna make up like fake, Discord logs on Dream and then cause like a whole like YouTube-wide drama that could destroy Dream's career, like, shouldn't you kind of rat out your friend if he's doing that? Like,
yeah,
I need his like lines for when it's okay to, you know, be kind of snarky to people that are covering your allegations, because you do have to cover this to some degree fairly.
Yes.
You can't just like sweep for the guy the entire time. So
right. And I mean, that's why, you know, like, I mean, anybody who's sensible, like me and many other people who covered this, when we covered it, we were like, you know, we need to see what he's going to say. But some of this stuff doesn't look great, you know, where it's like, you know, not sweeping, at the same time allowing for there to be a response. I mean, and again, like, if there wasn't any evidence, if there was no credence to this, it wouldn't have been picked up so much, and Tom wouldn't have even felt the need to respond, in my opinion. Like, it's just, I don't know. It feels very inaccurately. I mean, Templar is the classic example, and I say this a lot about Templar. I say this every time I watch a Templar video. Templar is such a great example of the age-old adage of don't talk about something if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? Don't talk about something if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that's what Templar does. That's all he does, really. Like, I mean, and it's so funny how he just self-admits to it half the time as well. He's like, I don't watch any of Nicholas Deorio's content, and like, I barely know who he is. But, and it's like, okay, well then, so you don't know that this is like, because one of the things he's like moral fagging over is the fact that like Deorio's making jokes, and it's like, yeah, he does that, man. Like, that's not really the issue here. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Perfect idea. Someone needs to set up a commentary lecture panel to teach Templar and others about commentary stuff, like Destiny had that gay January 6th panel. Dude,
yo, true.
We can make like a PowerPoint for him. That would be awesome.
Yeah, we need to teach him about like Doomer Media and Mama Max. And
we need to teach him about like
bullshit.
The Neo commentary stuff. Yeah, we need to teach him about lyrics. We definitely need to teach him about lyrics. We need to get his thoughts on femboy lyrics. Okay, we need to get his thoughts on Bo Blacks. We need to get his thoughts on all of these people. We should absolutely make a PowerPoint and present it to him. That would be really great. Can we do that? Except it's like him. Who are some of these other like smaller like Christian freakazoids who are like, or not even Christian, but just like the weird traditionalist people? I think we need like him, Nicholas
I'm
Light.
Christian and I'm a traditionalist.
Okay, well, I'm a Christian.
I'm pretty well
too.
catechized in this stuff.
I'm a Christian as well, but you know what I mean. I'm talking about like these hyper conservative reactionist people like Templar.
I mean, I probably agree with like 90% of what like Templar believes, like socially.
Yeah, but
probably
the way
even,
that
like,
he
more
says
extreme.
it, the way that he says it, Probably not, right?
Yeah, I think he like lacks a lot of integrity, and that's sort of like actually I sent you this in DMs. That's true. Remnant 777, do you know that guy? He debated a lot of yeah, he got really big because he debated what's his name? Alex, the guy who like falsely accused card posting of being like a pedophile. Although maybe card posting's a pedophile, I don't know. He's like really into rape. What's his name?
Oh yeah, Templar. Yep.
Alec Gunter. Yeah. He did a debate with Alec Gunter and like totally raped Alec Gunter. And he came out and he covered the Leaflit situation, and he like pushed back on Leaflit and said like you need to address like why you have like pornography in the server.
Yeah, I
be a Christian.
I said I saw it at the beginning of the stream, and I said that we'll definitely cover it after this Templar stuff because I'm interested to see that. But Sprate's on the money. We need Templar, we need Nicholas Light, we need Leaflit, we need the fucking the faithful retarded sheriff, and we need like a couple of those other guys. We need to sit them all down, and we need to have a little panel with them.
Okay, dude, faithful sheriff didn't do anything. He's just like a peanut, bro. Come on.
Dude, faithful sheriff's evil.
Dude, he didn't do anything. What did he do? He's just a peanut.
He's
just like a cringe peanut.
He gets one guy by kids, and it's awesome, dude. Okay. He gets one guy by
I don't
children.
watch a lot of his. Look, I just watched the shorts, so I don't
we did an awesome segment on him last night. So I mean, or not last night, 2 nights ago. So if you want some lore on his old account, Dr. Witnesser, watch that segment last night, because don't even watch it when I watch the Curtis Connor video. Watch me just watching him like get one guy by children, because it's so fucking funny. Okay, like there's a point where literally he I took it out of the VOD because it was like copyrighted music or whatever, but he gets one guy by this kid so badly that he just sits there. He says nothing for like well over a minute, and he just sits there and he looks like he's about to cry, because he was a face cam person back then. He looks like he's about to cry, so I started playing fake plastic trees by Radiohead in the background, because he's just sitting there and he looks like he's about to cry. It's awesome. Oh my god. He's a peanut and I just don't like him. It's simple as that. Fair enough, Sprite, dude. Fair enough, man.
Deorio is a simp. He's also somebody that backstabbed.
Where is he getting the simp thing? I don't know why he's like so hyper focused on the simp thing. Like, where is he getting that?
I mean, I don't know. Deorio does simp for like Helicline, so.
I mean, probably true, but like, give that example. You know what I mean? Like, if here's my thing. If you said that Nicholas Deorio is a simp, I'd be like, okay. Well, and I would also be like, oh, can you give me an example of that? And you immediately would. But Templar's saying it and he's giving no examples. So it's harder for me to like believe that he actually has anything behind this. That's my point, you know? Because he'll just say things. And when pressed to give an example, he's just gonna be like, well, have you seen his Twitter? You know what I mean? Like, it'll be one of those. The clip of him reacting to his Fortnite teammate doxing him was so fucking funny. Yeah, I know. That's an awesome clip.
Somebody that was perceived to be a friend. Now, that's my perception of the situation. We're going to look at the video, but I wanted to lay that out so that you understood, so that there's no ambiguity in this at all. By the way, this guy is somebody that's a notorious liar, a bad faith actor, somebody that makes...
Like, where are we getting this? What is that? What's that from? Which situation are you quoting there? Like, what is that? Like, notorious liar, a bad faith actor. Okay.
Stuff up. Much like Hassan. The same sort of style of, I'll just make something up.
Based?
Like, okay, Hassan, bad, sure, yeah.
The lack of any sort of due diligence or duty of care. These people are without integrity. You see this all the time. No, I'm not going to say anything until he comes back with receipts. I'm not going to do anything with him until he comes back with receipts. Some people are calling Nicholas Deorio a simp and a massive coward, a backstabber. I would never say that.
Wait, why is he reading his own tweet in the Trump
can you believe this?
I don't know. Maybe that was the point of the tweet? I don't know.
But here is Nick defending his friend from false allegations, saying that none of these things are true, and taking the life and career ruining allegations very seriously. Come on.
Well, he doesn't know if they're not true.
Well, you know, I do know that he has.
I think it's just like
you can cover allegations, and they may like not be true as long as you say these are just allegations. I don't see the evidence here.
Right, and you can do the same thing about your friends. You know, like you can do the same thing about your friend, and it's not like evil. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
He's quite reached his end, but I don't know.
I mean, perfect. Yeah. Hey, this guy had life-altering and career-ruining allegations, but he hasn't killed himself yet. Bravo. Just beautiful.
That's the extent of it.
You're allowed to say Zionists killed 50,000 children, but not to fuck that.
Maybe we should make a half-baked episode about it called Tom's End.
Insanely manipulative. There's no other
I don't know if he's quite reached that point.
acceptable term. If there were, it'd get banned for involving Israelis. We can insult every other.
I would love for him to respond so we can see what happens, and potentially Vega doesn't have to keep this episode. Dude, this episode of Half-Baked, if he somehow turns this whole thing around, I don't know what episode this is. We released the, because people are begging for the podcast to come back, and it's obviously not coming back unless there's like a serious fucking thing that we are unaware of. But, the podcast was supposed to put out an episode like the day the allegations dropped, and it got put on ice. And I imagine Vega would very much like to release that episode, so it would be really cool if he can come back and show some receipts.
Local group, but ban fuck U.S. imperialism. I see.
Why no for podcasting? I'm not doing anything with him unless he explains himself.
Extremely.
Oh, I'm not doing anything with him unless he explains himself. Right. So a woman comes forward with no evidence, and
that's called being smart, first of all. And second of all, again, not no evidence. There was circumstantial evidence, right? Like, it's just, come on, dude. I want to hand you this W, Templar. I want to give you a W. Come on, man. Sprate's on the money with this. Max latched onto Templar's face like a head crab and is puppeting him to be a lolcow. That's so true.
A serious accusation. The response from his friend is, I'm not touching him. Right. So, no, I'm completely wrong. No, he didn't backstab him. No, he defended him. Right? This is a defense. Yeah, joking about his, ending his own life and, coming out with this sort of cavalier attitude. And, oh, by the way, he's guilty until he can prove himself innocent. Nick, you're a simp. You're a fraud. You're a liar. You're a retard.
Dude, you're just, like, saying things. I feel like you're just saying things, man. Like, I feel like you're just, like, throwing shit at the wall right now. I wanted this to be a dub. Come on. Fuck.
I mean, it is kind of awesome that he's just like making stuff up and showing no evidence, just like the accusers of Turkey Tom. And he's like getting mad at like Nicholas Deorio for covering like what the accusers are saying. Like
it's funny, but it's just like, dude, come on. Like, you could have actually made normal criticism about this. I mean, I shouldn't expect anything.
Derailed time
DMS.
DMS.
Thank you.
Just your nightmare.
Thank you, Future. Really appreciate that, bud. Yeah, it is just word salad, right? I know. All right, let's see.
He's a liar. He's a fraud.
Oh
he's
my god, dude, this is Future's favorite fucking channel. This is Future's favorite fucking channel. Fucking VR Chat Grace Ministries. He fucking loves this shit, guys.
I'm gonna try to keep this short here. Sneak.
Future, you get 5 minutes unless you give 10 more. Okay, I'm not doing this for 10.
Joe is a streamer. But this is a rebuke to any political right-wing person, any Muslim, any Christian, and any Jew. Here's what the Bible says: the law worketh wrath. Romans 4. The law worketh wrath. Why does the law work wrath? Man can obey it. Muslims with their Shia law, Judaism with their Torah,
law,
Christians with they want to keep some parts of the
dude. This guy's awesome.
With the 10 Commandments or their own laws they make up, whatever. The law worketh wrath because man can't obey it. You can't obey it. Okay, it terrorizes the conscience. It kills the conscience. It kills you, my friend.
Has this guy heard of the law
You have
of Christ?
Sneeko. You have Jews and Christians. They're being all good goys here.
They're bringing good goys here, and then it's just him like with this like completely just like the face like looking like a face that like just had a stroke, just no emotions. We're putting Max's face on top of it, okay? Hold on.
Bro, do not make me like puppet this guy. Who's,
yeah,
like,
you're puppeting
free
this
grace
guy.
maxing.
You're puppeting
dude.
this guy.
I actually, dude, free grace people like actually get me mad because they're like, you gotta stick to the Bible, and then like all of their interpretations of like every Bible verse that they bring up is just like assuming grace means something that you don't work for, and it's like,
I know it's so annoying.
Dumb because if you grace someone, right? If God binds someone using a promise that you have to follow some sort of thing and then you get the award later, right? Like if I gift you, like a stock, you can't just sell that right away and get all the benefit, right? But that's kind of like how they do it. They're just like, oh, you can't actually be given, like you can't be gifted like any commandment by grace.
We watched.
I'm like, dude, what does that even mean? Sorry, that's like a nerd.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Thing,
we watched one of this guy's videos a couple of streams back, and it was like
that
exact
like a
thing.
picture of lyrics?
Yes, you did. Yes, that's my background. That's my wallpaper. It's made lyrics, yes. But we were watching this guy's videos a couple streams ago, and it was literally exactly what you're saying, where he was like trying to lecture somebody about the Bible, and he was like, yeah, that means that you can do like whatever the fuck you want because Jesus forgave you. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, no.
Yeah, St. Paul says, work out your salvation in fear and trembling. I mean, if I just can do whatever I want, like, does that mean I can like lose my salvation?
I can rape and kill people, and it's fine because Jesus loves me.
Yeah, dude, that's what like people actually believe.
Right.
Like, here. It's like insane.
It's like it's so fucking retarded.
Dude, by the way, you should use this as your new background photo.
Let me see. Oh, this guy? Is that what you're saying?
No. I just sent it to you on the side chat.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Whoa. Dude. This is awesome.
I know, it's awesome, dude. I'd make this like an album cover or something.
Dude. I like how he actually has cleavage, too. Really adds to it. God damn.
Dude, imagine Lyrics is watching this right now.
Dude, I mean, the last time Lyrics and I talked, he said this, okay? He said this. I'm about to play it on my soundboard. Hold on. Let me find it.
What is happening? Is he going to show his cock?
So, he was very scared of me the last time we talked. It was awesome.
And the Jew and Muslims are being good goys. You know, they're doing what the Jew wants to establish the law, whether it's the Shia law or any form of law, whatever. Or the Ten Commandments, whatever. You know, Christian wants to put the Ten Commandments in schools. Go ahead and do that. See what happens. More school shootings, more murder.
Wait,
the Bible
what?
says the law works wrath. Where there's law, there's...
Wait. I'm sorry. What the fuck are you saying?
So that's a verse in the letter to the Romans. I don't remember what chapter. But the whole point of that verse is basically just saying that during the time of the Mosaic law, there's like no hope for salvation because Christ didn't come yet. And so when Christ comes, you have the era of grace, right? That's not saying that if you follow the law, like you're going to die. That's saying if you like do the works of the Mosaic law, the Torah, then you're essentially binding yourself to like a pre-messianic like law that was like pointing to Christ. That's like literally all it's saying. Because like later on in the 6th chapter of that letter, St. Paul talks about like how you actually have to be baptized to rise together with Christ, like he did like when he came out of the tomb. So
right. Yeah, but it's just like I love how he's like attributing that to like Jewishness too. It's
very, the Shia law,
very epic.
Or any form of law, whatever.
Do you know about like the Noahide like conspiracy theories?
Maybe.
So there's a lot of like these low IQ anti-Semites, and their sort of argument for like why Jews are bad is that they think like Christians are cattle, and they think like all Christians are idolaters, right? Because they like worship a Jew. And so their argument is like a lot of these conspiracy theorists, they basically say they're going to bring back like the Noahide laws, like the laws that are given to Gentiles, and they're going to make that binding upon all people in the entire world, so that if you start like praying to Jesus, like you're just gonna like automatically like be killed by like Palantir drones because the Jews like control the Palantir drones because you're breaking the first commandment according to like how they interpret it. So there are like these schizos out there that believe this, and they continually say that like there are like these new Israeli laws that are coming out that are trying to like be imposed on all the Gentiles, and it's like an easy way to like cull the herd of like the cattle.
I just love the fact that it's like he's not even like going with these like neo-Jewish laws. He's literally saying like, yeah, guess what? You put the fucking 10 commandments in schools and you're gonna get more school shootings. And it's like, okay.
The 10 commandments in schools. Go ahead and do that. See what happens. More school shootings, more murder. Because the Bible says the law works wrath. Where there's law, there's sin. Where there's law, there's sin. Right? Where there's law, there's transgression. The law works wrath. More school shootings, more suicides, more bullying. The world's already fucked up as is because of the law. Okay?
Is this
just get rid of all the laws.
I know. Is this like is this a is this like a pro anarchy like Christian ministry guy? Like this guy confuses me so much. He's such like a little enigma. I love him.
Where there's law, there's transgression. And we need to preach this. We need to preach the truth of our freedom, my friend. That God's not imputing sin. and He has made you righteous by His blood. But you have all these people. Paul says in the latter times, they'll depart from the faith, getting his seducing spirits and doctrine of devils. What's the first doctrine?
So
of the
what
devil?
he's quoting here is
like
he's
God,
quoting
be
like
right from
Romans
wrong.
4.
Yeah.
He's saying like you know, like if you like put your faith in Christ, then your sins won't be imputed to you. Blah blah blah. Literally, St. Paul says the example he gives there is King David, and King David, like after he like killed Bathsheba, and it was like a really shitty thing to do. He like fasted for like 40 days and then like 40 nights and did like intense like penance and all this sort of stuff. Like King David was like a very strict follower of the law. So
Right.
I, like legitimately, like what is this guy talking about? Like all these evangelicals, they like to like wave Bible verses around like these weird like occult magicians where like, oh, you can see this like thing in the Keys of Solomon and you can have a demon. It's like the same shit. It's like they literally believe in like this peasant magic where you just say like words in the Bible and then this justifies like us having no laws and like no states and like having no cops and shit. It's like so retarded.
Well, it's also this thing too of like, if you love God, like you just don't need laws. Like I don't know, it's fucking retarded.
Let's
Man.
just reread it. The moral conscience, and history shows that the moral conscience isn't from God. Genesis 3, right there, it was Satan's deception.
The moral conscience is Satan's deception. What?
No, dude, this is like really dumb. So what he's saying is that, so there's like this idea of like walking in the like the laws of the flesh as opposed to like the laws of grace or whatever.
Right.
And he's saying that because there was the fall, we're like subject to the laws of the flesh. So we're like, you know, we have lust and we have greed and we have gluttony and all these sorts of vices. Okay, here's the main problem. When St. Paul is talking about the law written on our hearts, he's saying that this is the moral conscience, which is like able to apprehend parts of the Torah without having the Torah. So all the pagan nations, they understand parts of the Torah because this is just part of the natural law. That's a good thing. Like St. Paul is saying that that's a good thing because he's saying that the people who bind themselves to that, they're actually superior to the Jews because they actually can like fulfill some of those laws. Whereas the Jews, they have a ton of bad laws, right? Jeremiah talks about how God gave the nation of Israel bad laws, which are the ceremonial laws, which were given to Moses after he like slaughtered a bunch of the people for worshiping the golden calf, right? And he gave the Israelites more laws. So those are the bad laws because like no one can really fulfill those like consistently over hundreds of years. And that's, you know, having stuff like, you know, sacrificing the red half for birds or these cakes and, you know, all this sort of stuff that you read about in Leviticus.
Dude, we should set up a debate between Fetty and this guy. That would be awesome. That would be sick, I will say.
I mean, this guy just doesn't like read the Bible.
Clearly, yes. Or it's, I don't even know if it's that. I think he's like cherry picking it so hard to just like validate whatever he thinks, right?
Literally all these guys do is they read like a book that has a bunch of Bible verses in it and then like some guy who like interprets it for them.
Right.
It's, like messed up. Yeah,
that's fair.
Eve and Adam thinking they can be just like God, holy, righteous, and just and sufficient, and then you right from wrong. And what do right wings tell you? What do right politicians tell you? This is a battle against evil, a battle against for right. We're fighting for justice and truth. It's all garbage. All of it's garbage. And all they're doing is terrorizing people's conscience. Okay, same with the left wing. Left wing do the same thing. They're fighting against evil. The point is, they're thinking if they live by good and evil, they can be just, they can be righteous, and they're in bondage, my friend. They're not, because you know what? Their conscience excuses themselves and accuses others. That's what they're doing.
This is like
These
Frankist bullshit.
Judaism, Islam, modern Christianity accuses you under their laws, and you know by doing that, they're denying what Christ has finished. Let go of all, my friend.
What?
Believe it, son. Believe that Christ is the end of law for righteousness, because He is. Romans 10. Believe this verse. See, these people have make a mockery of Christ. They make a mockery of my Savior, of the Lord Jesus Christ.
My Savior.
And His finished redemptive work. For Christ is the end of the law for righteousness to everyone that believes. You know, these Muslims are so wicked, thinking, oh, Christ didn't die on the cross. All of deceive the people.
Here's like another thing with all these people. They're like, oh, Christ finished all the work and you don't have to like do anything. It's like, okay, but if you have the wrong beliefs, then you go to hell. So like, you can believe in Christ and that saves you, but then the moment you start having wrong beliefs, you go to hell.
Right.
So it's not sin that like sends you to hell. It's just like trying not to sin, like believing that you shouldn't sin that sends you to hell. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like,
This
if you
guy
think about this
can-
for like more than 5 seconds.
This guy can vote and buy firearms, by the way. So that's really cool.
Dude, this guy doesn't have any money.
I mean,
This
probably
guy's like
not.
60 IQ. He's working
Yeah,
at
I mean,
McDonald's, bro.
He's probably got like 45 IQ and like goes home and plays VR chat on his keyboard and like talks to people about Jesus, or his version of Jesus, I should say.
Wicked devils, dog of the devils. Same thing with Judaism. Think circumcision, their own
What?
laws. They think they can be just. They're wicked, walking off their little stupid hats. They even go around judging gay people.
Wait, he got
hats
him
are
mogged
base,
there.
bro.
He got him mogged. He got him mogged. He got him mogged there. I can't even lie. He got him mogged. Walking out there with their stupid little hats. With those stupid little fucking hats. Dude, that was kind of a mog.
Their own laws. They think they can be just. They're wicked, walking off their little stupid hats. And even modern Christianity's going around judging gay people, judging people by the law, thinking they're straight preaching, turn and burn, we're just serving God, trying to play victims when they get attacked or beat, trying to play victims like they're just serving God. No, my friend, they're serving the devil. They accuse you under their laws, and they put you in bondage and shame. They don't tell you about the finished work of Jesus. They don't tell you about what Christ has done. No, they put you under the law, and they're being good goys. These Christians are being good goyams. These Muslims are good goys. They're doing what the Jew wants them to do. And Paul says in Galatians 2, listen to these people. He says, why are you...
He says, really?
Getting Gentiles
That's
to look like Jews, We know that that we're not justified by the works of the law. You have Muslims trying to get you to look like Jews. You have Christians trying to get you like Jews. They're being good goys. They're being good goys, my friend. They're being good goys. Paul says, the lie I die to. So I live for God. Listen, we died to the law. Paul says if righteousness can come by any form of law, whether it's the sheer law, the moral law, whatever kind of law, then surely righteousness should have been by the law. But guess what? It can't give you righteousness. Paul says the law is weak and useless. The law is weak and useless. It perfects nothing. But you know what? We have a better hope, Christ himself, who has brought us near to God by his blood.
So
No one can see
I
God.
like I want to
You
actually die.
cannot draw near. You have these Muslims.
The funny thing about this is like
God by the law.
the books he's like referencing literally debunk his position.
I know.
Like how he said in law sin abounds or whatever. So like after that like area, if you go to Romans 6:1, he literally Paul addresses what he's saying. So he says, "What shall we say then? Are we to continue in sin so that grace may abound? By no means. How can we who died in sin still live in it?" Right? And then in Galatians, if you read the second verse in the 6th chapter, he talks about bear one's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ. He's telling you to fulfill the law of Christ, which is
the law,
all the New Testament sacraments and the Beatitudes and all the stuff that you read about in the Gospels, which is the law. It's the law of Christ. Like, I don't know how to deal with these people. They just don't read this. They don't read these books.
They need to be lined up and shot. Let's just be honest. They just need to be.
I don't know if I agree with that. But
they need to be taken out in VR chat, of course. Okay.
I don't know. I think they should be sent to the mental asylum. But...
They need to be re-educated. Okay. They need to go to re-education camps. Okay, where we teach them about femboy lyrics. Okay.
All these Jews, they're not.
He needs to be present when we do this commentary panel, the PowerPoint presentation. Okay.
My friend, they are the servants of sin. Okay.
These Jews
they are fighting against the Antichrist when they're going to embrace the system. Because they think the Antichrist is someone who's go out and sin. No, lawlessness in the scriptures is not going out and sinning. It is what? It is going
around. Dude, the Antichrist is literally called the man of lawlessness. Yeah. That's literally what he's called. Right. You are the Antichrist, nigga.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
You are the Antichrist N-word.
I don't even know what you just said. Don't worry about it. But no, it's that whole thing of it's that whole thing of yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you're saying with the Antichrist thing, because it's literally the Antichrist is gonna act like he's a follower of Jesus and actually be using the doctrines and stuff like that for himself, and it's all that bullshit, and he's dude, it's just, I don't know, it's so fucking retarded. It's so fucking retarded. People like this just make my head hurt, to be completely honest.
God. Paul says in Timothy 4, in the latter times, some should depart from the faith, getting seducing spirits, doctrine of devils, their conscience is seared with a hot iron, they're speaking lies and hypocrisy. Why? Because they can't keep their own laws. They tell others, do not eat, do not touch, don't taste, don't marry. Then with the Catholics, Good Friday, don't eat meat. Or with the Muslims, don't eat pork. Jews, don't eat pork, don't eat this, don't marry this. All of it. Even Catholics, say, don't, oh, nuns can't get married. Nuns
This
can't
guy's like, Jesus says there are no laws, so we can eat children. Okay. Okay, so that's 5 minutes of that. Hey, if you guys want to check this awesome guy out. Wait, why Sneeko might be the ultimate good boy? Where did he get a Sneeko? That's awesome. VR Chat Grace Ministries, okay? Beautiful guy. We love him. Friend of the show, VR Chat Ministries, okay? Why am I bullying your favorite YouTuber? Well, listen, maybe if I watch the rest of it, maybe I'd agree with him.
Look, I'm Catholic. Like, I don't read the Bible, but I've read the Bible enough to debunk this nonsense. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's so funny because, like, I'm a Christian. I'm not a Bible thumper by any means. Like, I'm not very good at, like, quoting verses or anything like that. I have a couple that I really like. Outside of that, I'm not, I know the general ideas. I've never read it front to back, but, like, even I can, engage with this guy in a pretty easy, like, argument and debate, That was 5 minutes. It felt like 12. I mean, to be fair, we were, like, pause-andying the living fuck out of it because it's so easy to, but... Yeah.
I don't care how mad you get at that. It's just the reality of what you've done and what you've said, your character or lack thereof. You can try to wiggle your way out any way you want, but the video is there. Now you can try to say, oh, this is out of context. No, you don't understand. No, you can stomp your fat little fucking feet as much as you want. You can go with your little impotent rage. But the reality is that when somebody was fighting for their life, you didn't take it seriously. This, to me, is a...
Templar, friendly fire will not be tolerated. Don't talk about how Nicholas Deorio is fat, okay? We know that you weigh like 375 pounds, man. Okay, you can't talk. I'm sorry.
Fucking betrayal. Some people who like you and want to defend you may say otherwise, but you know in your heart of hearts that this is not somebody that's standing up for a friend. Even if you're not friends, this is pathetic. Oh yeah, I'm not doing anything with him until he proves himself. Really? Really? So the accusation to you is basically an admission of guilt. It's done until you can prove yourself otherwise.
Wait, I think I just realized something.
True.
Yeah.
So I think Tactical Templar, when he's saying that Nick is like a simp, I think he's saying he's a simp because he covered the allegations. And so he's giving like the woman some
so he's saying that he's like simping for the Turkey Tomic users, essentially?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Dude. Like, it's so funny how I'll say stuff and like... Sometimes he's, like, right about things, but he'll say it for, like, all the wrong reasons that just don't make sense and aren't, like, real arguments. Like, this is Templar in a nutshell.
Extraordinary claims should require extraordinary proof. Again, like I said, you can try to deflect, you can try to bring up tactone as a deflection, you can try to do anything, but at the end of the day, when you don't have your audience to feed your fat fucking ego, when you don't have anything there but yourself, you have to reflect on the person that you are. And based on what I've seen, this is my conclusion, that you didn't take this life-ruining and career-ruining allegation seriously. You downplay the whole thing. Then, at the end...
Based on what I've seen, guarantee it is only this 1 minute clip, by the way. I virtually guarantee it is literally only this 1 minute clip.
You're on a podcast or you're on a platform, and your ultimate conclusion is, I'm not doing anything until this is proven otherwise. Really. So, the guy has to do everything himself. He has to go out there on his own. Even if you were helping him behind the scenes, which, the Hassan approach. Guys, if I were helping somebody, you'd never know it. Even if you were helping somebody behind the scenes, this is still pathetic. Because when somebody is being accused, and it's this severe, and you have people that are going in on this person, a lifeline makes all the difference. Somebody that's willing to hear you out and take this stuff seriously and go, yeah, guys, I don't believe this is true in any way, shape, matter, form, and then repeating that over and over, if you genuinely don't believe that it's true.
Well, he didn't know yet. I mean, like, giving Deorio good faith here, he didn't know if it was true or not yet. And he was giving him the chance to say something. Like, he didn't say definitively, I'm not going to do Half-Baked again. Like, he did, he put it in a pretty hyperbolic way, but he very purposefully, at least in my opinion, didn't say, like, I'm not going to ever work with this guy again. He said, like, if he's able to, like, pull this off, then, like, it's fine or whatever. So, I mean, this is just fucking bullshit. You're just fucking retarded.
But it seems like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you were covering your own ass, which is a cowardly thing to do, a backstabbing thing to do. So, brothers, that is my interpretation of this event. This is how I see it playing out based on what we've seen. based on Nicholas Deorio's prior actions, his attitudes, conversations that I've had with him, the way that he mischaracterizes things, it doesn't really seem to have any integrity or honor.
You've talked to him on Twitter like twice. Like, what are you talking about? Conversations I've had with him? Okay.
Think of at all. And maybe that's just the way people operate in that sort of community. But when somebody comes out and accuses you of something that monstrous, they have to have overwhelming evidence. And by the way, my standard on this is consistent. Way more.
It's also the problem of, like, in a perfect world, I would agree with this. But you have to remember that, like, in situations like this with, like, relationships or, you know, incidents and stuff like that, like, people don't have their video cameras ready when they get raped. You know what I mean? And again, like, that's not me, like, validating the accusers here, because, like, this is a done and sold situation. But you have to remember, when it comes to stuff like this, it's not like somebody's gonna have, like, their fucking, like, video camera or their meta glasses ready when they're getting raped, right? So it's unrealistic to think that there is going to be overwhelming evidence towards claims like this, right? That's just not how that works, right? It's just, it's fucking retarded. It's fucking retarded.
I mean, another thing is just that, like, Templar is like, oh, you shouldn't, like, gossip online. Which, like, maybe that's true, but that's the business. So.
But he does that. But that's the problem, Fetty. That's the problem. He fucking does that. He still does it himself. He says, don't gossip online, and then he's like, yeah, fucking Deorio, like, lies about all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't give a single example of what he lies about. Says that he mischaracterized people. Doesn't give a single example of it. Like, he does this with all of the people that he dislikes, where he will constantly say shit about them and give no claims or backup. He is essentially just gossiping about them himself, you know? And then he's going to be the same guy who's like, don't gossip about people, guys. Don't gossip about people. And it's like, well, follow your own narrative here, you know? Like, just do you know, practice what you preach, as they say, right? Practice what you preach. Dude, go full lazy mode. Bring it right up to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's perfect. Hold on. Hell yeah.
I don't know, Turkey Tom. And my position from day fucking one was, I don't see anything here. I don't really see anything to substantiate this. I don't think this is accurate until I see more. I said the same thing about Tectone. I said the same thing pretty much universally, because I am aware of something that clearly Nicholas Deorio is not, that it's more important than just going after somebody that we don't like. Going after somebody...
Which is what you do all the time, by the way. And then, yeah, Heke says in chat, didn't Templar sweep for Tectone after, you know, his court case? Yes. Because I guess that evidence isn't, you know, extraordinary enough for him. I don't know. Like, it's just... I mean, let's face it. He never read the court documents, you know? It looks like I'm about to give a blowjob.
He did try to debate it with, like,
you.
J-Stock. But J-Stock was also, like, kind of retarded in that debate. And he
J-Stock was taking himself way too fucking seriously and kind of got dog walked by Templar. Okay, it's unfortunate. Like, that's not the way to handle this guy. You gotta just, I don't know. You gotta be on your feet and, you know, kind of be casual about it, in my opinion, if you're gonna do this, because he's gonna like, if you try to debate, like, pedo this guy, he's gonna, like, debate pedo right back, and it's just gonna be either a stun lock or he's gonna catch you on something and, like, act like it's a W. Like, that's why you just kind of have to, like, roll with the punches when it comes to this guy and be a little bit more casual about it, in my opinion. After, you know, studying the Book of Templar, that's kind of my take.
You don't like, oh, there's false, like, for example, I'll give you an example. If Hassan Piker, as much as I don't like Hassan Piker, I detest. I think he's one of the worst people I've ever seen. He is a degenerate freak. He's an inbred terrorist-supporting mongoloid.
Based?
Dude, the one thing I don't understand is, like, why is Templar so kosher? Like he's on the Asmongold train on, like, the Iran stuff, and I'm like, bro, that's crazy.
I know.
Yeah.
But then it's like, dude, you kind of gotta hand it to him with the calling Hassan an inbred mongoloid. I don't know. That's kind of awesome. I gotta give him that, you know? Like, he's kind of cooking.
Somebody were to falsely accuse him, and it's clear that he was falsely accused, I would defend even Hassan, because it's not about one person. It's about setting a standard that if you falsely accuse men...
Wait, do you remember when you quote tweeted the snark about Nick Andros and about, like, how he, like there was some stupid accusation that he, like, posted porn, like, in a server with minors? Don't you remember how you quote tweeted that and like gave it some validity and was like, I don't know if this is true, but like, haha, wouldn't surprise me. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
True.
Like, that's a little bit massively hypocritical on your part. Like, I don't know why you're moral fagging so hard about this when you did that, right?
It's eventually going to get back to you. I said the same thing about Mizkif, and I hate Mizkif. Mizkif, he had, this legal defense from Emeru saying, well, when she said SA, she really meant this in this very narrow way that's like her story and her emotion. I said that's bullshit. As much as I don't like Mizkif, my position is standard, solid. Now,
I mean, this is like
that Nick has
retarded
friends
too.
until they do something embarrassing.
Because the thing is that the public opinion in this whole what do you call it, like the legal mindset VTuber space has been that maybe Emeru did like exaggerate a lot of the claims against Mizkif.
Yeah.
Maybe the original accusation video just like wasn't solid, and Miz probably does have the right to like sue Emeru. That's what legal mindset said. He said like, yeah, this automatically goes to place of slander, and he can probably like pursue something in civil court on this. So
okay, I have a question for you because I'm kind of confused by that whole discourse. To me, that whole court thing and what she said when she said like she felt emotionally like she was raped or whatever, that to me was her saying like that's just like it wasn't invalidating what happened. It was saying that that's what she felt happened, right? That's how I interpreted it. Am I interpreting that wrong? Is that a wrong read on that? What's your opinion on it?
So I'll send you a clip on this because Chud covered this, and at the time I thought it was like pretty good. So check side chat right here.
Okay. Yeah, because I was pretty curious about this because I didn't understand why people were so hyped up about it, but let me see. Has anyone been watching DDG Ladies Night? Hell no. Hell no. I ain't trying to goon to the fucking... No, I'm not trying to goon to the schizos, okay?
And not only that, I've been in contact with a lawyer. I had them review
God, why is this clip so quiet? Hold on.
everything that I'm planning to say today, because I wanted to make sure that if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right, because it's so serious.
Well, okay, so actually that's a good point.
Dude, why, Chud? Fuck, dude, Jesus Christ. Fucking Imaru is like quiet as fuck, and then Chud comes in and he's like, okay. It's like, Jesus.
How does that play into this then? So she wants to make a strong claim now, here, on the basis a lawyer spoke about it too.
Chud Nation.
Bro, this is so fucked, dude. That she validates what she says by claiming she spoke to a lawyer, only to then cowardly walk back the claim, and the argument is, oh, it's a legal strategy. Is that not fucking, like, is that not disgusting behavior?
But what is he talking about when he says walking back the claim? Is he referring to what I'm talking about, where she says, you know, I felt like that's what happened?
Let me pull up the actual...
Like, is Chud essentially saying that, like, she goes from saying it definitively happened to that was my experience and what I felt happened, and that he's perceiving that as a walk back?
I didn't like... She defined it as sexual assault. A reasonable viewer would unquestionably understand that term is her own description, blah, 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 of what happened to her.
Hey, oh, sorry.
Yo, what's up, Latly?
I was gonna give you context of her walking it back.
But no, I know the context.
Walk back. She
well, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Stance,
right, that's what I said.
Which is a legal strategy, and it's a real legal strategy. But you usually do it as a way of, it's like extortion without extortion.
What do you mean?
So you can't get caught with like legal extortion or blackmail.
But what do you mean?
So
it's extortion without extortion? What does that mean?
So, because that's illegal. But if I wanted to strong arm you in court and drag your name publicly, I would make a claim. If we had some kind of intimacy in any kind of situation, I would make a claim against you but my reference would be from my opinion and my feeling, my perspective, so that it's not
right.
by
So it's
definition
essentially
claim.
that, so that, like, you know, if things go badly, Miskiff couldn't
I'm
like
not on the hook.
sue. Yeah, sure,
And
that makes
so
sense.
then I can
yeah.
also, during all of this, I get to drag your name, drag your money in court, and on top of that, if we strike a plea deal, the strategy would then be moving my lawyer fees to yours, and then dropping the lawsuit altogether, because I could drag you for more money if I really, really wanted to. But in the good light of the judge, they'll see, oh, well, I want to waive my
Yo,
lawyer
Flatley,
fees
are you
and
eating?
stuff like that.
That's what I
No,
was
I'm not.
asking.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I can hear you like smacking your fucking like black
Dude,
lips
I got
together.
Cheez-Its in my mouth. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
See, called it.
I was watching a stream.
And somebody said, dude, somebody said, holy curb. Yeah, well, guess what? That's where she hides the bodies of her thousands of bunnies that she's killed.
This is
okay?
completely immoral on her part, and this only makes it worse for other women coming out with serious allegations against other people with status like this, because of how badly misrepresented Emiro and her lawyer have made this. I hate this, the narrative. You know what I mean? This isn't the first one we've had. What were the other two? We just had the Turkey Tom one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But what? So okay. So
honestly,
so
I think it's a W.
So what I would say is, like, I don't think that it's a full scale walk back. I think it's probably a very cynical and kind of fucked up, like, legal method of escaping potential responsibility if things go badly. That's what it seems.
I wouldn't even call it a walk back at all. I would just call it not
a scummy
doubling
strategy,
down, but
maybe.
It's telling you, like, exactly
covering
where
your
you
bases.
stand.
Yeah, it's like covering her ass, but it's in like a little bit of a scummy way.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
that's what I would say. It is like a scummy way, especially when you say that one, like the later like statement you made, where you quote unquote like clarify your statement, was made as a legal strategy in conversation with a lawyer. And then prior, when you said that the statement, which could be interpreted as basically her saying that she was essayed, was that was given like the green light by a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Because at that point you should have been more conservative when you put out the first message, right? You know.
Yeah, right. So I don't think there would be that.
Law?
Well, real quick, I don't think there would be a problem if she hadn't been so definitive with it with her initial statement, right? And I mean, that might have just been her kind of jumping the gun without really knowing what she should have said. But even so, I don't think there would be as many problems if she hadn't talked about it so definitively at first and then kind of walked it back, you know.
Sure, but I also think what is it? Those sorts of things, while like you have like the right to say it or whatever, it's like if you're running this by like a lawyer, just pick the most conservative thing that you can say, right?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Because Mizkiff is going to be like retributive.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
He's going to be retributive, right? So
sure.
You know.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Yeah, she should really, if anything, she should have just been a lot more careful. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think what they're doing now, though.
Sorry, say that one more
time. They're gathering all her statements and stuff throughout this, like, Mizkiff's teams. I'm pretty sure the firm that he's going through that represents his estate is now going through every single one of her streams. And if need be, they can contact Twitch, and Twitch in the United States now has legal liability to get these streams up after the Buffalo shooter and all this other kind of stuff, so they could charge people in court for that. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but they have a backlog of everything on Twitch, even if you delete your stream.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to go through all the footage of her trying to find her talking about this. And if she definitively says, without those quotations, I, me, or felt, right? They got her on the hook, and he's going to countersue.
Well, I think they do.
That's all it's going to be.
I think based on her initial statement, they already do have her. They have already got her. Like,
well,
that's
if
the
you
thing.
have more than one, it helps your case tenfold.
Well, obviously, but you know what I mean. But you know what I mean. I'm just saying that it's already happened once. We already know that, right?
Behavior. Bolster the claim
that's
then
only
by
the
claiming
public
you've
thing
got
too,
a
because
lawyer
I
to fucking
guarantee you
look
that
out.
they're going to be going around and asking people, "Hey, did she say this definitively, or did she say
checking things that she said in servers, checking things, yeah, right.
Everything in Discord,
Yeah.
Twitter, Instagram. Whoever this lawyer told her to say this just shot themselves in the foot. Because not only, like, if you get a case like, I mean, it's not going to be like your local attorney or something like that. These are people that are meant to represent, like, celebrities, athletes, stuff like that. Those are those kind of lawyers. They have now shot themselves in the foot with any future clients.
Well, in speed racers.
Yo, Himpleton, can you put up this tweet?
Yeah, yeah. 1 second. So Speed Racer makes a good point here too, which is that, you know, Imaru did say that she wrote down everything she wanted to say and ran everything by a lawyer before the stream. So now, you know, if there's a claim that she's trying to do this impromptu or that she did this impromptu, it just doesn't make sense.
Oh, she admitted to writing everything down?
Yes. Here, let's.
That's what you have to do to like have a lawyer right present, and she's looking down at it. And then also prior to that too, she was talking to other people in OTK. So she was talking to
that lawyer's stupid. You're supposed to have them sign an NDA. Do not talk about this at all.
Let's finish up this clip and then I'll pull up what Fetty just said.
For it, right? So it lends a weight of credibility to it. But then, hopefully, when people are not looking and have moved on, you go, "Oh no, I only meant in my opinion because I don't. Can we get the case dismissed, please?" It's fucked, dude.
Yeah, I'm understanding this a lot more now. Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. Okay.
Dude, what lawyer told her to go on live and talk about this stuff? That's crazy to me.
Look, honestly, this should be Mizkif's strategy. He should just post this photo and be like, I felt like I got raped when I had sex with this woman. Dude, this is insane.
She turns native without the makeup is crazy. She on that fake white bullshit.
Hat here, guys.
She looks Kazakh. Like she goes from this geisha like Japanese woman to like a Kazakh like step warrior. Like
looks like a Pacific surfer.
That's awesome.
I'm thinking Emmy's lawyer is working for the other team. I'm not even gonna cap.
Nah, no way. I think that's a little schizo.
That's so tinfoil. That's so tinfoil.
Well, no. Think about no. Think about listen. I have so much more of a like logical explanation for this, right? She didn't actually run all of it by a lawyer. She ran probably the Spark
lying?
Notes by a lawyer, and he was like, "Okay, sure, you can talk about it vaguely." Didn't know the extent of which she was going to say it. Well, not that she didn't actually hire the guy. I'm sure she has a lawyer on retainer, like a lot of these big people do. But what would probably happen is she ran the Spark Notes by him, and he was like, "Sure, talk about it vaguely, whatever." Didn't know exactly what she was going to say, because I guarantee if any lawyer heard what she was saying on that stream, they'd probably be hitting themselves, right? Like, I mean, that's the honest truth, right?
I'll also say this with all of this is that, yeah, you like this? I made it. It's awesome, right?
It's amazing. Yo, that's when you watch 1,000 hours of lyrics. That's
you get platinum. You get lyrics platinum.
True.
Yeah.
Dude, anyways, like no.
When do we get the dark matter skin?
So people tracked Emaru and Asmongold like playing games together.
Yeah.
And prior to her statement, they were like playing some game for like 40 minutes, so they're clearly talking about something. One thing I do feel bad about with Miz when it comes to all this is that he was kind of like iced out, and they were kind of, you know, setting this up so that they could ice him out like very publicly. I think there is a way, there's like a universe where she could have made a statement and just sort of explained like, oh yeah, we're not going to have Miz on anymore. And he did all these like horrible things, blah, 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 blah. But honestly, I feel like a lot of the story just hasn't been like told yet, you know? And
the surface
these
level?
things. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm interested in that logic now. I kind of want to see that unfold.
What the fuck?
Dude, this is a horrible reality because now we have to usher in the good guy versus bad guy scenario, and this is a scenario where Mizkif is essentially the victim and good guy. Not essentially like an actual good guy.
Mizkif, let's be honest, Mizkif does not deserve that shit, dude. Like, I fucking hate
Like,
it.
I'll be honest.
But no one deserves to be slandered like this in a court of law.
Obviously, and we can all agree on
I'm not
that,
the biggest
right?
like fan of Emaru, so I'm a bit like biased on this.
Is it because she's a woman?
It's that, and then also she's like annoying, and
Well, and
she's,
she
like,
kills.
clearly
She kills
clearly
innocent
has
bunnies.
this like thing with Asmongold like in the background, and
She
doesn't
kills
call out Asmongold.
She kills innocent bunnies. Like, I mean, there's so many different reasons, right?
That too.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to this. Hey guys, if you're enjoying the stream though, feel free to leave a like, and on top of that, feel free to dono. Okay, you know, we've got our membership raffle with Dasali still going on. Okay, it will be going on until it's solved, until Dasali gets a membership. We've got the $10 derails. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I sell real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Himpleton's not going to say this, guys, but he has rent coming up, and he needs your fucking money right now.
Don't say that shit.
Yeah, dude, give him $20 or he's gonna starve.
Are you really that poor you can't afford to give this man $5 fucking dollars a coffee?
Are you really this poor that you can't deserve to give this guy $500? Come on, man.
Is that how much you have left on your rent?
No.
Dude, Himpleton literally has $1,000 in his bank account right now. You need to give him money.
Himpleton has $5 to his name right now. He's been buying a ton of fentanyl. Okay. It's very disturbing.
He's been buying up all the Pokemon stock in his area. And we've been telling him this is a bad idea. He's like, no, man.
This
Trust
is
the
gonna make
flip,
me so
trust
much
the
money.
flip, dog.
This is making me
He
so much
thought
money,
he was
man.
going to scalp that poor Walmart. Little did he know.
My electricity is
Little
going
did
to
he
go
know
out in the
the
next
Iran
hour.
war just tanked all the prices.
True.
Just total
True.
bear market.
The Iran war has destroyed Pokemon prospects. Okay.
Himpleton took all of last month's revenue from YouTube and invested it in oil.
True.
He's doing great, but he can't pull it out because it's tied to Iran right now. So, with your help, ladies and gentlemen, we can continue these streams moving forward.
So true.
Embarrassing, and then they're dead to him, which is reinforcing
Small price of a new
exactly
car.
what I said. That this guy is a backstabber. Somebody without honor, without principles. A fat, degenerate simp clown.
Okay, my question is, who is this video for? Like, Turkey Tom.
He's the
will watch
demographic. This guy is literally his own demographic, federal rape. And when he says, everything he says about Nicholas Deorio is ironic because he's literally Nicholas Deorio, but like a Templar.
How
He's like
Fetty,
Templar
do you
mask.
know the lore on this? How did he get so many subs? Because he has terrible engagement. Terrible
Wait,
engagement.
do you not know about this? So Tectone, when he said that he started going to church because of Charlie
Oh,
Kirk,
so
he
that's
credited yeah, exactly.
That's what
And
got
so
him all these subs.
Yep.
So it didn't really convert to anything though. Huh.
No, you got to make good content. Like you can get a lot of subs from it. Shout out.
Can someone 3D print made lyrics? Awesome. Thank you, Big Aaron, for the 99 cents. Appreciate it, bud.
Let's go. It worked.
It worked. Whoa.
Now you can run from that. You can get mad at it. You can try to spit venom at me. But we both know it's true. And the thing is, I don't even know you all that well, other than the clips people have sent me, the comments people have sent me, the interactions that we've had, and still I'm able to immediately, like that, sniff out your character or lack thereof. Your simp-like behavior, your need for self-preservation, which is just fucking pathetic. And also, the putting the live streams behind a paywall.
What? Is that what you're salty about?
Oh, man. Yeah.
I think
DSP
he's just saying he's
and
like
quartering
greedy.
energy.
Yeah, it's just DSP and quartering energy? What the fuck are you... Dude, you're just saying words now.
No.
So if you
To
want to
be
know
fair,
what I felt about it, there it is.
So, have you covered like the quartering recently?
Not recently, but like, I mean, I know a lot about the quartering.
Yeah. So like every month he makes like a video where he's like, guys, I'm not doing well. I need to start diversifying the content. I'm not getting the views I used to get. I've expenses, guys. I need to like pay for the studio. I need to pay for my employees. Like I'm gonna start putting more and more like commercials into my videos. Are you guys okay with that? Like he does this like every month.
Oh my god, don't ask if they're okay with it. Just fucking do it if you need to. Like, fuck off, you fucking faggot. Like, Jesus.
Yep.
That's so fucking annoying.
Also, like Nick puts up, like Speed Racer said, Nick puts up all the segments onto his channel. Like, the only reason-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's so fucking dumb.
And talk about this issue ad nauseum. No. Turkey Tom can do whatever he wants. If he wants to be friends with this guy, that's his choice. I don't know Turkey Tom all that well. I don't know.
You don't know any of these guys, you dumb fuck.
That well. But the fact of the matter remains that the way that Turkey Tom was treated was completely and totally unfair from the first. It should not be that this guy had to go on hiatus for weeks or months. It should be that the accuser has to put out the requisite evidence that is that is on the level of the thing that they're accusing. And by the way, people who make false accusations, I think there should be severe and stiff consequences. Because
there
this
were
is somebody's
severe
life.
and stiff consequences.
Right.
Didn't
but
Turkey
I think
Tom,
he's.
like,
I think
send
he.
a cease and desist or
from previous things that I've watched of Templar, I think what he's specifically talking about is like jail time. I think that's what he's specifically talking about.
Based.
Yeah, which like I'm sure, man, I'm all for it.
I think
that's
that
fine.
should be used for specific scenarios like lying about rape and stuff like that.
Well, and that's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about.
It should be like given.
I
for,
wouldn't
like,
use it as a blanket statement though, because
I mean, I
it's a very
agree.
slippery
I
slope,
agree.
you know?
I agree. But like, but it's within the context of the Turkey Tom accusation. So I mean,
Right.
like we can assume that that's what he means. You know,
In career that you were.
look at me giving Templar good faith. Look at me.
You.
Something to ruin.
This is good.
And by the way, if they're not able to prove it to your satisfaction, then they're dead to all these people, and they go to irrelevancy, and their money, their life, their reputation is done. But what happens to the girl who makes the false allegation? Nothing. Nothing. So
I mean, like one of them got doxxed,
I will remain
and
consistent.
then the other was sent like a
If Nicholas
lawsuit,
Deorio,
Right, they
or
got
like a
doxxed.
cease and desist. Yeah.
They got doxxed. Kiwi Farms turned against them.
Cease and desist.
Dude, that's awesome.
Kill,
Cease and
kill.
desist.
Breathing.
Dude, that's awesome.
Kill me.
But it's like, no, I mean, like, yes, there were consequences for these people. Like, I mean, they weren't like strictly like authoritative like police consequences, but they were like
Yeah, I mean,
social
like prison
ridicule.
time should be like given to people who are like falsely, like someone who like falsely imprisoned someone with malice, like
Right, like
you know,
yeah.
The basic is like if you're already a woman, you know, prison time automatic. You know what I'm saying? It could be jaywalking. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I haven't thought of that, but yeah, you're
Get these
spitting
women
there.
off the street.
Jail time for lying about rape would just discourage actual victims from coming forward. I disagree with that. I mean, I think that I think the kind of natural reply to that would just be, you know, the proof for like finding that these women lie would need to be just very strict and stuff like that. Or people lie, I should say. But, you know, like, I mean, no, I don't necessarily agree with that.
as much as I don't like
Also,
him
I'm
right
pretty
now, by the
sure
way,
we have like laws for this, anyways. Like,
we
I'm
also
pretty sure a
have
lot.
Yeah,
of
but
it
aren't they mostly on civil levels? I don't know that they're criminal.
No, they're like women who've been like sent
There's-
to jail or whatever because of,
Really,
like,
there's criminal
like
in the United States?
I believe there's a few cases. The other thing that
Is
a
it
lot
state
of
by
people don't
state or
talk
is it
about-
federal?
I don't know.
I would imagine
I
it's
hear a
state by
lot
state.
about it in the UK. I don't know if we have it here.
Yeah, I don't
But,
know.
like, for
I
instance,
don't
there's a
know
woman
if
that
we
was
do
jailed
have
for
them
10
here.
years for making a bunch of false rape claims.
I've never heard of that happening in the United States, but I mean,
Yeah, true.
based of true.
Nicholas Deorio doesn't even hit the top 10 people I don't like. So don't think this is like, wow, I'm going to be a Nicholas Deorio detractor channel. He doesn't even rank.
Okay.
You know, he's
He doesn't
he's
even
like,
rank.
you know, Nicholas Deorio, I just disagree with him on a lot of stuff. I think his personality is repellent to me. I think he's a dishonorable
Okay.
person, but keep in mind, the type of people I deal with, like internet adjacent, the guy was a gay furry that was sexually assaulted on a gay furry.
Yo, based. Yeah, dude, IA should go to jail. Real.
Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, that came out of nowhere.
He's at a furry convention. And that was the guy that was coming after my channel. In comparison to that,
No. If you lie and don't file a report, then that's covered by civil law. Right. Yeah. But I mean, people's lives can get ruined by, you know, you don't have to file a police report to ruin someone's life, right? That's the point of what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
this guy doesn't even really rank. But I did want to cover this because, yeah, I do think what he did was scummy. I do think what he did was basically self-indulgent. And it seems like indulgence may be.
Oh my God, there was one
of our
recently.
friend
I just found
Nicholas's,
it. This is insane.
sins.
Wait, hold on. We'll talk
Yeah,
about it.
that's it, brother. That's my take on this. If you agree, let me know in the comment section below. If you don't agree, if you think that I'm completely wrong, if you're a fan of Nicholas Deorio, let me know that too. Say, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Yeah, somebody in the comment section said agreed to. Yeah, of course. Listen, there are going to be a litany of sins that this guy encompasses.
A litany of sins that he encompasses?
I think the one that I picked was probably the most prevalent. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to say this, even if you're somebody that doesn't necessarily agree with me. Thank you for letting me say my piece.
Of course, Tempe.
Out there.
We love you, Tempe.
But yeah, I think
Wait,
that if you were a
didn't
fan
this
of
woman
Nicholas
go
Deorio,
to
I think that
jail?
you can do better. I think that absolutely you can find somebody
Yeah,
that is a
never
better role
mind.
model, somebody that is better to get information from, somebody that isn't going to snake a friend. somebody that isn't going to backstab somebody at a moment's notice. And I don't think that people who watch his audience, at least I would hope, that they're not the type of people that would find that behavior acceptable. That they would understand that loyalty actually means something. And when your friend is fighting for their fucking life, based on false allegations, making jokes about they didn't kill themselves and making light of the whole situation, and then at the end of the day saying, I wouldn't do anything with them unless they prove themselves, fuck you.
Fuck.
Seriously.
Fuck you.
These scumbags are everywhere. Degenerates abound. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
So he was engagement farming so hard. Let's see what the comment section looks like. Joshua Moon did an immediate but a bigger betrayal. I can't stand most of that friend group. A Cheeto won, by the way. Okay. It's the first time I've ever heard that.
What?
First time I've ever heard that one. How did he betray him? Yeah, so this is like the common sense take here. I don't know anything of substance about the slop channels. I hate Nicholas Deorio, though, essentially is what that guy's saying. Yeah, the one dude clearly defending him betrayed him. Lying retard. Okay. And then we've got just some random short that was linked here. What is this?
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
Dude, did you ever cover that, by the way?
I never covered it, but I watched it. Because I've never like formally covered. It's funny, I've never formally covered or talked about Viper, but he has literally he has me
do you want to hear
blocked,
my hot take
awesome.
on Viper?
Yeah, let's hear
hot
it.
take on Dark Viper?
Let's hear it.
So, if you believe that like piracy does actually count as like infringement of copyright, like if you believe in like infringements of copyright being something that should be like protected by positive law, I do think that Dark Viper's like arguments are very sound. And I think for the most part, when Willie Mac Show made like all those videos against Dark Viper, like none of his arguments worked. And like Dark Viper kind of addressed all of them, and he like debunked all of them. Like for instance, a guy did a study on like whether or not reacting to a video like stole views, and they just made a bunch of like assumptions and then did a simulation, and like they didn't even like actually figure out whether or not there's like views stolen. They basically just said, oh well, the views have increased, so there wasn't like a change. Like that's what they tested for. And there are just so many problems there. And then Willie Mac just kind of presented the study like it was like a real study.
Of course he did. It's classic Willie Mac. Okay, so this one, if I had to predict what this is, I think this is literally him like responding to that tweet that we looked at earlier where Deorio like subtweeted him. So this is about to be like a fucking religious experience we're going to have.
Also, he misspells Nicholas Deorio. He says Nicholas Diorio.
Well, maybe that's intentional. Maybe that's a fox pause, as our boy
Stale
would
says.
say. Yeah, our boy Stale would say. Okay, it's a little social blunder. Okay, but it's an attempt at a joke, you know. Guys, did you guys know that the new Slay the Spire has come out? Okay, I'm going to be playing that in the background because I know that you guys need some cute little visuals to keep you going. All right, when it comes to Templar content. All right, let's see. Here you go. God, I love hearing them click and clack. Yes, sir.
Brothers, we are going to be reacting to a clip from Nicholas Deorio.
Brothers!
Live on stream right now because Nicholas Deorio is the type of retard that puts all of his content, once he's on streaming, behind a paywall. Which is one of the most embarrassing things. That screams deep.
And then he posts them as segments. Like, what do you want? Okay.
ESP and quartering energy, 100%. But he apparently has some things to say about me because my take on Shibuya Kaho, being the Twitch representative, apparently, I don't know, he doesn't like my take or thinks that there's some sort of double standard when really there isn't. There's no double standard. Me, in the past, saying that Shibuya Kaho was somebody that had a personality that was excessively positive. I used the human sunbeam phase, saying that she was a nice, wholesome person, based on her personality and what she was putting forward, that person should then, by me saying that, be eligible to be a Twitch ambassador. If you actually believe that, you are bad faith and fucking retarded. No. No, I'm glad that she got out of the porn industry. I am. I'm very grateful that she got out of that industry. It's a disgusting industry. It's a degenerate industry. It can suck your soul. But to say that she should then be somebody that should be a representative for Twitch. By the way, I actually went on Google and I looked up Shibuya Kaiho Twitch, and the image is the first thing that comes up is porn. So my point is, she can be a streamer.
I mean, yeah, she used to be a porn star. Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Guys, porn is so degenerate, so I looked her name up and I found porn.
Guys, porn is so degenerate that I watch it. Okay, like, okay, like I'm just like, dude, people, Templar just, God, he's hopeless.
Like that.
Man.
But if you are associating your brand as an ambassador with somebody like her, I'm saying some people look that up and they go, wow, this is immediately available inappropriate content that's now associated with a brand that has been mired in that sort of shit thanks to Dan Clancy being an absolutely disgusting pervert.
I mean,
So,
I kind of agree with this.
Two things can be true.
Like, if you're working for like some, I don't know, like white collar job, like if you've done porn, what's up with the employment? Like, what are the employers doing? You know, it's kind of strange.
Yeah. I mean, sure. It's I don't know how I feel about the whole thing. I think if she's not doing porn anymore, I guess there's something to be said about that. I don't know.
At the same time, number one, in the past, Shibuya Kaiho's personality, the way that she presented herself was like excessively positive. Somebody that, I'm only doing cosplays. I just want my content to be overly positive, overly sweet. They're sort of like The Rock back in the day on Instagram, where he would just post inspirational quotes. It really wasn't anything of substance that had anything of The Rock in it, but it was just inspirational posts, and that's all he posted. So people had the perception that he was this like overly positive guy, and then he eventually started talking more as himself, and it eventually just deteriorated where people realized he is completely and totally fake. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because people can put on a persona.
Okay, so he's making essentially a toxic positivity argument for this this retarded bitch or whatever. Sure. Okay. I'm listening.
And by the way, I do want to mention, I do think he's going to pull up the video clip here, at least I hope he does, where I was effusive towards Shibuya Kaiho. The purpose of that video was not Shibuya Kaiho, it was actually...
Can someone define effusive for me? Fetty, any ideas? Effusive.
Effusive? I don't know what that means.
Well, this is the first time I've ever heard that word.
Describes expressing emotions like gratitude, pleasure, or approval in an unrestrained, overflowing, and highly enthusiastic manner.
Wait, did he misuse that word? Did he think it was like a negative word? Because that makes it sound like he's like extremely happy that the former porn star is doing this. I'm so okay. Great. We love to hear it. Dude, positive Templar. Awesome.
Mars Girl. Mars Girl was a far-left feminist activist who had helped to try to ruin the reputation and career of Vic Mignogna. And she was somebody that was genuinely the worst of the worst, and she was going after Shibuya Kaiho in addition to some of these other people. They were going after her. So the purpose of the video wasn't even Shibuya Kaiho, it was to say, well, this is a nice person that they're going after. And the main purpose of the video is these people on the left are absolutely fucking evil. And that remains true then, and it remains true now.
Clancy's like, nah, dude, I'm sorry, you just got frame mugged by Kaiho Shibuya. And you know what's even funnier? Tactical Templar, somebody that we've recently watched a couple of times on the channel, said Tectone is right. It's weird that Twitch is a platform to choose her. Dan Clancy seems like a weirdo and a creep.
And you know what's crazy? Hey, Nick, that has a lot of likes. That's 574 likes.
Hey, Dick.
I don't know. I think Templar is kind of mogging right now. I think
hey,
he's
Dick.
winning.
I actually got likes on my post, so maybe shut the fuck up. How about that?
Dude, I find that kind of convincing.
You find that compelling? On this one. You find that compelling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough, man. Okay. Maybe I'm being too harsh.
So apparently people did agree with that sentiment. The Tectone is right. Having her as a representative for the platform, it's kind of weird. Even if she has worked to distance herself from that.
Guys, you know what? I just saw Dasali in chat here. I'm raising stakes. Okay? If we get the Dasali membership tonight, not only will I give out 20 free memberships, I will also gift Dasali Slay the Spire 2, and I will make her dreams come true. All right?
It would be like Nike or a big company doing a sponsorship with Mia Khalifa. Mia Khalifa has not done porn for a while. She now comes out and says, I am a jewelry maker. And when she does, everyone laughs at her because they know that that's not true. Now, the difference is, I think she...
Wait, is it not true? What if she is a jewelry maker now? Is that... I think they laugh at her because it's like fucking retarded because she's always just going to be seen as the porn actress, right? But I mean, that doesn't mean that
Well, Himpleton, can you look up Mia Khalifa real quick and see
No.
what the first picture is?
No, I'd rather not actually.
Is she making jewelry?
I mean, but you know what I mean? Like, it obviously, like, my point still stands. She's always going to be known as, like, the fucking bitch who wore a hijab when she was giving a blowjob, right? But she could very well be, you know, making jewelry now. There you go. Cryptid got a membership. There's hope. There's hope.
Himpleton is a cock.
The Disoli
You kind of was
membership
waiting.
Dude, it'll happen eventually.
It's effusive. It's effusive.
Yeah, just start using just random Templar verbiage. Yeah. Thank you, Spoofs, for the member.
Nicer as a person than Mia Khalifa. I think Mia Khalifa is terrible. But my point is,
mostly because she's, you know, from a Muslim background.
It stands that just because somebody has changed doesn't erase their past. And when you are a sponsorship or you are...
Thank you. God, wow. Voice crack. Thank you, Kagan. Appreciate it, buddy.
Part of an ambassadorship for a brand.
What did you just say?
You know what's kind of funny? So I was watching a video from, and I'm not necessarily saying these people are wrong, but I was watching this video from, you know, the serfs or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that far left, like bread tube guy.
Isn't that?
He barely makes like he makes like 5K views on like his VODs now. It's kind of bleak, but
that is a little bleak.
I was watching him like cover Michael Tracy and Richard Hanania, and he's like in the whole thing he's like, guys, everyone follows Richard Hanania, but did you know like 8 years ago he was reading the Turner Diaries and now he's like a lib, and he just like never addressed this. Like, I'm not saying that people can't like change, but like he just like never addressed this, and he has a past. It's like really funny that like Templar, you know, this guy who's like part of the Asmongold like soy right or whatever, and then like freaking the serfs who's like a bread tuber, they have like the same mindset of like saying, oh, you need to address your past.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me though, to be completely honest. Like it's certainly funny, it's certainly ironic, but it's like, I don't know, what do you expect from people like this? Like, I mean, they all use like these same like obfuscation, like bullshit arguments where it's like not even really addressing anything. It's just kind of like pointing to stuff that they know that they can get an own on, essentially.
No, Patrick. So Richard Hanania is a troll on Twitter, but he's like one of the #1 like Substackers. Like lots of people like his Substack, and he makes like actual arguments, and like he's kind of like an opinion piece writer there. So,
you know,
that is supposed to reflect the values of that brand. And with Dan Clancy being of the reputation that he has, I would have advised not taking her. That is logical. That makes sense.
Also, this
Even
is a good point from
Nick.
Joshua. Okay, so with that logic, Templar's past of him gooning to big anime titties and white knighting a lolicon VTuber on Twitch and BRA is true.
Right, and like his like top 10 or top 5 favorite VTubers who are like all Connie tubers, by the way. Yeah, no, that can all be examined, right?
Who is a simp by nature should be able to understand that. This is not complicated. But the world that this guy lives in is, I just want the own, I want the gacha, but it's never going to come to you, brother.
And eagle-eyed viewers would know that this is actually a crazy hypocrisy.
It's not. It's not at all in any way, shape, matter, or form. Me saying that she is like a human sunbeam or she's positive or that she's nice is not a hypocrisy when you're saying that person is nice and that person shouldn't be treated as terribly as they were by Mars Girl and these people on the left at Anime Matsuri.
Are you retarded? He literally has the thing highlighted that he's addressing. Here, let me make that bigger for you guys so you guys understand how fucking stupid this is. So he's literally like, he's like shadowboxing so hard right now and strawmanning. So he's acting like Nick is talking about like Templar saying that she was like a fake ray of sunshine, when in actuality Nick is very clearly responding to Templar saying, Tectone is right, it's weird that Twitch as a platform would choose her, Dan Clancy seems like a weirdo and creep. And then he's like weirdly shadowboxing because he was just talking about him being a ray of sunshine. I think he has schizophrenia and he thinks that Nick somehow heard that in his past coverage and is now responding to it, when in reality he's obviously responding to this tweet. Like I don't know I don't know what goes through this guy's head. He's fucking retarded. Like he has some clear like intellectual difficulties, so let's be light on him, let's not be too mean to him, but like, my god, man, like, it's just this guy's struggling. Okay, pray for this guy. All right, pray this guy finds his brain.
she shouldn't have been treated that way because she's like really nice, is completely and totally different, then you should be the face or the representative of a fucking brand.
Well, but he hasn't even said what you're being hypocritical about yet. He hasn't even said how you're being hypocritical. Why don't you stop pause-andying him and like inventing arguments before he makes them?
Do you understand? Are you that fucking dim? Do I have to hold your hand, Nicholas Deorio? Do I have to walk you through this entire thing? This is incredibly simple.
Nicholas Deorio.
It's not hypocrisy
so awesome.
at all. Neither of these things are mutually exclusive.
Tactical Templar. I can't believe I'm even saying those words right now. I imagine there's like a percentage of people in the chat who have no idea who this random person with like 8 followers. What does this person have? Like 100 followers, 269 followers, followed by Tectone. Oh, he's live right now. I don't know why. Why does it matter what random Glup Shido had to say? It's because.
Well, if I'm so listen.
Oh
wait. He's got to pull that up. If he doesn't pull that up,
yeah, I swear to God, if he doesn't pull it up, I'm gonna be pissed off. We're gonna have to look at Nick's tweets and find that if he doesn't pull it up.
To numbers, it's a lazy, incompetent argument. If your fat, retarded simp ass really didn't give a shit what I had to say, you wouldn't be responding to damn near every one of my posts when it comes to this stuff. Notice, Nick, I don't come to you.
Dude, I give Nick a lot of shit for like his blocks and stuff like that, but it's like, dude, can you not admit that this is just him owning you? Like, this is just him like wanting an easy own? Like, he's just kind of like dancing around on you? Like, it doesn't mean that he's like desperate or anything like that. It just means that he's like fucking owning you, dude.
Not really. Not usually. Unless it's something particularly egregious. But I don't usually come to you. You, Nick, come to me because you need me more than I need you.
What? There's no way you just said that. Dude, you are so fucking delusional, man. How is he right?
Templar doing a video on Nicholas Deorio gets 100 views. Like,
dude, you know what? You're right, man. Dude,
it's not really, yeah.
Nick's really improving his numbers. You're actually right, dude. Nick's really like helping him out. You're right, man. Nick needed this.
No, I'm saying that he's not helping him out, and like no one watches Templar. So
no, I know. You're right. Like, I mean, like, but it's so funny, like this idea of like, Nick needed me. Nick needs me. Like, dude, fucking delusional as shit.
In fact, if we never interacted again, I would be perfect.
Rape.
What'd you say?
The White Bowser came up with the term "fat rape." What is going on in the comments?
That's awesome.
In the chat.
Fun. But your entire content is predicated on people like me.
What?
Where you have to try.
Wait. Oh, lol cows? Yeah, probably.
Create a caricature of people like me as a bad guy to feed to your audience to try desperately to make them forget what a fat, incompetent, simp piece of garbage you are and how lazy.
Again, Templar, points off. Points off, man. Friendly fire, not tolerated. All right? I'm sorry. Like, friendly fire's not okay,
your
guys.
Arguments are, and how weak your argumentation is, and how you have no real principles.
The daily verses are still the same. Dude, didn't we start covering this guy like over a month ago? Because like I was very late to the Templar train because I didn't realize like how keynote his shit was. I just thought it was gonna be boring. But like, didn't we start covering this guy like over a month ago and the verses have been the same the entire time?
Or standards. You'll backstab somebody at a moment's notice even if they were a friend because it's a minor inconvenience. Brother, if I'm just some random person, why the fuck do you need me to validate you so fucking badly?
It's like, dude, it's this awesome fucking chud Hulk Hogan. That's how Templar feels to me.
I don't understand. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I do understand because the difference is I'm not insecure and you are. You are deeply and profoundly insecure, which is why you do the content that you do.
You've seen the video.
For those who don't know, this is Kaho Shibuya.
Yes, true. It's the same girl.
True, it is the same girl.
If you search Tactical Templar on Filmot, you'll find which VTubers he watches and when, because he always donates to them. Are they all Connie tubers?
Dude, that's actually like messed up.
I virtually guarantee.
Crazy.
I'm guessing a percentage of 85-ish% are Connie tubers.
But if you're too stupid to understand the difference between this girl was being bullied and attacked at Anime Matsuri, that people didn't even want her to go. They didn't want her to go to this event. A bunch of woke, mentally ill people. You probably love them. A bunch of woke, mentally ill people.
You probably love them? What does that mean?
Because she wanted to go to this event, and they were trying to hurt her. It is different from she's just going there to. The difference would be.
Did they try to gang rape her? Like, what does that mean? What's going on, Templar? You're freaking me out, man.
Like, if people were giving her shit for just streaming on Twitch, like she's got a brand, she just wants to stream on Twitch. No, they're making her an ambassador. They're making her an.
Okay, stop everything. Yes, and just look at this like link that I put in the side chat. Dude, this is like evil. This is like crazy.
Fuck. God damn. Hold on. I'm pulling both of them up. Verify my human. Select all animals with the same number of legs as the example. Okay, 4 legs. That one has 4 legs.
Horses.
That one has 4 legs. What is this? What is this thing in the middle? Is that?
No, that's like.
Are those
are
birds?
like pigeons.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pigeons. No. You missed one. Go back.
Fuck! I can't go back. Whatever.
You can press the dot, right?
Nope. Horses. Horse. Verify. Haha!
Oh, you made it.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. Gotcha, adrenaline.
Dude, what is that one? She's in like a car
Dude!
that like 3-year-olds drive.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is clear Connie Tuber behavior, dude. Look at this one. This one's like a foot and a half tall, dude.
Tactical Templar, thank you. Fantastic.
Okay, to be fair,
Oh, we can hear
like
them. Wait, we can hear them. This is awesome. Wait, this is awesome.
Thank you. Tactical Templar, thank you. Chachi, thank you. Drux.
Thank you to Tactical Templar. Thank you to Cameron.
Okay, so that's not as much a Connie Tuber. That one's not as much a Connie Tuber. That one definitely has. This. Let's see what about this one.
I don't know. That one sounds like a woman.
Okay,
Bro,
come on.
that
That one's a Connie Tuber. All right, undisputable Connie Tuber.
Like a
I
baby.
the
That one's
person
like a
had fun
6-year-old.
today.
Thank you, Tactical Templar. I would let you rape me.
Whoa.
Tell me I'm wrong, okay? That's the vibe, bro. Wait, hold on. I'll make this bigger for you guys. I'll make this bigger for you guys. Hold on. So you guys can see the beauty. Okay. Let's see about this one.
Tactical Templar, thank you. Riggy, thank you.
Okay, sure. That's just Tecton.
Tactical Templar is so funny on Twitter.
Shut the fuck up. Kill yourself.
Alright. Tactical Templar, thank you. I'm sorry, Camel.
I don't like that one.
This is gold. This is gold, man. Let's see the one, the baby cart.
Tactical Templar, thank you.
Yeah.
Dude, he likes
Dr.
this like
Professor
chick. He
really likes this little Connie Tuber, yeah.
Stan, Tactical Templar, thank you.
They're also like saying it so robotically, like they clearly just don't care about
It says Tactical Templar over here. Nux is too nice to gloat at the downfall of a group.
Okay,
oh my
yeah,
God.
thanks, Nux.
Whoa! My daddy, Nux Takru. Wow.
Tactical Templar, thank you. Phantasm guy, thank you very much.
Yeah, dude, this chick just does not care about that.
This bitch hates her. This
Tactical
bitch hates
Templar,
her.
thank you. Thank you for giving me $20. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yo,
Spruce, for the membership.
Roadcatcher's got a membership. Cool.
There you go. Okay, look. Do you guys see that? We're like actually getting active chatters getting memberships tonight. We had Cryptid, we had Fatrick, and now we have Roadcatchers. We're actually getting like active chatters. This is good. This is good.
Tactical Templar.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh
Dude, can
no!
we watch this like Antifa thing?
Oh no! Yeah, we'll do the Antifa in a second. I just need to process that. That like hurt. That one hurt, dude. Jesus Christ.
Thank you for the super rock. Chief Brett, thank you for the super.
Dude.
Hilton is a cock.
Holy shit. Thank you, Cog for the membership. Ah, see, K-Hawk got that one. K-Hawk actually shows up.
Nice.
Oh, fuck, that one's age restricted. Let's see if it'll let me watch it. Because I am 5 years old. Wait, it won't even give us a timestamp.
Oh, yeah, I watch this guy sometimes.
Matt Morse. Won't even give us a timestamp. Whatever.
He's like a MAGA tard, like, retard.
Gotcha. Okay, how about this person?
Tactical Templar, thank you for the.
Oh, God.
Okay, that's like an AI like voice changer.
Yeah, but it's like an AI
Voice changer
baby.
Kind of sucks.
It's an AI baby, bro. Is that Tecton?
Put Tactical Templar in here.
Tactical Templar.
Tactical Templar, thank you. You better.
Dude, can some like very strong soldier who's better at this stuff than me please make a compilation of all the Connie tubers thanking Tactical Templar? please.
Tactical Templar, appreciate it.
Like, don't include people like this. Just only include the cunny tubers, please. Okay? Make a thank you Tactical Templar compilation. Okay?
Wait, dude. I just realized. Tactical Templar, he's apparently aware of, like, the Christian anime podcast guy. So do you know who the Christian anime podcast is? Do you know what this is?
Christian
so there's
anime
a guy,
podcast?
Yeah, so there's, like, this Mexican guy who, like, is a VTuber, and he's, like, a little Mexican dude.
Okay, I'm loving this so far.
And he just talks about anime, yeah, as, like, a Christian. But, like, on Twitter, like, every month or so, he just talks about how he has, like, he, like, asks for prayers because he can't, like, stop jerking off to anime.
Dude, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome. What?
It's like, guys, you need to pray for me. Like,
guys, please, the call of Connie is too strong. Please, fuck. Okay, so then we've got like Deorio, who's probably just shitting on
in the
him.
intro, but
it's
so
just him
Tactical
watching.
Templar made a response to harmful opinions.
Nicholas.
Great.
Oh yeah, and this guy's freaking
Tactical
like,
Templar, who I actually think is actually.
What about this?
And see, Tactical Templar, thank you.
Oh, he had his cock in his hand when that was happening. I guarantee it.
True.
Bunch of mentions from Nicholas.
Tactical Templar, finding his way in. Well, yeah, there's no way these buildings die.
Was that just like a random reference to Templar? Okay, sure. More Deorio. Deorio is talking about him a lot. Jesus. Anthony Romigula?
That is Andy Panza Gaming and Tactical Templar, both of whom appear to be God's strongest warriors, diving into Madison.
I fucking hate Ant Romigula, but I guess he's based enough to know that Templar sucks too. Sure.
Thank you. Tactical Templar, thank you. Maldeos D, thank you. Barely an hour.
Okay. We'll do a couple more. So we got Grimigula again. We got Chapter Master Valrak. I don't know who the fuck that is.
Dude,
Not
okay,
Kirsch.
you gotta look at this.
And Tactical Templar, thank you for the raid on Kick.
I
Sorry,
just
I'm
linked
about.
it in the side chat.
Dude, he fucking kick rated into this fucking anime whore. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, he loves Kirsch and like Peepa and those guys.
All right, hold on. So let's see what this is. So Christian Anime Podcast. Let's see. I post about how anime is actually Christian. Proud Filipinas, proud Filipinas, Reformed Baptist, and professional dog eater. Great, really awesome. I wish I had a little sister.
I put another link on the side.
I wish I had a little sister. Oni-chan, I'm very mad at you. Why? You didn't eat your veggies, did you? I promise next time. No, Oni-chan is not a good boy.
Interesting.
In light of the newly passed online safety bill in the UK, I just wanted to say banning porn is good, actually. Ban porn. Yeah, because I can't stop jacking
I think
off.
I agree after the prior tweet, honestly.
Because I can't stop
You're
jacking
making the
off.
case. Exactly. He can't stop jacking off to 6-year-old girls.
Yeah. I can't stop jacking off to beautiful, amazing Cunny, okay? I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Okay, hold on. Let's get back to Templar here. That was a nice little derail. And again, I'm putting out a bounty for somebody to make a compilation of the Cunny tubers thanking Templar. Okay? I'm putting out a bounty. Okay? You'll be rewarded handsomely. All right, so this is the thing that Nicholas Deorio didn't show. That Templar didn't show. Let's see.
For those who don't know, this is Kaho Shibuya, and she is a human sunbeam.
And she is
really fucking hot.
An incredible person that if you've ever listened to her talk on a podcast, if you've ever listened to her interact with VTubers like Project Melody or Iron Mouse or Silver Veil, you will know that she is an honest and genuine person. And
Okay, genuine question. How can you call Deorio a simp when he made this video? Like,
Yeah,
this is
100%.
This is
This is rough. This is really rough.
Look, we love Cam Nuggets. We're huge Cam Nuggets fans here, but this is like Cam Nuggets.
This is Cam Nuggets coded for sure. Like, very much. Yeah.
Wholesome. No, I know that you say, well, she's wholesome, but she was in that industry. Well, yes,
bro, what is this? I don't want to see this.
I don't. I have no words, to be honest.
And she chose to leave that industry, and she has taken her time to build up a new career afterwards, where she does cosplay and she goes to appearances at conventions, and she just so happened was at Anime Matsuri.
Okay.
So that earned her a lot of ire from the usual suspects.
Okay, how can you be
know
like a
what I'm talking
Christian
about.
and know
I
what
don't even have to
anime
say their
monster,
name.
whatever that is? Like,
Yeah, well, especially like a conservative, like an anti-degeneracy, Christian. Yeah, no, I know.
But let's scroll down here, and I just want to take you through a walk in the,
All right, take us on a
in the
walk,
tweeting
Templar.
history of Kaho Shibuya, because
And I know you have your dick in your hand.
I don't want to see these tweets.
I know you have your cock in your hand while you're walking with us, but that's okay. That's okay. We forgive you.
this is going to inform another video that I'm going to do, which is going to be more focused on other people that have been talking about Anime Matsuri. We'll talk a little bit about.
You want to
Kayla
make
and
2
Salcedo and
videos
her-
on this like horror? Like, what are you doing, bro?
Dude, because he loves this horror. He loves horrors, period, dude. Like, I mean, if this is news to you, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I mean, this guy loves horrors, okay? Like, this isn't new, like.
attack on Kaho Shibuya, but I just want to go through and show you what an awesome person Kaho really is.
Uh-huh.
So you see, like, her tweets are not
I linked a song
super
in the
political.
chat.
They're not political.
Yeah.
I think this is this describes Tactical Templar's like problem with women.
Amazing. Okay. I'll watch it after this clip.
Really at all. It's sort of like, hi, I'm waking up, that sort of thing. Usually I don't particularly like that type of content, but you know what? It's just...
What? You don't like it when people say, hi, I'm waking up? What the fuck are you talking about?
If you're wholesome and you want to do that, then great.
Also, speaking about like tweets as if their content is like kind of crazy.
I know. If you're a wholesome Cuddy Chungus, I'm actually okay with you saying good morning, but normally I'm not okay with people saying good morning, so...
Okay, sure.
It's her posing for pictures, doing cosplay. This one's my favorite.
Dude, just take this off the screen, bro.
This is so bleak. This is so bleak.
This one's my favorite.
Dude, she's not even like wearing a top. Like, what is
This one's my favorite.
Clearly has his cock in his hand. Yeah, okay.
Guys, this woman's half like naked. Please look at this woman right now.
This one's my favorite.
Guys, this is base and Christ build, guys.
Dude, I get that you're cranking the hog right now, but like, my God.
This is really great.
Yeah, I don't want to see this anymore.
How does it only get worse? How does it only get worse, dude? It just like gets worse. Like, it's insane. Dude, that is true. This is true. This is truly Templar's problem. This is
his
Templar's
biggest problem.
This is
I love bad bitches, that's my fucking problem.
That is Templar's problem. I love Connie, that's my fucking problem. That's Templar's problem, dude.
Okay, to be fair, she looks very developed, okay?
Okay, that one in particular looks developed, but I mean, there's just too many examples of non-developed, okay? That's my point, okay? For every developed example we have 2 examples of non-developed, okay? Like, I mean, it's pretty blatant Connie posting, okay? I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to be that guy, okay? I'm sorry to be the...
Yo, Templar's live right now. We should invite him to discuss his love of lolly VTubers.
So, who's your favorite Connie tuber? And you should be like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, well, it's just like a cool, like, VTuber. We tell him that it means a cute and funny VTuber. That's what we tell him.
An official representative in the content creator scene of Twitch. And given Dan Clancy's past, you don't understand how that's a problem. Nick,
What?
if you're this fucking stupid...
Okay, what's Dan Clancy's past then? Like, what do you think he's referring to there? Because I don't really know the lore. What do you think he's referring to, Fetty?
I don't know, like giving, unequal treatment to like women with like their snatches out and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So like preferential
simping for
treatment.
them and-
Essentially preferential treatment to whores.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
You're handing me layups like this, brother, just throw in the towel. Like, you understand?
Brother,
like, this
just
is
throw in the
embarrassing for you.
towel. Brother, just
You
throw
are-
in the goddamn towel, brother.
I don't even know what to say. It's like this is amateur hour. If you are not capable of being able to discern, honestly, if you're not able to discern the difference between this person has a wholesome persona, they're a human sunbeam persona. This is how they're perceived. This is what they want to put out there. They got good cosplay going on, and they should be able to make content online, and they should be able to go to a convention. If you don't understand why that is not hypocritical to, you should not be the face of a brand with a porn star past. If you don't understand that, I can't fucking help you. The representative of a brand is not, it's not the same thing as you should be allowed to exist at this anime convention. You should be allowed to exist at this anime convention. You should be allowed to be a streamer is not the same as we should make you the CEO. Do you understand? I don't think you do.
It's really funny.
Is this guy like moving around? Like his
It
mic
seems
is like
it. Dude, he's like, yeah, dude. I think it's like how heavily he's breathing potentially, like, because he's just like, he is like.
There isn't a contradiction between wanting to support this woman and not thinking that she should be the head of Twitch.
Also, hearing Templar make a nuance argument is extremely funny. It is extremely funny. Like, Templar of all people should not be like it should be. It should be illegal for Templar to make a nuance argument, in my opinion.
But damn,
Dude, it's the bro. He turned on Kaho Shibuya.
no, I didn't. For those who don't know, this is Kaho Shibuya, and she is
Okay. Oh, I didn't realize he was going to play the
distancing
clip.
treat
But it's fine.
herself from Corona, but it's one. She's
see what
used
he says here.
the trash day sunbeam. She's an incredible person that if you've ever listened to her talk on a podcast, if you ever listened to her on like the Trash Days podcast or anything like that, I don't watch those guys very often, but if you do listen to her, she's usually just effusively positive, which I do think is a character. I do think it's a persona, but it's one that she's put out there. She's very, very hardworking when it comes to distancing herself from her past, which I think is perfectly fair. Ever listen to her interact with VTubers like Project Melody or I?
Her sins old, outrageous. Ooh, she did porn.
Well, yes, she was in that industry, and she chose to leave that industry. And
Oh, bro.
she has taken her. Yeah, she. Oh gosh.
Did you hear that mouth breathe? That was crazy. Dude, he was getting angry on that one.
There's like a surgery that you can do, so you can actually crack the like your skull, specifically around the top, like the roof of your mouth, and you can get rid of a lot of the sinus problems by just kind of cracking your skull open. Like, that's a real surgery. Maybe you should do that.
I don't think it would help because
crack
he
a
would still
skull.
have 300 pounds to carry around. You know.
Oh, no. You can be fat and, like, it does miracle work. Like, he should definitely crack his skull open, so.
Right. Well, see, Josh, here's the problem. You say hardworking, like, it's hard work for Templar to speak for more than 5 minutes. So, I mean, this is like a regular workout for him.
If you were a fan of this guy,
Exactly, he had to put the cheeseburger down, true. Yeah, do you remember, like, a couple of streams ago when we watched Templar guys, and like, it was so clear that he was, like, eating something the entire time?
That's so awesome.
Dude,
he is...
what are you doing? What are
Dude,
you doing,
if Templar
man?
wasn't such, like a retarded goy, like, him eating cheeseburgers would be, like, the perfect, like groiperous, like, stream ever.
It would be kind of be a total own. Like, he doesn't even care
It'd be a
about this
total
enough to, like...
groiper victory.
He's an all-American.
I have to assume one of a couple things. Number one, you were dropped on your head as a child. Two,
What?
you were born
wait,
with
wait. I need a little more context there. What the fuck?
Oh gosh. Listen. If you were a fan of this guy, I have to assume one of a couple things. Number one, you were dropped on your head as a child. Two, you were born with an extraordinarily low IQ. Three, you just like to watch. You like to watch people that are dumber than you to feel smarter.
Honestly, he's kind of
to build up a new
He's
career
kinda
afterwards,
spitting here.
where she does
Is he?
cosplay and she goes to appearances at conventions.
She found the Lord, and you're trying to curse her for sins of old. Outrageous.
No, she just wants a career. There's a difference between being the face of a brand.
Forgiven.
Okay, to be fair with Templar, like Deorio is not engaging with what Templar is saying. So.
No, he's not. That's true. That's true. But I don't think he's taking it seriously enough to want to engage, right?
And she just so happened was
the Lord saith your name in vain. God, this guy's just gross.
At anime.
He also knows that he has an endless content pool whenever he gets bored, and all he has to do is just not engage with Templar, and it will make him rage out and, like, you know, further engage, right? So.
Yeah, but that's kind of like lame. Like, imagine
I agree.
you're like arguing with you know, you're pulling up like a Bo Black's tweet, and you're just like reading it in bad faith, and
I wouldn't dispute that.
sort of thing.
I wouldn't dispute
just
that.
being
Yeah.
like, oh, dude, like 111, while you're like reading like a Bo Black's tweet. Like, that's kind of pathetic, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
A
like,
little bit.
I mean, it's like what most people's Boblex coverage was, lol. But you know, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Matsuri. Yeah. Man, this guy doesn't want to talk about Mars Girl Anime Matsuri or the shit she went through.
So that earned her a lot of ire from the usual suspects. You know who I'm talking about.
You!
No.
Get about you, Tactical Templar!
No, I said that it's weird. It is weird. Dan Clancy's a pervert. He's a weirdo. Why would he choose her?
He's a creep. He's a
These
weirdo.
are not incongruent ideas. They're the same. She should be able to have a life and a career. Also, she shouldn't be the face and brand ambassador for a company. Oh my gosh.
I don't even have to say their name. But let's scroll down here, and I just want to take you through a walk.
Oh my god, bro! You ready to go look at how wholesome Kaho should be?
I've been talking about anime.
Nick just started insulting me viciously on Twitter.
Oh, he keeps going? Bro, it's the whole video.
Relevance feels Frogan coded. If we all stop paying attention, he just shrivel up into dust.
Dude,
You know what?
I don't want him to. He's kind of funny.
Super political. They're not political really at all.
Who?
It's sort of like, hi,
He's like finally waking up now.
I'm waking up, you know, that sort of thing. Usually I don't particularly like that type of content.
Nick just started insulting me viciously on Twitter.
Tactical Templar's reference feels Frogan coded. If we all stop paying attention, he just shrivel into dust. Who the fuck are you? Some random nobody numbskull, some fucking loser.
It's just somebody who super chatted, man. Just don't respond to it. What are you doing? How are you getting one guide by somebody else's dono? What's going on, bud? What's going on, bud? Come on. Let's come on.
Loser. Like, okay, if the people that don't watch my content stop watching my content. Hey guys, if we stop paying attention, brother, you didn't pay attention at any point in my career up to this point. You didn't grow my channel. You didn't grow my audience. You weren't part of my success. You weren't part of the connection that I formed with my audience or anything that I did. Why the fuck
My success, 127 views in 2 hours.
would you think that I would give two shits if you decided to stop watching my content? You don't even watch I guarantee you don't watch my content. Guaranteed. This is fucking embarrassing.
Oh, he's going? Bro, it's the whole video.
Relevance feels Frogan coded. If we all stop paying attention, he just shrivel up into dust.
Dude,
you know what?
I don't want him to. He's kind of funny. I found out that Tactical Templar is like reply deboosted, so every time and he's fucking verified. So that's like,
Am I really reply deboosted? It wouldn't surprise me.
Why did he sound so devastated when he said that? Could you like hear the devastation in his voice there?
Is it true that I replied boosted? Oh man.
like difficult because he pays to have his shit boosted. Not intentionally, but that's just what verification does. So he's always at the bottom of.
No, I actually, not that it's any of your fucking business, but I pay to have this.
Not that it's any of your fucking business. God.
Thing to use Grok. Which, you know, as somebody, Nicholas.
Wait, the only reason that you're verified is so that you can use Grok? Are we fucking for real right now? What the fuck are you talking? You pay for Twitter Premium just so you can use Grok more?
Hey, I'll say this. You know, Grok is kind of like Epic, so.
I mean, Grok is epic and cool and stuff, but like you're paying for verification just to be able to use Grok? Like what kind of... I've never heard that one. Never heard that one.
Look at his like avatar. He's just constantly.
No, he certainly uses it a lot. Like we've done like actual comparisons of like how bad the AI is. Like we've zoomed in on it and like seen how like badly they did it, like botched it, and he like doesn't even notice because he's probably like, you know, he can barely see past the fat. You know, his eyes are probably like sunken in, kind of thing.
As somebody who puts their their live streams behind a paywall, I think you'd be a little more understanding. Yeah, in order to use Grok, you have to pay.
Dude, he is like really, really like salty about the paywall stuff. Like it's really strange to me. I don't really know what the I don't really understand the what's it called, the criticism on that one.
I mean,
the criticism is just
like generating things with AI.
Well, yeah, it's just like
greedy.
But he thinks it's like this giant own where it's not really. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I mean. Like he's like but he seems so like vengeful about it. He seems very like angry about it.
Especially for my channel. Yeah, I use that as a tool in order to help out because, yeah, it's just better to be a one-man operation if you can. I mean, this is a stupid nitpick.
What do you mean by that?
And by the way, again, it's an appeal to numbers. And by the way, ironically, I'm deboosted. My tweet got more likes than yours.
Oh my god.
My tweet got more likes than yours, so like I kind of won. So yeah, fuck you.
Awesome.
Numbers. My original post got like 570 some likes. Yours got 185. You got a much bigger YouTube presence than me, and you can't get more than 185 likes. What a fucking loser.
You fucking loser.
Every time. Just, if you're wholesome and you want to do that, then great. If you want to go to an anime convention, you should be able to. If you want to rebrand yourself, if you want to go with the whole wholesome persona, that's fine. You should be able to do that. Also, if you have a brand that is run by somebody like Dan Clancy that has a reputation as perfect, it might not be a good idea to make a former porn star the ambassador for that brand. These two things are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, but why is that the reasoning, right? Like, I mean, I would understand, and I can understand you essentially saying that she shouldn't be a brand ambassador because of her former porn career. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but I understand it. But if your entire reasoning behind this is because of Dan Clancy's past, that's why it shouldn't happen. I don't really understand that one. I don't really get that one. But sure.
Exclusive. It's not a hypocrisy. You're just too stupid to understand it, my friend.
What is a good picture of her?
Posing for pictures.
Let's see.
Doing cosplay. This one's my favorite. Yeah, it's a great cosplay. Like anyone who's being honest looks at.
Why is it a great cosplay? Why is it a great cosplay, Templar?
Okay,
can you tell us?
Okay.
Can you tell us why it's a great cosplay? I'd really love to know. I'd really love to know.
Does this guy have like no shame?
Like, he's like, oh, it's a great cosplay. Why? What's so great about it? Just out of curiosity, right?
Looks at her Boa Hancock cosplay and say that's good.
Bro, you just see fucking cannonball fucking cleavage.
Okay. Let's actually determine whether or not this is a good cosplay. So
Yeah,
Boa
what's the character
Hancock.
again? Okay, yeah,
This
Boa.
is a One Piece. Yeah, it's One Piece character.
Boa cock in hand, right?
There we go.
Bunglis just sent this to me while you're pulling that up. Bunglis just sent this to me and said, "This is what should happen to Templar." And it says, Scaphism, or the boats, was a reported ancient Persian execution method designed to slowly torture, where a victim was trapped between two boats. Oh, I know about this. Force-fed milk and honey and left to die from infection, starvation, and insect infestation. Victims were covered in covered in the mixture to attract vermin, which would consume them, leading to a lingering, painful death. Okay. Yeah.
Yo, I watched a YouTube short on that once.
In Minecraft.
Crazy.
In Minecraft, sure.
Anyways, I posted a picture of
in side chat.
Boa, yeah, in the side chat.
Why does she have hands for feet? Quite odd. Okay. So is this a good cosplay? Let's see. Here, let me make this bigger for you guys, okay? Is this a good cosplay? Hold on.
I think the thing on like I don't think that's her leg. I think that's like a snake, and then I think that's like an arm of another guy.
So here's the thing: the only way in which this is a cosplay is that they're wearing the same colors, and she has her titties out. So I don't really know how that's a W cosplay, but for sure.
Yeah, is there like a snake around her? Isn't that like the whole point of this character? Because their name's Boa, right? So I'm guessing it has something to do with a snake.
I don't see
I don't
it.
watch.
I don't see a snake around her.
Yeah, me neither.
So, epic fail, Tactical Templar. What the freak, dude?
It's my favorite. I love this. By the way, this guy's a fat, retarded simp. Like, the irony of this, I'm looking at Boa Hancock.
No. You
cosplay.
cannot talk. No. You cannot talk about irony after you have this like fucking 5-minute long video where you're like literally simping so fucking hard, dude. You cannot say that it's ironic after that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, come on.
There's no shame.
Like, for real.
He's just like lying
like, I can
through
hear
his
heavy
teeth.
breathing,
It's
brother.
crazy.
Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like,
What
this
the fuck are
Heavy
you
breathing.
doing?
I hear the heavy breathing, bro. That's
Dude,
crazy.
yeah, dude, you're fucking gooning right now, dude. Come on.
What the fuck are we doing? Ugh.
I love.
Well, what the fuck are you doing?
This one's my favorite.
You know, it's her posing for pictures, doing cosplay. This one's my favorite. it's literally posting to the Boa Hancock one. This is
some good shit.
This is really great.
Oh, it's just...
Yeah, it's literally Boa Hancock from One Piece.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Yeah, by the way,
it's just really hot. Come on.
If they picked her to be the live action of Boa Hancock, I think that would be fine. But this guy is just such an obnoxious fat retard. And it's amazing, even in his own community, like, he's incredibly dumb. Like, insanely dim. And again, I have to imagine that either people are brain damaged to watch this guy, they're retarded, or they're smart and they're like, yeah, this guy he's just junk food. And I feel smarter watching somebody that's so fucking retarded.
I love this. Yeah.
I highly doubt. Why would you watch someone like that? I mean, I guess it's one thing if like, but I would never watch Templar off a stream. You know what I mean? Like, Templar is kind of like my junk food, right? Where it's funny to like make fun of him and stuff. But it's like I would never watch Templar off stream, right? Like, that's the difference.
Well, I was like, Dan Clancy's a weirdo and a creep. It's weird Twitch would choose her for the platform. I thought she's left that industry, man. She's left that industry. Is she breathing harder?
For those who don't know,
Dude, that's so funny. Sure it is, pal. My mic quality was garbage. All right, Templar. The mic quality is not why I pulled this clip from the.
It doesn't matter. It's me doing a commentary on my old content. The mic quality is fucking ass.
Adros' Twitter. Dude, it's not the mic quality. I love this guy. He's so stupid. The mic.
I'm literally doing an analysis of my entire video. The mic quality is garbage.
Okay.
I took too long to get to the main point.
Quality. I took too long to get to the main point. Yeah, because you were jacking off while you were
Oh god, what a fucking degenerate.
recording it, man. Yeah, no.
What a fat.
I was actually literally not freaking jacking off, so yeah. Yeah, a little bit confusing that you said I'm jacking off when I like factually was not. I actually was factually not jacking off, and you don't even have proof for that. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. So unless you have a video of my penis in my head, I'm gonna say that you're a false accuser.
Fucking degenerate simp. It's just so disgusting.
Wonder why it took you so long.
Like, it's genuinely repulsive the way that these people just ooze.
It was you,
What? Ooze?
Yeah, me giving too much commentary in a video about a thing that I could have condensed. You're just jacking off. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it really is.
No, that's not why you're jacking. How are you missing the point so badly, man? How are you actually missing the point so fucking badly? No, that's not how you're jacking off. That's not how you're jacking off. You're jacking off because you're simping so fucking hard and you're really like,
yeah, this is our thing where big old boobas are out. That's my favorite cosplay.
This is the level of commentary. This is so dog shit. You should feel fucking embarrassed. You really should. Like, I mean this genuinely. Nicholas, you want to give me advice? I'll give you advice. You should feel fucking embarrassed by this level of commentary. I looked at the video. I did a reaction to it. Reacting to my own content.
Protestant commandment.
But I looked at the video and I gave myself.
Commit false witness. Don't lie. That's lying is a sin, Templar.
Real.
Just come out and say it. Just say that you've jacked off to
just say your wiener was in your hand. It's not a big deal, okay? I'm sure all your buddies do it too. All the guys that you defend love to jack off. They love to goon, okay?
Look, your buddy Christian Anime Podcast, like, I'm sure he jacks off to 6-year-olds. Like,
I mean, your buddy.
If you jacked off to a woman who's like clearly of age, like, we're not gonna. It's not like the end of the world.
I mean, your buddy Tectone goons to lolly feet. Your buddy, like, Nuxtaku goons to, like, literal monkey gang rape, okay? Like, listen, you're surrounded by good company, man. Like, you will fit in. You're not just gonna get, like, clapped, okay? Like, nobody's gonna care. It's okay. You're gonna fit right in, okay? Don't worry.
An honest critique, which is something that you could never and will never do. I said the mic quality was garbage, and it was. I said it took too long to get to the main point, and I did. And it was too effusive in highlighting Shibuya's overly positive human sunbeam persona. All of those things are true. But the core of the video was fine. Mars Girl was a piece of shit, probably still is.
Whatever, highlighted. Oh, yeah, dude, I was...
What, can you not read? Like, did you have a fucking stroke? Read out the whole thing.
Oh my god.
I know reading is hard, but read out the whole fucking thing.
Highlighting her overly positive human sunbeam persona, but the core of the video was fine. Oh my god, dude.
What, do you not know who Mars Girl is? So you're glossing over the main core of the video, which was this Mars Girl and these far left feminists, these radical unhinged activists that are probably the people that are in your audience, who are attacking this person viciously and vehemently, trying to ruin their reputation. Like, you're ignoring the core of the video because it's inconvenient. This guy just did a video on Shibuya Kaiho and he was just gooning her. No, I was highlighting her positive personality and her change from the porn industry to make a point that them canceling her and going after her as though she were some kind of evil demon was not appropriate. But at the same time,
he's like looping so hard. Like, it's very clear that this like really angered him, you know. And
dude,
like,
it's so funny that he's like, she has a nice personality.
I know.
Like,
I mean,
you're talking
dude,
about like her best.
You can't fucking. You really can't fucking make it up. Like, it's literally the fucking like classic. Like, she has really nice personalities. Like, okay, we're
you
good.
Fucking freak.
We're good, man. It's
her
okay.
being the representative and face of a brand while being a former porn star is not good optically. So the difference between you should be able to exist
That's
and
not
yourself
why
in the
you
porn
care,
industry.
dude.
You should
Come
be able
on.
to become a streamer and stuff. That is one thing, and I think that's fine. But you being the representative of a brand is weird. But by the way, it depends on the brand even. Like, for example, if Gamersubs were to decide to use Shibuya Kaiho, I wouldn't have anything to say. But nobody would have anything to say because that would make sense. But this is Twitch. Do you understand? It's a platform that's had a major, major problem with the perception that the person at the top is a major fucking pervert. Do you understand? From a business and optical perspective, I know this is probably too complicated for somebody like you, but I'll try to slow it down.
Oh my god, dude.
Small words.
Dude, nuance
Dude,
is too
like-
complicated for you, Templar. Like,
No,
I mean,
no,
it's
no,
just
it's
like
not just
projection.
that. It's like Deorio has talked about this like multiple times.
Right.
He just thinks that you're a hypocrite because you've been simping for this woman. Like, there you go. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I feel like it's not rocket science, right? Like, I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not a difficult concept. I don't know, man.
This not good. This bad to be seen with person, former porn star, as face ambassador of company. You get
company?
it? You want a gold star? You fucking idiot.
Company. Okay.
You want an orange juice box? Apple juice box? You want some?
What the fuck are you even
want some
talking
fish
about,
crackers?
man?
It's probably your nap time. I mean, God, this is just baby brain.
Why are you saying he's a baby now? What is going on?
Imbecile bullshit.
Why do you want him to be a baby
Look,
so badly?
He's just like used to like saying all these people who have like animated avatars on the side of the screen are babies. So.
I guess, yeah, because he's so fucking used to gooning to babies. Yeah, you're right, man.
So what, you just completely skipped over the rest of what I said? Okay.
The mic was covered in splooge, dude. He's got like the sticky.
Oh, God. What
Disgusting! Disgusting!
Okay. I have a serious question, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're a Christian, like, streamer, right? I feel like one of the easiest commandments is to like honor the Lord's name, and not like say His name in vain. And I know you do that, but like if you're selling that, it's like very easy to just not say like God in a derogatory like manner, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like this is like the basics of Christianity, you know?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm not, you know, whenever I talk about me being a Christian, I do it with the, you know, the stipulation.
Look, you could just say you're like a cultural Christian. Like,
Well, and I just do it with the stipulation that I'm a giant sinner, and like I'm not like, you know, I'm not really in a rush to correct any of that stuff. So I mean, like, and I don't really. I'm a very non-traditional Christian, so like I don't really care about like stuff like saying the Lord's name in vain and stuff like that, which is probably hypocritical, but I don't really care. So I guess that would be cultural Christianity, but yeah, I mean, like, no, I agree. I mean, with somebody like Templar, you would really think that he's like kind of the Lord name in vain type of guy, and yet here he is. So I don't know.
Yeah, so Kaho Shibuya has gone from being a human sunbeam to a Twitch ambassador.
No, I'm sure her personality is still perfectly positive. I've not kept up to date on her stuff. She was a little bit antagonistic, a little bit rude to Technone, who was just highlighting a basic fact. But I don't know. She could still be the same. She could be different. But at the end of the day, it is a completely different time. It's a completely different situation. People aren't attacking her because she wants to just have a career and exist. They're saying this doesn't seem to be the right place to make somebody a brand ambassador. And they're articulating that. They're not even going after her that hard. They're not even going after her very hard. They're just articulating an opinion that you, simp that you are, apparently disagree with.
That's a cool thing that's happening. Oh, I'm
Simp
gonna
that
spend
you
like 2 minutes
are.
covering this.
Like he's the one simping. Okay.
Just because, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I think that we're done with Nicholas Deorio. Anyway, my ultimate conclusion about this is that this guy is just incredibly bad faith. He's dishonest, or he's too stupid to understand how dishonest he is. That could be a possibility.
Yo, Bungless, he sent us a picture of tactical. The side chat.
There's no way that's real. Wait, oh, okay. Yeah, dude, look at this. Wow, dude, Tactical Templar enjoying his vacation. That's awesome.
Dude, that's a juicy chicken leg right there.
I know, like, goddamn. Sink your teeth into that one, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus Christ. I'm very devout IRL. Yes, that's true. That is true. I'm a very, like, no sex before marriage type of guy, too. Yeah.
Would I rate Nicholas Deorio as like top 10 people that hate?
Dude, I misheard that. I misheard that so badly, dude. That was crazy, dude. That like stun locked me for like half a second there.
Would I rate Nicholas Deorio? Would I rate Nicholas Deorio?
Can I leak my Templar DMs? Can I leak my Templar DMs?
I mean, feel free, dude. Feel free.
Okay,
I'm not gonna stop you. I'm
you
gonna stop you.
screenshot.
Come on.
Templar. There we go. Okay, I hope he doesn't like hate me for this, but
I mean, why do you care if he hates you, dude?
Dude, because he's awesome. Like, this video is awesome.
You're on Sinner Hempleton's stream, okay? He probably does hate you. Templar is Chibi's ex? Yes.
Okay, pull this up. I put it in the side chat.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Well, let me make it bigger for chat. Hold on. Need to zoom out. I have some info on Queeman. Okay, I don't really care. Your name is gross, by the way. What the fuck?
Look, when I heard that he was gonna rape someone, I'm like, I don't know. He has said that my name is kind of gross.
Yeah, dude, he's gonna moral fag about your name, and then he like in that same vein, he's gonna like, it's really disturbing. The hypocrisy there is really fucking disturbing, to be honest, and it makes me shake and cry. So you hate to see it. Hold on. Just realized that nobody was even looking at my gameplay because my fat face is covering the monster. That's awesome.
Hey, no, this guy wouldn't even make the list. I don't even think this person would make the top 20. Because yes, he's obnoxious, but you know, people in that industry have been far
Dude,
worse.
why does he keep on reiterating that? Like he has to keep on reiterating like how unbothered he is by Nicholas Deorio. It's very, very interesting. It's like this guy doesn't even make the top 20 of like people that I hate. Like I'm just so unbothered. I'm so unbothered, and you just wouldn't get it.
They've been far worse. Somebody just says, see, the problem, Tag, you're having an actual nuanced take online, and that's illegal. You make a good point. You make a good point. There is no benefit to this person to actually having a conversation about what I meant, because this person, their entire grift is predicated around misunderstanding. Intentionally misunderstanding. To go after people. But the irony of all that is, it just makes him look bad. It makes him look like he's too stupid to understand what I'm saying, while calling me an idiot. And then his audience, I mean, Dunning-Kruger, Helen Keller, with that comment, hey, if we just ignore him, he'll fade to nothing. Like, as if these guys made my career, as if we watch his content and now we're mad at him. So, oh my god. No, you've never watched my content, you don't understand my content, you're not the reason for my success. You're a bunch of spurgs, and you're angry. And you know what? I feel bad for you, I do, I feel pity for you. More than anything, I just feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed that you gave this guy money to give a comment that fucking ridiculous. Anyway. Enough. You know, we address these things from time to time, but yeah, it's all in good fun from my end. You know, yeah, these people are obnoxious.
What? Dude, you didn't just spend that much time coping and seething, and then you're gonna say,
it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Hey, we're having a good time here. Hey, we're all having a great time here. Okay? Hey, hey, come on. We're all having fun, right?
Just and they're weird, but I've had to deal with worse people than Nicholas Deorio. as gross and obnoxious as he is, he's not even top 25. Anyway,
Dude,
ladies
he
and gentlemen,
keeps on amping up how little he cares. He just wants us to know so fucking badly that he doesn't care.
I probably wouldn't even rape him.
That's gonna be the next
and
one.
I'll see you next time.
Fuck, get that shit off the screen. Get that shit off the screen. Fuck.
You guys may have heard of Kirby.
Okay, alright, shut up. Shut up. I don't know why, like, YouTube just recommends me my old channel every single time I, like, look at stuff now. It's, like, really fucking annoying to me. It's really fucking annoying. Hey guys, if you're enjoying the content, feel free to give it a like, and on top of that, feel free to donate, feel free to do a membership, and yeah, Derail, 10 buckaroonies, really appreciate it. Let's see. Moving on to the next one, we're gonna watch this Leaflit video now that Fetty sent me.
Hello, we live? Can y'all see me?
Oh, this is don't watch this one. Watch.
Watch the actual.
It's in order.
Oh! I didn't even realize that. Okay, I didn't realize you sent more than one. Okay, so we got this one. Using like old creepypasta music, lol. Dude, this is like if Tactical Templar like
was
raped.
Actually good and awesome.
Yeah, like if he like raped and was cool. This is awesome. He, like rapes people.
Well, this is not going to be fun. I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to write down for this video, and I finally decided that I'm going to just do it unscripted. Because at the end of the day, this is not a hit piece video. This is not a slop drama video covering the current events. I'm making this video with good intentions. Leaflit, you need to take responsibility for what has happened. I say this as...
And so you didn't you say that this person has like defended Leaflit in the past or something like that? Or was like a fan or something
Yeah,
like
they're
that?
like a Leaflit fan. They like react to Leaflit content, and they're like,
Interesting.
Oh, this is good, and I agree with this take.
Interesting. Okay, so and then, wow. Okay. Actual
Also,
guy
he's
with
like awesome because like he's like America first, and he isn't like Asmon Goy.
So he like, but this is like a legitimate guy with like actual like, you know, balls and like credibility and like stuff like that. Like, I mean, he's, you know, he's gonna be, you know, he's gonna like people like Leaflit, which is fine. That's your choice, whatever. But then you're not gonna, you know, you're actually gonna stand on business and, you know, actually,
yeah, he's gonna stand on business and actually like
actually hold the people accountable that he watches, right? Yeah, like he's not just gonna blindly sweep for them. We like to see that. We like to see that.
What?
Hi, Impy. Welcome to the
Thank
future.
you, Plants. 530.
Thank you.
5,370 for the $5. Hi, Himpy. Welcome to the future.
Thank you, Plants. Valued member of the show, Plants.
Somebody who's watched your content for a long time, and quite a bit of my audience has as well. We like you, but that's why we have to make this video. You've even reacted to one of my videos a long time ago. I liked your content. Especially since you were a Christian VTuber. But that's kind of where we're running into an issue here. So people understand what's going on, I have to give a little bit of a current events update. What's happening online, especially on Twitter, is there's a lot of drama happening with Tectone and Nux. What are my opinions on all of that? I genuinely don't care, and I haven't watched any of the exposed videos because I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If I don't watch your content, I'm not going to watch an exposed video being made on you. Because if you also want to have a well-rounded opinion on something, you have to hear the other side as well. So I'm not going to watch an hour-long...
I mean, this is fine because
It's
as
a
far as I
fine-
understand, he does like 1 hour like streams.
Yeah,
so you can't watch like 5 like different videos.
And it's a
Just, like,
fine, it's a fine like opinion to have. Like I don't necessarily agree with it, but like I'm not gonna hate on it.
I
like-
think it's fine because he's saying that he doesn't watch Nuxtaku or Tectone, so like he doesn't need an opinion on it because like he just doesn't care about these people.
Right, like it's not like he's trying to either defend or like condemn them, and because he doesn't watch them, he doesn't even care. It's like more of a lack of interest than anything. It's not necessarily saying that somebody's right or wrong. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
long video
No, this is not Templar. This is the based version of Templar, and he's calling out Leaflit. Okay, don't worry.
talking about Nux and then hear his response, which might be another hour long. For a YouTuber I don't really watch, that's like 2 hours of my time gone right there. Now I grant, it can be addicting. I used to watch a lot of that stuff before. I was a big Turkey Tom fan. But I'm not interested in that stuff because it just takes way too much time. However, for Leaflit, I do watch your content. I watch your content all the time. So I was paying really close attention to what was happening here. And
his little stop motion shit is kind of based. I like it.
Was not happy with what they were doing to you. People went up to Leaflit and tried to ask for her opinion on the drama. She said, no, I don't really care to answer.
Is Nux still cool or is he still getting canceled? Dude, I don't even know the Nux situation at all. But I'm gonna guess it's really stupid. That's what I'm gonna guess. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Nux. Like, I mean, I don't know the story behind it, but I'm pretty sure that the drama's probably dumb. There's probably a lot of misunderstandings. That's my guess. You're not supporting Nux and you have watched him for 2 years? So what happened, Matt? Okay, is there a video? Actually, you know, to be honest, I don't even want to get involved in any of this drama. I'm just being real.
She said she wasn't interested. She didn't want to get into the drama. I totally understand that, and I think she has the right to do that. You shouldn't try and pressure people into getting involved with other people's dramas. That is her right. She made a small comment talking about the Nux situation, and then she immediately followed it up by, she doesn't want to comment on it. And that clip found its way on Twitter, and people started to egg her on more to try and get a response. And any little response she gave, it was taken.
He did, Bunglas. We'll go over it in a second.
And used against her. I find that wrong. And as a result, Nick Andros sent his spies, as he says, to find dirt on her. And that really bugs me. You're not doing an investigation. You're just finding dirt on people you dislike to use that against them. However...
I mean, I can understand that perspective. I mean, I think that...
I mean, I also think he doesn't, like, understand the context.
I was about to say, like, but real quick, he doesn't understand the fact that, like, obviously... Nick is being like hyperbolic when he says that, right? Like he's not, and again, there is context to it, like what you're saying, Fetty, but go ahead.
Yeah. There is context, but yeah, I think he gets like the wrong idea because it does sound like if you're just kind of like spite-filled and you lob out allegations against someone, then prima facie it is actually somewhat like fair to basically discount that if you just don't know like the entire context around it, right?
Right.
So I'll give you an example of this. Every like once in a while, you hear about these like lyrics accusations from like what's his name? That one guy who was like sexting like the fake chick or whatever.
Oh, Mr. Sen.
Yeah, Mr. Sen, right? Like the Mr. Sen lyric stuff. A lot of people they kind of dismissed it because he was taking forever to get it out, and he's clearly doing it just to like because he was like spited by lyrics or whatever, right?
Right.
And I think that's fine, but there was something to that allegation, right? The Eromanga Sensei like review was not as critical as I guess what you would expect from like a commentary guy who's like super like anti-lolly.
Yeah.
And then lyrics did go kind of crazy. Like after the first round of accusations came out around all that drama.
Right.
So I think Mr. Sen, when he like brings it up again and people are like, oh, we already like, you know, talked about this. Well, no, you didn't. Like a lot of the people who said that, they weren't part of that like era of lyrics. So they're kind of like dismissing it offhand. But I also think that's fair, you know, because like on the face of it, Mr. Sen, yeah, he did find some like strange like photos that he was liking in strange tweets, but a lot of this was out of malice, so like it just sounded like the framing of it was kind of incorrect.
It was out of malice. Not only that, it was out of malice. It was also like I think that there was certainly like criticism, and there was certainly like, oh, this shit's weird. This is like there's some really weird shit in there that like lyrics shouldn't be dodging from and acting really weird about. His response to all of it is really weird, and the way that he obfuscates it is very strange. But at the same time, Sin like act like this was like an active like pedophilia thing when like and it's you know it's obviously there's a certain degree of like hypocrisy as well. I mean like Sin engaged in lolly role play with somebody who is like a 45-year-old fat man who was catfishing him. Like I mean there was obviously like a sense of like if I can't get away with this, you shouldn't be able to either, sort of thing. And because
I don't mind like people who just they saw the shit show and they're like, I don't want to look into this. Like this guy seems unhinged, you know?
Right. Like it's there's a certain level to it that is like because of the spitefulness, because of the kind of overblowing it, or I don't know if overblowing is the right word, but you know what I mean, like giving it just charging it really hard out of this malice. I think it made it far less digestible.
Yeah,
people.
so if you don't know anything about Nicandros and you watch a lot of like Leaflit content, this guy saying, "Oh, I sent like spies into your server to uncover this dirt." I mean, that does sound like kind of like crazy, you know?
Yeah, it sounds. I mean, it sounds malicious.
It sounds like terminally online, like Discord drama. Like,
and it sounds malicious. It sounds extremely biased, right? Like, I mean, I get it. I get it for sure. Yeah.
Here comes the real issue. He shouldn't have been able to find the things that he did. That's where the core of this video comes in. And he found a lot of stuff on the server. A lot of stuff that shouldn't be found on a Christian VTuber server. And there were videos made on it that went into a lot of detail. I watched them. It was made by Harmful Opinions. People at the age of 13 could join the server. On top of that, if you verified your age to be 18, you could be given a special role to look at
really bad stuff.
I don't want to say that word on YouTube, so I'm filtering it, because the last time I made a video talking about any sorts of content like this, I got striked. So I'm really careful with what I say on here. Now, I think we can see the obvious problem here.
Bro's playing a backrooms game. Okay.
Shouldn't have a server that has very loose restrictions on who can join, and then have that type of content on there that's easily accessible if you just give them a role. And from what Harmful Opinions has told me, it's very easy to get your hands on this role if you just ask for it. If that's the case, we have a huge problem here. None of this should be possible, and the response to this is horrible. I say this as a person who likes your content, Leaflit. Your response to this was atrocious. And after all this came out, I was waiting. I was waiting for a response. I was waiting for you to really...
I'm gonna be real, I literally thought that was like background music on Slay the Spire because of how out of place it sounds in this video, but it's okay.
Really address these themes in detail, whether it be on your channel or on your Twitter, and I didn't hear anything. You doubled down on your main Twitter account with all of the drama surrounding you. That's horrible. I saw from Harmful Opinions video that in a live stream you were talking about all of this with somebody, and on the live stream you said it's a fan server.
You had already told me it's not even your server. Was it started by you, or how does that work?
I can clear it up real quick.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a server, like it's a fan server for the community. I don't get a vote in like moderation. I don't do any moderation on it.
Interesting. 12th
Well, that was a fucking lie.
of the 2nd, 2025. I don't personally get involved unless it's just an easy ban, says Leaflit. I don't normally involve myself in Discord since I don't run it, but if I catch you using slurs in a bad faith manner, I will personally send you to the Shadow Realm.
Can I see, by the way, I never even said this when I was covering this, but can I see like a good faith instance of using slurs? I would really like to see that. That's a very interesting way to say that. What do you, Fetty, can you come up with a good faith instance of using slurs?
Yeah, like if you had to say the slur to like save all of mankind, I mean that's a pretty good faith usage of a slur.
Okay, but how about like a day-to-day one, like a plausible day-to-day example of a good faith usage of a slur?
Well, a good faith usage of a slur could be like, say that there was a certain person, and they were doing something horrendous, and they're constantly bothering someone. Use the slur as like a way to essentially silence the person, right? To catch them off guard. That's a good way.
Okay.
That's a good faith way of using a slur.
Okay, I like that. We're learning something.
Realm. 30th of the 6th, 2025. Don't post needlessly edgy jokes. It can get the server in trouble. Fair enough. I do the same with Twitch chat and stuff. So I'm going to have to time them out / remove them, says Leaflit.
In fact,
This guy broke away from Nux's Kabbalah mind control. True.
like the funny thing is when it comes to like there being younger people on the server, I said like just nuke all of them. Like I don't really have anything to do with like which channels get added or anything like that. Really.
3 days ago.
Dude, it's like the biggest server that you're like a big part in. Like, listen, I've already made these points before, but it's just like, it's a fucking big server that you're a part of. Like, I mean, like it's reflective. It's naturally reflective. Even if you had no involvement of it, it's naturally reflective of your brand, right? Like, I mean, you should care about this stuff enough to like put yourself in and do like a fucking CTO if you have to, a community takeover where you're just like in charge now. Even if not in charge, just installing your own like puppet mods to be able to do stuff like that. If you really wanted to nuke the people off of the server, you could have gotten it done, right? If you wanted to nuke all children off the server, you could have gotten it done.
ago, your mod Crazy claimed otherwise. I don't have any control, just the authority to demand a channel stays, and the ability at any time to revoke your blessing and association. The claim that you can only make suggestions when you do have the power to force them doesn't mean anything.
You claimed that you don't really manage the server or have any say in it. Even if we granted that claim,
Dude, he's on a freaking boat, dude. This guy's epic.
sake of charitability in this video, we still have a major problem.
He's on a boat in the pool rooms. Dude, this guy's awesome. What the fuck?
Still linked that server to your channel, so you do bear responsibility for the server you promote to thousands of people. And what's mind-blowing is you're a Christian. You say you're a Christian.
And this is, this is as a person who, I've been Christian my whole life. I haven't always been good at it, but, anyway.
Yep, what's your opinions on... To me, this is a black and white issue. Nope. It shouldn't exist at all. I'm not even going into detail about how they found a lot of...
God, like that is rough.
All of it's bad, period. Yet it existed on there. It was allowed to be posted on there. And the way you forego responsibility on this is you say you don't own the server. You don't decide what's posted on there. You can't control these people. I don't see that as a valid excuse, though, because you had the choice to promote that on your YouTube channel, to promote that on your Twitch. Why do you as a Christian promote a server that allows people to post... That acts as a gateway. You're introducing people to it when you promote that server.
What does that have to do with anything?
No. He's got a point.
You watch and react to so many traditional Christians. I've seen your videos where you're against degeneracy. So why does this exist on there? Are you not actually against as a Christian? And I ask all of these questions sincerely wanting an answer to them. I'm not just putting this out there to attack you. You haven't addressed any of these things on your Twitter, on your YouTube.
Dude, this guy's fucking awesome. I'm gonna be honest, I fucking love this guy, dude. Like accountability guy, okay? This guy's fucking awesome. He's being very good faith about all of this. He's being like very sensible about all of this, okay? I fucking love this guy. This guy's really cool, okay?
And it doesn't look like you're going to in the future. As of recording this video, you have removed people under the age of 18, and you have removed the off the server. That's great, but you haven't addressed any of these things at all. You're just ignoring it. It shouldn't have been there to begin with. You as a Christian should have said, hey, I'm not gonna promote this server if it has on it. Guys, get rid of the I'm not gonna link to my channel, a place where people can post. And on top of that, from what I can see, and again, it was relatively easy to gain access to that role. All you had to do was ask. The fact that there were such loose restrictions on something as horrible and destructive as you are responsible for people seeing that, for getting introduced to it, for watching it. When it happens on that fan server, you linked. And the fact that I haven't seen you take any sort of ownership for what happened, that is extremely concerning to me. I watch your videos all the time, and after seeing this, I just can't watch them.
he shows Leaflit reacting to Fuentes as the example. I love that.
And what's really sad is I know people who also watch you, who also collab with you, and they don't say anything. So many of you are claiming to be a Christian, yet
Dude,
you're not addressing.
This guy's mogging so fucking hard. He's raping.
Addressing any of the. You're posting hashtag I stand with Leaflit. Look, I'm all for people standing with you against harassment, or a lot of the horrible things that they're saying about you online. But I don't stand with the fact that you allowed this until people called you out on it. I don't think you're an evil individual for all of this happening, no. But the way you're reacting to this is flat out wrong. There's no other word for it. It's wrong. I can't get myself to watch or enjoy any of your content anymore if you can't take ownership for something as black and white as this. Me and your audience, we're not going to hold the facts that this happened against you. We're not going to cancel you. But for me personally, if this continues to go unaddressed, you just sweep it under the rug and you don't take any responsibility for it, I just can't watch your content anymore. It's not fun looking back at all those videos of you reacting to Christian content, laughing and backing up the things that they say when you actively had on your server being posted and consumed. And to make matters worse, it was done in a negligent way. There weren't real restrictions in place here. That's really bad.
You know, all the people that are attacking me on X, I haven't responded to any of them on X because it's pointless. But like people that DM me and ask me, I've discussed it with them personally.
Ah, damn, that's great. I guess me and the rest of YouTube can go and ourselves. The answer.
True!
Answer's not just for me, it's for the rest of the audience.
You have to go into her Cunny server to be able to DM her, dude.
Who feels the exact same way. I don't just need an answer, the rest of us need one. You need to make a public video talking about this. I want to end this video by saying, because this poses a huge problem. Thank you for watching. And that is the end of this video.
Dude, fucking W, man. I'm subbing to that guy. I don't give a fuck. That guy's awesome. Gigantic. Giga W. Okay. Wow. For y'all who are new here, I literally say in this video that I've watched Leaflit's content for about a year because I enjoyed her content, and I'm also a right-wing Christian. Dude, alright. Fuck yeah. Dude, this guy fucks. Big fan.
Yes.
Big fan.
So I sent you the Nick Andrews tweet.
Yeah, so then Nick Andrews tweets about it.
Honestly, he doesn't really respond to the video. He just kind of like mentions all of Leaflit's fans in the comments.
Right. Right.
Yep.
Wow, they put Armored Skeptic into Blender. As usual, the comments have people going parental responsibility and acting like we don't all have a duty to protect children. This is why I mocked her position by saying if you met a kid on Discord, you can just rape them. I suppose I should have said if you see a kid getting raped on Discord, you can watch it happen and do nothing. How does that level of hyper-individualism mesh with Christian values whatsoever? Real.
And then there's another one.
And then, once again, if you've set up your server in such a manner that you're taking reasonable action to minimize the odds of minors being present, there's a point of which you've done your part, the rest is on the parents. You can't just say parents' fault. Or then you can say parents' fault. In the cases of both Nux and Leaflit, nothing was done to prevent minors from joining. Leaflit server explicitly welcomed minors despite some of its content being completely inappropriate. On both servers, the adult users noticed some users being minors, and they weren't banned on site as they should have been. Nice.
Yeah, honestly, Remnant did like a service to Leaflit by like not actually showing all the crazy things that were happening on there. Because the first video is like kind of crazy, where the mod goes in and he's just like, yeah, like having a horny minor isn't like against the rules. And then like they all had to like argue him into essentially banning her. And then they didn't like ban her. Like she just kind of left on their own, which is like kind of crazy.
Is his
or not her, him, I think it was a boy. But...
Is his live stream that he did following this worth looking at?
So you should watch, I guess, the clip on my tweet first, and then
is that in the live stream?
Yeah, it's like the beginning of the live stream, and then we can go into like the middle of the live stream where he kind of responds to the comments.
Okay, cool.
If you find it interesting.
Cool. So, Fetty says, Remnant calls out the. Oh, what did I just miss here? Somebody just did something.
Oh,
thank you.
A membership.
Thank you for gifting. Really appreciate it. Locks Games Horse Lover just got a membership.
Yeah, thanks, Shinny. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shinny. I appreciate it. The fuck Locks Game Horse. Anyways, Remnant 77 calls out the 777 calls out the hypocrisy of Leaflit fans. You guys like the end? Well,
Hassan shocked. Yeah, here's one little thing though. People like to call me out and say this is wrong of me to talk about Leaflit with what's going on with Leaflit. Each and every one of you are perfectly content and happy when we talk about and criticize Hassan for his personal character, the things that happen in his lives, and then you're perfectly fine with doing that, and you are enjoying it when people like Leaflit do that. But when it comes to Leaflit, even if we do it so mildly, you just hate it. I don't think these people, these sycophants, are principled people. You're obsessed with people. Content. Hassan shocked. Yeah, here's one little thing though.
Yeah,
people
so that's like
to,
in the beginning of the stream,
call me out
and
right.
If you watch the stream, just like fast forward to when he like pulls up the comments and he just kind of like reads through them and replies.
Starts
to
mogging.
Because I think he read the Nick Andrews tweet and he's like, "Yeah, maybe this
take a
like
look and get things started up."
Let's see. Is this where he's reading comments?
Yeah, around that like time period. Just start where like he starts like reading like things, I guess.
Well, it's like a minute in, he starts reading stuff.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Here, we'll 1.5 and see what's going on.
Here, yeah. This is not. I'm not late. I'm not even late for me. It's right on time. But let me. There's that comment I was replying to.
I could not imagine doing a 1 hour stream. That's crazy to me. Let's see.
I got it all right up here. It would be covering up the chat, but we're going to be addressing things like this. I bring up a, not a tweet. I have a tweet for later to show like evidence and stuff like that for my claims. But there's so many comments that just really got under my skin because it just entirely misrepresents the whole video and what I was getting at. And I'm going to sound schizo, but this is why I had to make, I had to get evidence. People are gaslighting and lying about me. They're lying about me, and then they're misrepresenting what I'm saying. They're attacking the things I say, misrepresenting it. They're attacking me personally, and then they're trying to gaslight me. Look at this. This is pretty insane. This person says, I unsubscribed. Why would I listen to another YouTuber who didn't acknowledge the facts that it took her 10 minutes to detect, and I got the word censored because I just don't want this to be an issue. The young person who was a fan who got modded, wait, shoot, I'm messing up my words here. I have a hard time reading. I do apologize for that. But it took her 10 minutes to detect the blank and asked for the fan who modded the Discord to kick out the younger person. Not to demand apology, just trying to paint her bad. You're just trying to paint her badly as a groomer. Well, I'm just going to say that. He's claiming I'm trying to paint her as a groomer. Y'all might be wondering, like, what is he talking about? Well, he's talking about something I never addressed in the video. There are many videos made about tons of controversies that happened with Leaflit server. I picked and chose because, one, this wasn't relevant to what I was talking about. The interactions between people happening over there, between a mod and between people joining the server and getting banned, I didn't talk about any of that stuff because it wasn't relevant. But this person claims that he unsubscribed and that I was trying to paint Leaflit in a bad light. He was never subscribed. Look at the bottom right. I can see how many comments people make. So when you come in saying you're unsubscribing and this is the first time you've ever been here, I'm gonna call bullshit.
Dude,
like these people are actually just trying to
fans
gaslight me and make me feel bad about making the video, where I was completely fair, but they wouldn't know because they didn't watch it. They're bringing up
He's literally just like effortlessly mogging
irrelevant information to just try and paint me in a bad light here. So yeah, that's super annoying. I do want to make one thing. Thank you so much, Grim, for the $1 donation. I really appreciate that. It was earlier, but I'm not really going to be focusing or concentrating on the what's it called. Let's try and just. I know, realist, that you've been here a while and all that stuff. So I'm not going to like just mute you. Please don't spam emotes though in the chat. Just going to ask for that. But one thing is, a lot of these people are just really gaslighting. It's insane. These sycophants and everything. Instead of addressing anything I said, they're trying to just go after me and make me feel bad about making a video where I fairly critique Leaflit's behavior. Look at this, and this is why I'm making the video, because people are like, you're just dragging on the video longer for drama and clicks. No, look at this. The amount of comments compared to my other videos, it's enormous here. One day I got 1,700 comments. Like half of those comments, mind you, are like people claiming incorrect facts about the video, just misrepresenting me, misrepresenting the video. I want to get to it. And it turns out, you know, I might be a YouTuber, but when people make 1,700 comments, and a lot of them are just lying about me, lying about my
by the
intentions or
way,
things
in the
about this
side
video,
chat,
I kind of want to address.
They sort of explained what Nick Andros and Remnant were like talking about prior to this stream. I think the reason why he did this stream is because of sort of something that Nick Andros like pointed out, which is that like all the comments were like shitting on him.
So Nick Andros says, I had a chat with this guy and his opinions on me apparently turned around. Ugly Warrior responds and says, sometimes I feel like, quote, maybe Nick Andros is being a bit hard on these people, but then I realize, quote, no, I actually think he's too kind. Damn. He realized how utterly biased these people are. He's also doing his own live stream in like 80 minutes about the backlash. Can you link it? And then links it. Gotcha. Interesting.
Address it. I kind of want to get to the bottom about these things. Also, here's an interesting fact, little tidbit. The way you can tell if a video does well analytically speaking, at least for me, is if the view to like ratio is 1 to 10. So I have 31,000 views and 3,200 likes. That means you have more than a 1 to 10 ratio of people liking and supporting the video. You have a higher amount of people, though, just randomly coming in to leave a dislike, and they don't watch the video or see anything that's going on. These are just random people who never watch the video, never watch my channel, and are just making up lies about me. Thank you, by the way, so much for the PLN. I don't know what that means exactly, but the 50 for that. Let's get this show started. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. But the thing is with all of this, I have a lot of stuff I want to address, like the most common, not accusations, claims made against me. Let's just get down to this. People were like, you could have gone to Leaflit about this. You could have talked to Leaflit about this. Why'd you have to make a public video talking about these things? Actually, I want to get to a different one first. They just claim I'm content farming and that I'm just making these slop videos for money. Look at this guy. He says, I'll say it here. My criticism is that all this happened 2 weeks ago, apparently. So your video is quite late. It should have been made soon.
What was that?
Well, I mean, he was like editing like this crazy video. Like it did come late, but
yeah,
that's because it like takes some time.
Fair.
And now it looks like you're reopening drama for money. This is mind-blowing to me because you cannot win with these people. If I made the video right as the drama would happen, I'd be accused of slop farming. I'm drama farming here. I don't care to hear Leaflit's response or addressing the situation. I just care about making money and getting the views because it's trending. Why do you think I waited this long? Why do you think I waited 2 weeks despite being here, looking at the drama since day one? I wanted to really get a well-rounded opinion of what's happening, get Leaflit's take on it. I was waiting for her response. I was cheering.
Yeah, clearly he's giving her the charitability of like waiting and hoping that she gives an actual response to this. You know, this is literally the base Templar. This is literally like good Templar. Like,
for her in the back, and I got proof of it. And also, here's the thing: if I make it too soon, I'm accused of farming what's trending. If I make it too late, I'm accused of reopening the drama for money. So I guess the only thing I can ever do is never talk about it, because if you ever talk about drama with people you do watch and you have any sort of concern with what's happening or what they did, you're just grifting. You're just grifting for money. He didn't say grifting, but he's saying I'm doing it for money.
Dude, I love how he leaned in there. That was awesome.
With what's happening or what they did, you're just grifting. You're just grifting.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. He's like he's
awesome.
like pressing these buttons to like do the emotes.
Dude, he's like emoting on the haters. It's awesome.
Grifting for money. He didn't say grifting, but he's saying I'm doing it for money. I'm just reopening the drama for money, or at least, okay, let's try and be as
By the
charitable
way,
as possible. He says, now...
I got a tweet that he tweeted out today, like 10 hours ago or something.
Let's see. So, replying to a January 13th tweet where he says, hot take, I think VTubers are the right's greatest ally. A lot of them are based and unfiltered because they don't got anything to lose. They hide their face, which makes them the most free. They also got the only funny women online. I stand corrected. Oh, devastating. Poor guy. I feel bad for him. You know.
It looks like you're reopening for money. None whatsoever. If I wanted to just make money and throw Leaflit under the bus, I would have made this video a lot sooner. But I didn't.
Real.
Hey, Remnant, big fan. But we're in the fan base. Swifties. Oh, yeah, no, it feels like that. It feels like Leaflit's got a lot of those Swifties. And I want to make this distinction. I'm not talking about Leaflit just in this video. I'm mainly addressing what the fans, what these parasocial fans are saying. And I'm not saying that everybody's a parasocial fan. No, of course not. I would, like, sorry. I would literally be calling myself a parasocial fan if I was saying all the fans were that way. No, I really liked Leaflit's content. That's why I'm covering it. And part of the reason why I wanted to cover this is because the only people talking about this, from what I could see, were people who just didn't like Leaflit. If you watched Harmful Opinions video, and I think he does pretty good with the videos, if people claimed he was lying, if you have evidence or any instances of that, feel free to present them. You can't just claim people are lying, though. You have to present exact instances, timestamps, what people say. You have to go with that. But, sorry, just something was in the back of my throat. With all this...
I lost my Yahoo got him for a second, dude.
Golly, where was I with all this? Yeah, I was addressing this from day one. And I did try and do it the correct way. Here's the thing. Look at this. He says right here, Chief, this video ain't it. And I'm going to try and be respectful because he's not somebody who just came in randomly. I looked, he's left quite a few comments previously. So I try and be respectful. I'm trying to really address these things as they are, treat you guys respectfully. I've been under a lot of attacks, so it takes a bit of self-control, but I'm trying to do this correctly. Just because people are lashing out at me doesn't mean I get to go around randomly lashing out at other people. Thank you so much, by the way, Miser, for the $50. Wow, thank you so much, bro. Have you seen any feedback to both critical, that has critical and substance? Some of it I actually have seen, and I do want to talk about that. I would focus on that if so. I do want to cover both. But like when I'm being attacked by a lot of people,
Has Remnant seen Leaflit acting like a baby? I wouldn't think so.
Like they're just saying, I'm doing this for slap, doing this for money. I do also want to kind of address that as well. I personally don't think your case, you make the video, I personally don't think your case you make in the video is strong, is all that strong. Sorry, golly, I can't speak. But it is hard to have any real discussion in Super Chat. Best of wishes. I appreciate you, man. Like, look, and here's the thing. If you make a case for these types of things, I will try and look at it and try and actually discuss it, go through with it. I literally only listen to any of the things these people said, like Nick Andros. I flat out said I don't like him in the video. My opinion has changed a little bit, though, y'all, because I literally try to be as kind, respectful, pleasant as possible. Try to be kind and respectful and pleasant as possible. And I still got so much heat. It's almost like there's nothing you can do with these people. You're going to be attacked and hated no matter what. And that's horrible. Tactical Cruise says, Ref, your cough sounds like a smoker. What's your favorite flavors? I never smoked, but I'd probably have to go with Newports because I got that gangsta inside of me. That's only a couple of people get that joke. Actually, you smokers will get that joke. I used to sell cigarettes to people in a side job. Not like...
Wait, what?
What? Dude, this is crazy lore. What the fuck? Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome lore. I used to sell cigarettes to people as a side job. Okay.
Yeah,
cool, man. All right.
Had to do that. But no, I understand how you smokers are from that alone. But thank you so much for the $5. This one, though, he says, why does it have to be... Okay, so this is like... I'm going to go for the most common objections. I genuinely don't think there are a lot of good objections, but we're going to go over the most common ones. I'm going to try and be straightforward, respectful with all of them. Literally, why does it have... golly, I can't read. Literally, why does it have to exist? And what authority do you have to go around holding others accountable? This is literally just contributing to what I call church gossip and spreading it on the internet. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Not your job or place to hold YouTube callouts, holding people to their faith. Actually, there's more and different points he's going to get to. I'm going to go over those in just a sec. One, it is actually our job. And if you claim to be a Christian, you're called to correct and call that out if they're not living up to the title of Christian. I'm not doing this because I just want to go after...
Uh-oh. Using their own argument against them. Christian mogging, okay.
Leaflit, I don't like her. I literally like her, but I'm doing this in spite of that fact. And that is what you're called to do as a Christian. If she didn't claim to be a Christian, I'd have a far less of an incentive to make this video because it's just, okay, you neglected what you were supposed to do. This is all purely negligence. But then there's something else that's going on there. Why are you promoting inappropriate material? No, you're not promoting inappropriate material directly. You're promoting a server that hosts and allows people to post and to do those types of things, to consume that type of material. You're promoting that server, yet you're claiming to be a Christian. You don't. If we assumed that she had no control over the server, what's it called? That still wouldn't stop her from just flat out saying, I can't promote the server because it goes against my values. You ought to stand for your values with all these things. I think that's important. And let me see. So I do think it's your job as a Christian to call these things out. But he goes into more stuff with this. He also says, he who's without sin cast the first stone. I've seen a couple of people make that comment. I'm not calling out Leaflit for what she does. I've actually seen people on Twitter, and I didn't bring this up in the video because this is not what I was focusing on or talking about. I wasn't going after Leaflit personally for like what she does in her personal life with these things. It's about what you promote while claiming to be a Christian. There was a video linked that she apparently like had some sort of hentai folder that got leaked on stream, and people saw it. I'm not talking about that because I think you can still claim to be a Christian and struggle with certain sins. And I don't know the details about that. Like, did she say, hey, it's wrong. I acknowledge it's wrong. It's something I struggle with and I have a real problem working on. And I'm trying to clear that up. If that was the case, and it probably would be, I don't know. I can't really hold that against her too much. She ought to correct it, but if she would be in that instance, I can't really go against her for that. But if you're promoting a server that has it, that's different. You're not even just struggling against an urge, against an addiction or a sin. You're actively saying, hey, you can go to this place and it has all that inappropriate material. And that's a problem. There's something ideologically speaking going on there that needs to be addressed, needs to be talked about. Is your mic working? It keeps cutting in and out. It does? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry about that. Is that true, guys? No, I would trust Dane. Let me see. I appreciate you for letting me know, by the way, for the $2. Dane, let me see what's going on here.
Did he just get concerned? Did he just get concern trolled? Because I have not heard it cut out once, but
clear
that's
for
okay.
real? No, it's fine. Maybe it might be on your end.
There
Because
is like
people are
kind of
saying,
like a weird.
it's fine. It's probably on your end though.
Like,
Haven't heard it cut out. Okay, that's good. I do appreciate you trying to let me know with that though. I appreciate you, man. But those are my thoughts on it. Shoot, I got kind of lost with the train of thought after I got interrupted, but it's fine. He says also, and yes, exactly what you're doing. Otherwise, I mean, yes, that's exactly what you're doing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made this public video on a matter rather than a private message. Tell me why now your fans are involved. Well, one, let's assume this is something that should have been
leaning
done.
in to
Dude, it's like, I know, dude. He's just like, he's literally emoting on people.
Private.
It's
It's
awesome.
literally impossible for me. I didn't go into detail about this, but I literally said before, because guess what? I enjoy Leaflit's content. Y'all enjoy Leaflit's content. What was the logical thing to do? I tried to get a collab with him. And I was talking to Julio, her mod, because that's how you really reach these people. Somebody connected me to the mod, and it never really got anywhere because Leaflit, according to him, doesn't even just read the messages. Apparently, according to the mod, I didn't even get rejected with the collab. She just doesn't read even messages. Like, there have been people who proposition sponsorships, and she doesn't even respond to those. So that's just, and I'm not, holding this really a lot against her, being like, you don't read any of your messages. She just doesn't have a lot of time for that. But you can't critique me and say I should have brought this to her when it was literally impossible. But that is for a private issue. If you want to compare this to a church, this is where we all individually know each other, and it's not simply a matter of what you're publicly promoting to a lot of people. It's a matter of what's going on personally in your life. If there was something like, let's say I found out Leaflit was watching porn in the background and she wasn't talking about it, you would address her with that privately. You wouldn't be making a video like I did on this. And I didn't talk.
So I mean, this guy fucking mocks, okay? And I think we get the point. This guy fucking mocks,
Yep.
right? Yep. Okay. So next up, well, first let me just plug here, guys. If you're enjoying yourselves, give the stream a like, okay? On top of that, feel free to donate, okay? Helps keeps the lights on around here, haha. And awesome fucking membership raffle, blah blah blah. I will give Dasali Slay the Spire 2 as well as 20 gifted to all of you guys. And what else? I think we're going on to Stale. I think we're gonna go on to Stale. Which, because Atozi made a Stale video and I want to watch it. Atozi, who is really good at making videos. Really good at making videos, by the way. Can you tell I'm not being sarcastic? Just kidding, I am. Okay.
Yo, are we gonna be sweeping for Stale?
We might a little bit. We might sweep for stale a little bit because I
let's
think
go.
I used to be sub to Atozi, and then I realized that he makes some of the most dog shit slop videos I've ever seen in my fucking life, dude. Like dog shit slop. Okay. The rent thing was a joke, Dasali. I'm doing okay, but like, this is like my primary income right now. So I mean, that's like, that's the draw, right? I mean, but I'm not gonna fucking e-beg you guys. I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, you guys have to give me money, please, please. No, it's never ever expected. Never ever expected. It's always appreciated though. Okay. But the main thing is, I just love that you guys are here. I just love that you guys are here. Okay. I love that you guys are here with me, and I appreciate it deeply. Okay.
Because he lost his job as a red.
Like, dude, oh my god, these voices like make me want to like. If can I be honest with you, Fetty? If I ever saw Atozi in real life, I would walk up to him and I'd kill myself in front of him and forever change the course of his life.
I would petition you not to do that. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it.
Dude, wouldn't it be awesome? Like, dude, if I had like cloning powers, I would literally use it just to kill myself in front of people. You know?
That's kind of bleak.
I feel like that's a cool meta. Like, just shatter people's consciousnesses in front of them. You know? It's a form of like psychological
I think people
warfare.
at like a certain, I think at like a certain rate, like people kind of get used to it, you know?
Well, but not if they don't know my gimmick. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know my stand, my like JoJo stand, which is just creating a clone of myself and violently killing myself in front of them. Okay, like listen, I think there's a strat here. I think there's a strat here. Okay, I think there's a strat here. Okay, you're just not seeing it.
This Reddit mod just called.
This Reddit mod. Like, oh my god, dude, it kills me. It kills me. It like sparks violent, like horrible, like thoughts in my head. Okay.
Congress because he lost his job as a Reddit mod. I have never seen a stereotype more.
Is that why he's petitioning Congress though? I don't think that's why he's petitioning Congress because
no, I think he's like trying to find like
it's like about it's like about the Twitch Epstein files, dude. Like
let me look this up really quickly. The Twitch files.
You know what? We haven't on the channel. We've never even watched like Stale's video on the Twitch file stuff. So let's just start with that. Let's start with that because already it's sounding like he's being like bad faith and like lying about this.
I'll send you a link to it.
Yeah, I just pull up his channel. It's fine. Okay. Because he actually has like he has like videos about it. Yeah, it's making meta. Okay, yeah. We'll just do it in order here.
And this is day 2 of trying to get the Twitch and Reddit files from Congress.
So first,
I think you missed the first.
3 months ago, in November, there were closed-door interviews with the Congressional House Oversight Committee with companies like Twitch, Reddit, Discord, and Steam regarding online.
What's going on with this?
Is this like
mic,
out of
dude?
sync?
What's going on with this mic? It's freaking me out a little bit. What the fuck?
And radicalization, how these platforms control. These interviews.
This is unwatchable. What did you do? Like, did you just tell?
Still. Well, I don't know if you watched the whole like debate, the Fauci Stale debate, that's coming out as a VOD on my channel tomorrow. Little quick plug, but
I watched the end, and he's like, "Oh, I can do AI shorts."
Yeah, but did you hear that he verbatim said that he uses experimental AI stuff, and he literally like he doesn't check to see what the result of it is.
Bro, it's over.
Yeah, so I mean, this is probably one of those examples, I would say. Atos, he has to yell loudly to make up for his tiny penis. Real. Here, Fetty, I'm gonna get some water real quick. Is there any way you can like babysit chat for a second?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, I appreciate it, buddy. I'll be quick.
Glory to Israel. Please bless the Himpleton YouTube channel and the algorithm. I'm not going to call Netanyahu a lord because he is literally Antichrist. Okay, Femiaz? Sigh. Bungless. Someone should tell Stale to make a video on Israel. I agree. Yen the Yan says, I heard he uses experimental AI to decide if women make it home safe at night. Look, we're a pro Stale channel here, okay? Himpleton is a good fan of Stale. He's a friend of Stale.
We love Stale here. See, I told you it wouldn't take me long. I'm putting more pre-workout in my water because I have no caffeine in my house other than pre-workout right now.
Oh, dude, that's so disgusting.
It kind of is, dude. It kind of is. It's a little bleak. I really need to go grocery shopping. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I probably will. I probably will tomorrow.
Okay.
Dude, tomorrow's gonna be my fucking time to catch up on a shit ton of stuff. I'm gonna be recording scripts. I'm gonna be writing scripts for Amos. Dude, so much shit.
Transcriptions have not yet been released. So I called the Congressional House Oversight.
Did you see that? Did you see that awesome little graphic?
Have not yet been
that was
released.
epic.
Not yet released.
Not
Heart.
yet been released.
Heart. Okay, thank God.
So I called the Congressional
So
House
awesome.
Oversight Committee, a phone call that I will show you, to get them released. But first, a bit about these interviews. These interviews with Twitch and Reddit were scheduled by Republican members of Congress shortly after the trial.
Congress? No, it's stale. Congress? He said Congress. Why? Stale. Dude, fuck. Dude, you know what's funny about that, Seal? It's like Fauci came out of that debate like liking Stale, okay? That's the thing about Stale. He grows on you, dude. He really does. Like he's a nice guy to talk to. He's nice. He's very tolerant to the trolling, okay? Like, you know, Morale multiple times during that debate. Like,
I mean,
looked like
at
a
the same
giga
time, I don't
pedophile.
think he's like aware that he's being trolled. Like, I'm pretty sure at the end of the debate, he thought Morale was actually Doomer Media. So.
I mean, isn't that Morale's Twitter handle?
Yeah, but like he thought he was like the Doomer Media that made the Vosh hit piece. The Vosh is unironically like evil or whatever.
I'm gonna be so honest. I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about, and I thought that he made a Vosh thing too. So,
Dude, if you ever do a retrospective, you need to watch all the Doomer Media videos.
who is Doomer Media?
Okay, so how do I explain this in like 2 sentences? So Doomer Media, he was like in Twitch Bowl, and then he did a debate about like whether or not you should restrict welfare recipients to only buying like healthy foods. And he got like flamed off the internet for that because he basically said like, "Oh, I used to be like really poor," and then people like doxed him and then found out he's like really rich, and he like grew up with like really rich parents. Yeah. And then he got into EFAP like after he like talked to all the Twitch Bowl people, and then he just started like hallucinating scenes from the League of Legends show. Like
What
he
do
was
you
like
mean?
hallucinating that the main character like kissed some like other character.
What do you mean? he
And
was
they're like, yeah, that
hallucinating
didn't
it, though?
happen.
Like he was like claiming
he-
that it happened, but it didn't.
Yeah, he claimed it happened, and then like throughout like this 2-hour stream, he was like yelling at the other EFAP people because he's like, guys, this really happened in the show, and they're like, no, that didn't happen. Like no one was like corroborating him saying that like the 2 characters were like kissing or whatever. And then he left the internet because like all the EFAP people kept like dunking on him, and then he came back to the internet after Vosh's like horse porn lolly folder got exposed because he's like, guys, I made the definitive hit piece on Vosh and I'm like relisting it as like public so you guys can watch it now. And so he did a couple of streams, and then it turned out he was do you know who String Puller is?
No.
Okay, so there was a guy named String Puller, and he was trying to make like a movie, like a Twitch poll movie. That sounds like insane, but that's what he was trying to do. And he was like spending like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like buying like voice roles for like Erudite and like Destiny and all these people to like make this Twitch poll movie. And apparently he hired Doomer Media to make a Hassan hit piece. So Doomer Media like made like a quarter of a script, and then he like totally left the internet for 2 years. And when he came back,
Okay, so like Morale described some of this lore like during the debate, and I was literally just like, I had no idea that any of this happened. I was like, this is new Morale lore. I had no idea. So that's
dude, Rao wasn't even around.
That's funny
for
as
this,
fuck.
like,
Well, I know, but
this
like,
was like
he was
yeah.
describing it like because he was doing the troll, right? and he was describing that all as like his own lore. So now that I know that this is like this Doomer Media person, it's all like clicking together.
Yeah. So Doomer Media, he gets like mocked on stream by like President Sunday, and then he just like leaves the internet again because I don't know, he went off with like $20,000 from this string puller guy. So
Gotcha. Thank you, Soul, for the membership. Appreciate it, buddy. A Twitch poll movie sounds beyond gay. Yeah, I mean, real. Am I drinking pre-workout from McDonald's cup? Is that important? Is that important? Does that change anything?
Yeah, it
for you?
is.
Why is it important? Can I ask?
Because the McDonald's cup is based. That's why.
Okay. Well, then yes, I am. Then yes, I am. Then yes, I absolutely am. Yes. Problem? That's what I have to say. Okay, well, so, but my point in all of that, Fetty, is the fact that, honestly, I just blindly believe that as well. So, I guess I'm at stale levels in that way. Okay, because Morale said all that, and my reaction was, wow, I didn't know that Morale did all of that. That's crazy.
Dude,
okay.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Dude, I'm fucking, listen, I'm a little retarded sometimes. Okay. I mean, part of it too is I had never heard of this Doomer Media guy. I thought that was like, I just assumed that was like Morale's like little guy or whatever.
No, for like 2 months, this guy was like on EFAP because he's like hiding from all the Twitch poll people.
Well, I've never watched EFAP, right? So I mean, you know, that
okay.
makes sense, right? Listen, you can't blame me too much, okay? I'm just a fucking retarded guy, okay?
This because, according to Chairman Comer of that committee, Congress has a duty to oversee online platforms that radicals have used to advance political violence, prevent future radicalization and violence. CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit must appear before the oversight committee and explain.
I'm really liking the fact that like every other word is just like half cut off. Discord.
Yeah. Also, this is kind of like dumb because Twitch has been really repressive when it comes to quote unquote like extreme advocation of extremist violence, right? Like, as far as I understand, Twitch has never, like, hosted, like, ISIS terrorists or something. And Twitter, for a while, they hosted, like, ISIS people.
I would assume that, like, part of the advocation would be, Hassan having, like, the Houthi pirate on and stuff like that.
But it was, that wasn't even, like, a Houthi pirate. That was just, like, a kid who, like, went to this, so the Houthis, they took over, like, a streamline. Like, they took over, like, a boat.
Yeah, as they do.
And... Yeah, and so they gave, like, tours on the boat to the locals. And so the guy was like, I support the Houthis because they liberated my people, and, like, we were able to get food, like, out of this, like, famine or whatever. And so, because he was on the boat, that you can, like, pay, like, the Houthi pirates to actually, like, go around in and, like, see through it, they, like, falsely labeled that guy as a Houthi pirate. So I don't know. It's kind of messed up on the H3 like level, just like calling a random kid like a Houthi, like a terrorist. You know,
that's fucked. That is fucked. I was unaware of that actually. Okay, interesting. Okay.
What actions they will take to ensure that their platforms are not exploited for nefarious purposes. The summary being, there was violence.
This is awesome. Nefarious
violence, left-wing violence against a prominent Republican.
Dude, I love these emojis too. These emojis are killing me.
Also, this is like really stupid because like, you know what he's referencing there, right?
Oversight committee violence, sure that their platforms are not exploited for nefarious purposes. The summary being, there was violence, left-wing violence against a prominent Republican.
Left-wing violence
against
a prominent Republican. What is he referencing?
Yeah, so first off, as far as I understand, this wasn't like on Twitch. This was on Hassan's Twitter. And basically Hassan, he posted a picture of I think it was the gun that killed Shinzo
yeah,
Abe,
Shinzo Abe.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. And he quote tweeted not Mike Huckabee, Tom Cotton. Yeah. And Tom Cotton is the Arkansas senator. And Tom Cotton was basically saying you should bring in like the National Guard to like kill all the protesters and like a thing or whatever.
And he said similar to like people like Dan Crenshaw and people like that as well, right? Like he said similar sorts of things, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to
But
be
those are
fair,
all on
like
his
you
Twitter.
can put that in your TOS. Yeah, like you can put that in your TOS and say that's wrong or whatever. But like calling that like a terroristic threat.
I mean, Twitch does have like, doesn't Twitch have like off-platform like rules? Don't they have that? Because can't you get
Yeah,
banned
they
for
have that,
off-platform
but then
shit?
also like the stuff about Dan Crenshaw, he said that on his stream, right? So,
Oh, he did. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously saying terroristic threats is just like soy. Yeah.
And the Republican-controlled Oversight Committee wants to see if internet platforms have contributed to this left-wing violent extremism. I think this is important because I see a ton of very radical online leftist rhetoric and advocacy for violence on Reddit. And Twitch hosts quite a few radical political streamers, like the leftist stringer Hassan Piker, has in the past made statements in support of designated terrorist organizations like these Hezbollah and Hamas. So I just really need to know. I must know. Was Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, grilled about Hassan? Hassan has previously called him one of his favorite streamers. He has said that he speaks his mind, and there have been allegations of favoritism by the company in favor of Hassan. So I just have
Those aren't allegations, brother. Come on. Come on.
to see, was Dan Clancy sweating bullets when asked about Hassan's support for terrorist organizations and how Twitch contributes to that and hosts him? Or even did any Republicans score some cheap political points by bringing up the viral Hassan dog shot collar controversy? You know, I want to know, does Dan Clancy think that Hassan shocked his dog? That's the summary, so let's get right to it. Here's the call that I
Also,
made them
like,
and the email that I
no
sent.
offense, but like in any other platform, if you're just like tweeting something or you're like on Facebook or whatever, if you say that you support the Houthis, I don't think you would ever get banned off of like any other platform ever.
Yeah.
Because that just like that's just a claim for saying like, hey, I support this political group, right? Now eventually, if these like groups are very small and they know that you have contacts to these groups, then maybe, you know, like people will like investigate you or whatever. But I don't know, like it just seems like really dumb because Hassan has like a lot of arguments for that, right? Like his whole argument is like, oh well, there's like a Gaza genocide, and these are the only people that actually are aligned towards you know, the Hamas, which are the current authority sort of in Gaza, right? And
Yeah.
so he supports like those people against you know, the Israelis or whatever, and he has like an argument for that. So I don't really see the big deal with this.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I will get to the bottom of it. I'm now going to be calling the Host Oversight Committee.
Dude, the subtitles are certainly AI generated. Yes. Yes. Why did YouTube shadow block my request? I need Stale versus Templar. What do you mean? It's shadow blocked you like it didn't show up in the chat?
To remind them, ask them again about Reddit files that happened during.
What? Did you see that?
What did you just say?
No, look at
Reddit files that happened during.
He just talks and nothing comes out. What? What the fuck?
How did 1,400 people watch this? This is obviously AI edited.
Is anybody gonna say like how? Yeah, why is the audio so bad?
Tell Congress to release the hair files.
Dude. I said, Stale, you know I love you, but I'm trying to cover this right now, and the audio is making it borderline impossible, too. What is he doing on his... Oh, okay. Sure.
If you would like to speak to the majority staff, please press 1. If you are calling...
Hi, I called a couple days ago about some transcripts for the internet company hearings that happened a couple months ago. It was with Reddit and Twitch and Steam. Did you guys ever end up releasing those? I know they're not on the website yet, but I mean, it's been a couple months, and so I'm wondering if you... It was just somebody on the phone. Yeah. Okay. Do you know what I'm referencing though? The hearings about the internet companies a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting. Remember the date?
Still, you need to sleep a little bit more, man. Those eye bags are not looking good. I'm worried about you.
It was announced in like September or October, but basically it was changed to transcribed, or actually the actual hearings happened in November. It was like November like the 20th about. And it was not a public hearing, but they were transcribed interviews, and these are supposed to be eventually released. I think maybe somebody just like forgot. like I actually think that somebody forgot to release these.
You think they forgot, dude? No, I don't think they're. No, I just don't think they decided not to. Maybe they didn't want to. I don't know. Like I don't know about forgetting.
Actually, there is send an email to the oversight email. It is the end of the day, and that person is not in the office. We can forward that starting tomorrow, and if we don't by the end of the day, you can call them back in like the middle of the day. Should be here.
Okay.
I can give you the email.
Yeah,
That'll be the best way. So it's oversight one.
Oversight. Okay.
Committee.
Committee.
At mail.
At mail.
How? Up.
Okay.
It's the end of the day, and so you're not there. You're right. But tomorrow we can get started on it. So, down. Gotta get to it. If you can send that, get faster. And if you don't get a response, or you can just call back and we'll figure it out.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Thank you so much.
You too. Bye. All right. We'll see how this goes. I think I might actually.
I half expected him to say,
I
"Well."
like how in the top left-hand corner it has like the AI, like
I know, as the AI thing, yeah. Dude, I really expected it after that call in for him to say, "Well, that just happened." One of the like classic Marvel quips.
Should be able to get these things released. Guess I can't do it exactly today because it's the end of the day, but we'll try again tomorrow and see if we can get these kind of files released. And Reddit files.
It literally sounded like you said
release.
It literally sounded like you said pedophiles release, dude. I'm like, what are you doing? What's going on? Stale, just
Hopefully we're gonna release all the pedophiles into the
Stale, edit your own video, man. Like Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like this is bleak, man. Like it's just this is fucking bleak, brother.
That's the call. I know it's a little bit hard to hear him in that call, but the summary is, I guess they don't.
Yeah,
have
because you edited.
No, it's hard to hear you, dude. It's hard to hear you, brother. Like, my God.
I like how you're doing
him
the
back tomorrow, and I sent him an email.
Brothers? It's hard to hear him, brothers. Am I right, brothers?
And here is the email that I sent. I'll keep you guys updated on if and when Twitch and Reddit files get released. Thanks. And this is day 2 of trying to get the Twitch and Reddit.
Dude, he looks like he hasn't slept. This is like tearing him apart.
Have you seen pictures of Stale when he was like younger?
Yes. Pre working at Twitch, yeah. It's awesome.
Files from Congress. Let's make the call.
The House Committee on Oversight and Government.
Hi, I'm calling back about getting some transcripts for an unreleased kind of event that happened. There was meetings with companies like Twitch and
That's awesome, man.
And Discord. And were these ever released? This is about a couple months ago. Somebody told me to call back today.
Yeah, no, it would be.
Sorry, no, it is going to be released. I got told multiple times. It's just so it has been transcribed. It was.
He's being a Karen to this random fucking intern. Okay, sure, all right. Love to see it.
It's going to be a public event. It has been 3 months and nobody's released it yet. And I think I'm trying to tell the person.
Stale, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like you're the only person who has like the. Who wants to call these people, and they probably just don't give a fuck.
I don't think anything happened. I'll be honest.
Yeah, probably
anyways,
not.
Can you click on this tweet?
Yeah. A derail would be amazing right now. Well, hey, for $10 Roonies, you can get it. All right, don't worry about it. If you're
Look at how many likes he got on the original,
Fuck the Twitch files, release the Deorio files. So day 3, he got 13 likes.
Yeah, 13 likes, and I got like 20 likes on.
Yeah, dude, you fucking ratioed him just saying release Deorio files. I mean, it's not like he gets like a ton of like traction on his Twitter. Oh, he actually got 50 on this one though. Huh.
Okay, how many replies did he get in there? 21. Okay.
21. Awesome. Where's his first released Twitch files? 13 likes. Oh, his first one is 34 likes.
I like how he has this AI background.
And he has some random article by like the Indian Times or something that talked about this. That's really cool, man.
The Hindustan Times.
Yeah, like, okay.
Whoever's in charge of that to look into that. I think somebody literally forgot is what I'm saying. Like, because this was announced. It was announced on the website. It's just the transcripts were never. People forgot about it.
Do you have a specific name of the meeting hearing I can look into?
Yeah, it is the like investigation into online radicalization. It was like online radicalization. This happened it was announced in October. The things happened in November. It's just they never released the transcripts. They forgot.
And, okay, so I see here, and I can flag this, process this for these things. I can't really give you a date or timeline.
Honestly, this really isn't content. Do you want
This is like barely. I mean, so it's just him having the calls, so that's fine. Like, is there any fucking update here?
It's gonna be public.
All right, sure.
No, but they basically
this
just
is a
say,
message to Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. I need your
Okay, so
help.
this seems to be the actual video. So, okay,
Release the
let's
Twitch
look at
files.
this.
The Twitch files are unreleased transcripts of interviews with Dan Clancy, the CEO of the live streaming platform Twitch TV, at the House Oversight Committee. These interviews happened in November in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting, and they cover online radicalization and what social media platforms are doing to combat it. Interviews were done with the platforms Twitch, Reddit, Discord, and Steam, and it has been a full 3 months since the interviews have happened, and the transcripts have yet to become public. I and many others in the creator space are very interested to know how our government is interacting with these social media platforms that control our livelihood. We want to know that they are addressing concerns surrounding
Control our livelihood? What the fuck does that mean?
online radicalization, among other things, and what these companies have to say to Congress while under oath. These platforms are opaque with their moderation decisions, and the Twitch files could be the most significant opportunity to hear real answers from these companies when asked tough questions by Congress. I am calling on you, Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, to help with this creator issue. I chose to reach out to you because you are the Republican leader of the newly formed Creator Caucus. You could be the most qualified person in the entire U.S. government to advocate on behalf of my fellow creators. You additionally had an individual meeting.
My fellow creators.
With Twitch CEO Dan Clancy, and I want to hear your perspective on him and the company Twitch. I have 3 asks of you and your staff, Rep. Van Dyne. 1, can you have your staff reach out to the Government Oversight Committee to have them release the interview transcripts with CEOs of Twitch, Reddit, Discord, and Steam? I have called and asked them this myself, but I'm just a random YouTuber. If you, the leader of the Creator Caucus, put pressure on them
How many
and
views
explain the
did this video
importance.
get?
Less than 1,000 in 2 weeks.
900, bro.
Of these transcripts, I am
They hate
sure
to
the
see it.
Oversight Committee would expedite the release of these transcripts. 2, tell us about the conversation that you had with Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, on December 5th. Did you ask him tough questions? Did he lobby you on issues or laws that Twitch wants passed? Or was it merely an informative conversation where he tells you about the industry? I ask this not to suggest that anything controversial happened, but instead to say that me and most other creators do not know how these corporate conversations or lobbying works. It would be informative.
Wait,
to get
Bunglas says
hard facts
he has an
from-
upvote hat. That's
Oh my
kinda-
god, that's true. Dude, I just registered that. Holy shit.
That's crazy.
Dude, that's awesome. Dude. What a fucking
Oh,
giga chat.
That's awesome.
God damn. What a fucking Chad, dude.
From a creator space relevant situation that you can tell us all about. What do these companies say to the government behind the scenes? And 3, what is your position on specific Twitch or other social media platform related controversies and social issues? I ask because Twitch is notorious for claims of left-wing bias and moderation, and it has top political streamers on it that have advocated for both political violence as well as given support for multiple U.S. designated terrorist organizations. And even in a case of shocking national discrimination, it even accidentally banned the signups to its platform from the entire country of Israel
this
for
is
almost
so
a year.
stupid.
What are your thoughts on specific controversies like
You know
this?
what happened
Is
there,
Twitch-
right?
No, explain it.
The Israel ban. Okay, so Twitch, they essentially banned anyone in Israel, Palestine, and like parts of Egypt and Lebanon. And what Dan Clancy took that to mean was that they just banned Israel. Like they just did a blanket IP ban only on Israel.
Mhm.
And the reason for that was like people were in all these places, they were live streaming the October 7th footage. And so they didn't want to have that all over the site.
Which makes sense.
And so they so they banned like all those accounts basically. Like they didn't allow for new people to make accounts or whatever. But then they forgot to turn it off. And so for I don't know, a couple of months, you couldn't create an account if you were in Israel or Egypt or Palestine or wherever. So
I think it is an update hat, Spoops. I'm pretty sure it is. It's very, dude. He reps his he reps Reddit, even though Reddit fucked him over.
Twitch's actions or content so bad that it requires a government investigation? Have they done nothing wrong? Or are they doing things that you disagree with strongly, yet for some principled reason on free speech or government policy, they should be protected from government action? I asked you these questions, Rap Van Dyne, because you lead the Creator Caucus. You are the most important government official that represents creators. And yet, I doubt if many creators even know who you are. This is a problem. I want to know what the government head of the Creator Caucus has to say around all these surrounding issues at social media platforms like Twitch and YouTube. You should be talking about all of the latest creator platform controversies and discussion topics. Maybe not about what Logan Paul is doing, but instead about things that affect creators and the platform. You can even go on live streams or podcasts and discuss these important creator politics with various streamers and content creators. Creator topics are unique in that they don't fit neatly.
Stale should tattoo his whole back with all the icons for the little Reddit awards and shit. How do you know that he hasn't already? That's my question. How do you know that he hasn't?
Into traditional
Dude,
political
Stale
boxes.
needs to
I don't know if
start
the recent
lifting. And then he
Dude.
needs to get super buff and then just
Dude.
have the Reddit guy on his arm.
If Stale
You
got
can
ripped,
move him by yeah, exactly. He got ripped and then he could do the muscle bulge and then the Reddit guy moves,
that would dude. I think people would start listening to Stale if he was ripped. I'm gonna be real.
True.
I'm saying.
Discord age verification controversy, for example, is left-wing or right-wing. And because of this apolitical quality of creator issues, I think that you could reach a lot of people by discussing these issues with influencers. And I will say that some of these influencers have a very large audience. They really are the new celebrities. You might be used to going on TV and talking about politics there, but you can reach possibly an even larger audience by talking to some of these content creators, especially among non-traditional audiences that don't typically listen to normal media channels. You are the Creator Caucus leader, after all. And finally, this is a message to all of the regular viewers and creators who are watching this video. I have created a website at www.releasethetwitchfiles.com. It includes both a description of the problem as well as phone numbers and email contact methods of reaching Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. It even has pre-written
Great.
scripts that you can copy-paste into your email or that you can read off as you call their office on your phone. If you also want the Twitch files to be released, please go to that website, which is releasethetwitchfiles.com, and call Creator Caucus leader Rep. Beth Van Dyne and politely inform her staff of this important issue. I will certainly...
Fantastic. Okay. So let's restart that Cheeto video because already I'm feeling some bad
Cheeto,
faith.
a Tozy.
I mean, fuck, a Tozy, a retard.
I mean, they're the same guy, basically.
Avicii. Okay, they're all the fucking same, dude. They're all the fucking same.
Okay,
They literally-
dude, Avicii Levels is awesome.
Okay, yeah, no. Avicii's cool. Avicii's cool. I was just making a and then some random other syllables joke. Okay, gosh, a with a fucking vowel at the end joke. Okay.
This Reddit mod is called Congress because he lost his job as a Reddit mod. I have never seen
That's not what he did!
More...
Literally not what happened. It's been 7
he's literally
seconds.
Telling them to get the transcripts of the Oversight House Committee's talk about Twitch radicalization. We just saw 3 videos on it. Yeah.
It legitimately blows my mind that it has been 7 seconds and he's already lying on my man's like this.
Crazy.
More true in my life. This guy's entire life revolves around being a Reddit mod, and he is doing his absolute best to destroy it. Because just within the span of a few weeks, this former Reddit mod went from getting kicked off his own...
A Tozy is less dumb than a Cheeto? I don't know, man. I think it could go either way. Okay.
Community to, I guess, making phone calls to the U.S. Congress like he's uncovering some sort of like online conspiracy. And somehow this wasn't even a meltdown in his head. This was his mission to make people see what only he could see.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team.
So, if you spent any time watching live streams on whatever platform, chances are you've already came across this.
Who the fuck is Atozi? This fucker.
Subreddit called r/livestreamfail. Usually it just goes by L.
He's literally like a slop tier commentator. He's like similar to Pegasus. Like, and he fucking people like him for some reason. He almost has 2 million subs. This video got 500,000 views in 24 hours. Okay. And it's already defaming our boy Stale within the first 7 seconds. Disgusting. Disgusting. Stale should make a fish tank type show, but it's him living in the hood with a gang for like a month. I would watch the fuck out of that. Dude, me too. That sounds fucking awesome. Dude, Stale living with the Crips for like a month? That'd be sick.
LSF. It's been around for years and has grown into this kind of like main hub on Reddit for everything related to streaming. For example, when something goes down on a stream, like a ban, a fight, a meltdown, LSF is usually where it surfaces first and where it gets amplified and then, you know, spread on Twitter and then YouTube videos and so on and so on. So naturally, the people overseeing this, and especially the head moderator, ends up with a decent amount of influence, you know, since they're not just removing spam or enforcing the basic rules, but they're also in a position to somehow kind of like shape what people end up seeing, what gains traction, and what quietly disappears before most people even notice it was posted. And that person, since late 2024, was a guy who goes by Stale2000, whose real name is Brian, but I guess he also has a secondary account called Tarot Card, which, you know, we haven't covered anything here recently that ended badly that was in relation to tarot cards.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
Sentinel Island.
Thank you,
Thank
Big
you.
Aaron, for the
Yeah.
$2.
Thanks
Sail
for the
on
$2,
a
buddy.
journey to North Sentinel Island. He will definitely die if he does that. Thank you.
Yeah, he would get slaughter ganged, dude. We need to make a list of
Yep.
content ideas for Stale that I can give him. Yeah. No, you're right, man. Let's do that. Let's do that. We could do it as a structure, like the way that Stale structures his live streams, where he just goes on a Google Doc and plays like obnoxious dubstep music. It's gonna be awesome. Dude, what is this conflation where it's like, his name, he has tarot card in his name, and I covered tarot card person, and he was really bad, so like, maybe Stale was really bad, maybe. Awesome.
Dude, this is like an
Absolutely
AI
not.
script.
This is like some of the worst slop I've ever seen.
But it's safe to say this guy's run as a mod here has been quite controversial way before any of this happened. Because right when he got his position as head mod,
I would like to see him trapped in his house with like 10 baddies. I feel like either he would like bag and tag all of them, or he would like end up wearing one of their skins. I think there's no middle ground on that one.
back in September 2024, several other mods went public almost immediately, and they asked the community to move to a backup subreddit and accused Stale of refusing to step down after the whole team voted to remove him, essentially citing what they described as a pattern of power abuse. So when you're accused of power abuse, what do? Well, apparently his response was to kick the entire team and replace them with his own people. Bro, that's like straight out of the dictator handbook. And even a detailed document outlining his conduct was sent to Reddit's admins, though publicly, nothing really came of it. Like, it didn't really take off and Stale stayed in place. Nowadays, there are 2 different subreddits running. Livestream Fail, which is, I guess, the original one, and then Livestream Fails with an S that never really managed to succeed. Then, March 2025 rolls around.
What was important about okay.
And a new mod team comes in. And this one, you know, the one he assembled after the first purge, I guess you could call it, they essentially start having the same issues with him. But this time, things got a lot more heated. Because the new team found evidence that one of the moderators that Stale had added, I guess someone who was described as a power mod, because he was running like 200 subreddits at the same time, he had some very bad and inappropriate interactions with under 18s, allegedly.
Members of the team found that evidence that the power mod is openly viewing, favoriting, and active in multiple communities that promoted problematic content about minors and other associated media. What? Are we saying that this guy's
So
like
I
a
kinda
former
remember
jailbait
this.
mod? Is that what it was?
No,
or
no. I
something?
mean, this is like way after that. Jailbait was
okay.
like well, like.
Yeah, I know that jailbait's
15
like
years
ancient
ago.
news. Yeah.
Yeah. I know Queeman went on like over this. I just don't really remember what happened.
I don't even remember hearing about this, to be honest. Why do I hate Atozy? Because he's like terrible at research. Like he literally like said the complete incorrect thing about Stale like within the first 5 seconds of the video. Literally said that the only reason he's talking about the Twitch files is because he got fired from Reddit, which is like verbatim not true. It takes around 5 seconds of research to figure that out. On top of that, he is just like extremely lazy and a complete slop creator, and I don't like those types of creators. I think they're really annoying and they lead to the spread of misinformation on like drama topics and you know, people just having like a complete misunderstanding about a lot of stuff. And on top of that,
By the way, this guy specifically, I think this happened like a year ago. Anyways, go ahead with the Tozy.
I was just gonna say that like the other thing is like his voice makes me want to kill myself as well. His voice is just horrible. So, yep, that's why. And he's a gypsy because I just decided that he is.
Bad and inappropriate interactions with under 18s, allegedly. You know, I'm just trying to tiptoe around this without getting the video smited. That's at least my understanding of what happened. But when they brought it to Stale, according to their account, he sat on it and did nothing. And I guess when they pressed him on why, he admitted that at least part of the reason was he was worried that if he removed this guy, it might put his own standing at risk. Apparently, this guy's priorities are completely mixed up. But the moderators eventually approached the power mod directly and got him to step down voluntarily. Stale, however, responded by thanking him on the way out and then firing the mod team for making a fuss about the whole thing. Excuse me, what? Yeah, that's just not someone you want on your moderating team. What do you mean, making a fuss about it?
I know I'm going to seem like I'm writing, but he's been going to court cases. I mean, that's cool. He can also make shit content. He can do something that's cool, that's good, but he can also make shit content, right? I mean, like, those two things are not mutually exclusive, right? So, like, you know, like, I'm not saying that, like, this guy's, like, holistically evil and he's never done a good thing, right? I'm just saying that, like, he, you know, it can also be true that he, you know, is lazy and makes bad content a lot of the time. I mean, let's face it, with this with the court cases that he was going to, I can't remember if it was Vitali or somebody else, but let's face it, like, he saw an opening in content and he saw an ability to you know, talk about stuff and have like the exclusive corner on content, which is smart, and he did it, right?
So essentially you have two complete separate groups of moderators who
By the way,
rallied
I
against
found the
Stale, who now have the same.
I found the Reddit about this guy, so if you want to go through that, it's in the
Reddit about the former power mod.
Yeah. It's on R. Asmongold a year ago.
How long is it?
It looks like it's pretty long, and it looks like there's NSFW pics. So.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We get the idea.
Same fate. They just got deleted from the server because they had problems with them. So now we fast forward until early.
It was Johnny Somali and the TikTok psychic chick. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Let me read some of these accusations. Conversation with PowerMod admitting the accounts associated with the problem content are his, much of which is sexually suggestive art, including minors, with tags such as hashtag preteen, hashtag 12 years old, bro.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
Crazy.
That's bleak.
Crazy.
That's bleak as fuck. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Comic book guy from The Simpsons. Yes, I'd like to introduce you to Mom and Dad to Sung Ye. Who's that applicable to? Who are we applying that to? DoorDash girl was completely lied, so I get it. What?
Yeah, the DoorDash girl.
Yeah, but what does he mean was completely lied?
That like she got
that she lied.
Assaulted.
Yeah, but like, what is that? Is that applying that to? Did Atozy initially say that like DoorDash girl got like done dirty or something, or
I don't know.
Was it the opposite? I don't know. I can't tell what that comment really means. But okay, gotcha.
January 2026, and a new project starts, I guess, making noise online, and this is called $1 Million Fan. The idea is pretty simple. A bunch of content creators and their fans would compete head-to-head in a luxury mansion in Canada with an absolute enormous prize pool of $20 million. It was supposed to be developed for Prime Video, with, you know, filming planned for November of 2026. And for scale, I mean,
He made a vid with lies. Did he ever retract them or correct them? Because if not, that's shitty. I'm pretty sure that's not the first time he's done that either. I've heard, I can't come up with a specific example on hand, but I've heard that he's done stuff like that before. Again, I mean, it's par for the course for like slop tubers like this, right? But I can't remember.
Beast game show, which has also been produced and distributed by Prime, had a smaller prize. So right away, the numbers alone are massive, and a handful of streamers got behind it publicly. And on the top of r/livestream fail, a pin post appeared promoting it, and this was put there by Stale himself. And he said later that he'd reached out to the show's organizers on his own because he personally thought the project was interesting and wanted LSF to be a part of it, but still assured he wasn't paid to promote it. However, given the scale of the project, it was never going to stay contained to LSF. So
he put that DoorDash AI video in his video on the girl and thought it was real. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, said she walked into his house and shit. Well, didn't she? Isn't that what happened? Like, what part of that is wrong?
Once the pin post went up, $1 Million Fans started drawing attention outside of the subreddit. And when the broader internet caught wind of it, they began digging. And what they found was definitely not reassuring, to put it lightly, because the front page of their website contained a mansion photo that was an AI-generated stock image. The company behind the show had been incorporated through one of the cheapest registration services in British Columbia, and the listed address was right beside a falafel shop. So it just didn't make sense. Then on top of that, the domain itself was registered in Iceland. And then suddenly, other things started to change. The prize amount had apparently shifted at some point. The main website said $20 million, but now suddenly it was $10 million. There was just a lot of things that didn't line up here. But an interesting find here was the fine print, because a section of the official rules appeared to have just been copy-pasted from Omaze, which used to be like this.
She didn't walk into his house, then how did she film the thing? Like, didn't she get arrested? Like, I thought the whole thing was that she, like, it was just from the porch. Oh, so she opened the door, but she didn't walk into the house? Is that right? She only opened the door and never walked in? Okay. Gotcha. I mean, sure. Okay.
This celebrity sweepstakes company that did like a whole bunch of like Lambo giveaways, and they just gave away everything. So it's like, why is this copy pasted from Omaze? And that company was shut down, by the way, for a whole bunch of lawsuits. But the Culver City PO box used for copyright claims was the same one Omaze had listed, and the company's name in the document was written as $1 Million Fan Reality Show Incorporate. Actually, there was two incorporates. $1 Million Fan Reality Show 1 Incorporate. What? And then you had one section which just seemed like ChatGPT was drafting notes, which also included some like weird note to how to frame payment language and dispute with credit card processors. So it's like, what is this website? What's going on here? Whatever it is, it was very sloppy.
Was it ajar? I heard that she opened it. I don't know. Yeah, free derail. True. Otozi looks like my butch lesbo gym teacher from middle school. Lol.
Well, we're using this comment for reference because that original.
Well, who the fuck would just film a random guy with his pants down? Period. Right? Like, I mean, I feel like the walking in aspect is like terrible on its own, but it's like, I don't know. There's multiple aspects to that are just like kind of insane, right?
Original website is no longer up, but the only sponsors anyone could identify were a handful of affiliate links, a supplement brand, and LSF itself. So that's interesting, but nobody could track down who was behind the whole thing or where the $20 million were actually coming from. So naturally, people started saying that this looked like a scam. And on Reddit, Stale started deleting those comments. So then, on January 13th, the $1 Million Fan website went offline without any warning or explanation. Within the same few days though, every social media account associated with the project was either deleted or wiped clean. And at that point, Critical had already put out a video before the shutdown, calling the show suspicious and walking through the red flags. But once the site disappeared, he followed up, pointing out that everything about the collapse was consistent with what he described.
And it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show called The $1 Million Fan Show. I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary and all of that is removed.
Then back on Reddit, the conversation had shifted almost entirely from the show to the mod who pinned it. So people were formally reporting Stale to Reddit's admin team, asking whether he had been compensated and arguing that using a moderator position to promote an outside project was a direct violation of Reddit's rules. So 2 days later, Reddit's code of conduct team concluded the investigation and removed Stale from the LSF mod team. And this wasn't only his main account, this was also his secondary account, which was Tarot Card, and apparently had a third account called the Positivity Patrol as well. All of them were removed. So I guess just after a year, his run on Livestream Fail was completely done. Now, this is where things start going downhill. Because on the same...
I don't see people who make content similar to Atozi as human. They cease to exist as soon as I forget about them. Yeah, I agree with that one, brother.
Same day he was removed, he uploaded a video to YouTube addressing Reddit's CEO, Steve Huffman, also known as Spez. And he, it's safe to say he went viral, to put it lightly, for all the wrong reasons. This is a crazy video.
Hello, Spez. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
Again,
that one just never gets old, man. Just never gets old.
I have never seen a stereotype more true than this.
Dude, spitting facts, brother.
Yeah.
But for some reason, he also defended $1 Million Fan, saying there was no definitive evidence that it was a scam. And he took a direct shot at Critical for what he felt was irresponsible coverage. And after that, Stale and Critical had this like small back and forth with a couple of response videos. And it was one of those follow-ups that Stale actually made an argument that was slightly more interesting than his original one. Because here he pointed out that he'd been able to run Livestream Fail for over a year with what he described as near dictatorial control. And for the most part...
Dictatorial?
Is that a word? Does he mean dictatorial?
Yes, he means dictatorial.
Oh, bro.
Really awesome. Really awesome.
Nobody above him stepped in. And that's not a small admission because, you know, what he essentially was arguing was, if I had all of this unchecked power, imagine who else does.
If no one man should have all that power. True, Stale. Stale made that song, by the way.
I can promise you that there are way bigger fish to fry, that I'm not sure that brand deals for community events is really the biggest danger out there.
There are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod.
You're right. Maybe because there are no such qualifications, this is why we're seeing all the problems that we see. Reddit is a $50 billion company that moderators have power over. Maybe not as much power as an overly invested, egotistical power mod as myself might like to believe, but power nonetheless. And most Reddit moderators are completely unqualified, biased, power hungry, and are doing a bad job. And Reddit isn't doing anything to fix it. Maybe it should.
But I guess what he didn't understand was that's what all of the mods previously were accusing him of doing. So it's kind of like, okay, you just proved their point, dude. And to be fair, I mean, Reddit has had recurring issues with moderator overreach for years now. For example, just a couple of months before this whole situation, a single mod on the r/art subreddit locked the entire community after an artist posted about selling their own prints. And apparently they only reopened the subreddit after Reddit staff stepped in. So even though some of the points Dale was making could be true, I'm not sure he's the right messenger. And that's when he made things even worse, because he decided to call Congress. Like, literally. Dude, what are they gonna do? What? I guess the second he realized there was some sort of backlash and the videos maybe weren't landing the way he probably expected, he uploaded a video talking about the 4 levels of irony, which sounds a little bit like a pivot to me, but, you know, then a month later...
I am the head mod of Himpleton as a dirty crinkler? Is that like is that a diaper reference?
Yeah,
if that's true, do not
address
ever
the crinkle.
do not ever fucking say that shit about me. Do not ever say that shit about me again. I heavily fucking dispute diaper allegations. I find diapers fucking disgusting.
Okay, where's the evidence? Give us
listen,
the proof.
Okay, well, here's my evidence. I'm not Femios. How about that?
He starts calling Congress. Again, what are they going to do? You are a Reddit mod. I mean, ex-Reddit mod. What does Congress have anything to do with a Reddit mod? Like, if you want to be a Reddit mod so bad, just make your own subreddit. But
dude, you didn't even watch the videos.
Dude, you were like having like some horrible like conflation here. Like, he says, what does it have to do with being a Reddit mod? It has nothing to do with being a Reddit mod. You're right, Atozy. You're right, Atozy, you giant retard. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with being a Reddit mod. Nothing.
Dude, I found something.
Like, you know, fucking on point there, brother. You got it. It has nothing to do with being a Reddit mod, you fucking dumbass. Like, Jesus Christ.
Check side chat. I think you're totally exonerated.
Aha. Yes, thank you. See? Federal rape is actually doing the proper research before making baseless accusations, which is what we love, okay? Hold on. See that? Read it and fucking weep. Read it and fucking weep, okay? Read it and fucking weep, alright? Try me, motherfucker, okay? Big Aaron, yeah, try me, motherfucker, alright? No results for Himpleton DDLG, alright? No fucking results. And now, I mean, if you looked up ABDL, you'd get the exact same thing, okay? No results. Actually, you might get...
Let me just double check.
There actually might be one result, and it's me calling out some ABDL person who was in Aiden's replies. And I was like, why is this person in Aiden's replies?
Wait, let me send this back to you. Boom!
Let's see. Am I exonerated? Yep. Hell yeah. Alright, see? Read it and fucking weep, chat. Read it and fucking weep, okay? I know that you guys want to pin false accusations on me constantly, you know, and it's really disgusting. And, you know, you know, you say that I look like a lesbian and you, like, torment me and you psychologically torture me, okay? But you know what? I'm an upstanding citizen and I will not tolerate this kind of slander, okay? And I'm going to start suing chatters, okay? I'm at that point, guys. You look what you've done to me, okay? That's what I have to say. All right.
In February, almost a whole month after this video, Stale started posting a series of videos making phone calls to government officials. Now, to understand why that even happened, back in November, executives from Reddit, Twitch, Discord, and Steam had been called on the front of the House Oversight Committee for a closed-door session about extremist content on their platforms. Those sessions were transcribed, and the transcripts are supposed to be released to the public at some point. So Stale had decided to try to make that happen by himself.
It's crazy how all these results got wiped 30 to 40 seconds ago, which is exactly how long Himpleton's been looking down at his phone. Interesting. All right.
So, let's make the call.
House Committee on Oversight and Government.
Hi, I'm calling back about getting some transcripts for an unreleased kind of event that happened. There was meetings with companies like Twitch and Discord, and were these ever released? This is about a couple months ago. Somebody told me to call back today.
So apparently, after being removed from the subreddit, he convinced himself that the closed-door meeting transcripts might contain something significant, possibly discussions about the platform moderation that hadn't been made public yet. So he started treating them less like common government records and more like hidden evidence to help him make a case.
What?
What is he like trying to argue? The reason why he's getting all of those, because a lot of people, they don't know this. Do you know about like the Stale 2000 lore, like where he comes from, like how he's like a DGGer and
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. We covered that
Yeah,
the
like-
first time I interviewed him.
clearly the reason why he's asking for the Twitch files is because Destiny hates Hassan and he hates Hassan, right?
Right.
Like,
By proxy. Yeah.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with like being a Reddit mod.
Well, I know, and I mean, like, he's stuck on that. Like, he's very clearly stuck on that, right? Like, I mean, it's just fucking retarded, man. Like, the guy's fucking retarded. Irredeemably retarded, you could say. Mildly surprised that r/Hempleton was never taken. Why?
Case for himself somehow. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand his mission. But he called for 3 consecutive days, working his way through different staffers and officials each time, asking them to release what he was calling the Twitch and Reddit files. And at least by the 3rd day, someone told him the committee was aware of his
didn't call
request.
it the Twitch and Reddit files. He called it the Twitch files.
Yeah, he called it Twitch files.
Because this
he called
has
it that
nothing to do with
consistently.
Reddit.
Yep.
Yeah, like
It's just
This
this
guy's
guy's
just
insufferable,
making
man.
up stuff.
This
Yeah,
guy's just
he's just, like-
insufferable. Like, why does anybody watch this? Like, it's just fucking. God,
Looking
man.
into it. Hi, I'm calling back to see about an update of something that I called about previously. Some meetings with internet companies like Twitch and Reddit, and I think people forgot to release the transcripts.
I believe you talked about the staffer Peter.
Yep.
I believe, and we got back with the team, and they're currently they are aware of that. So that's the update I have for you now, but they are aware.
Okay, so they are aware. Were they? Just to ask, did they forget before, or like, was it just like in the works, or is they just working on it?
It's just in there. I don't have an answer for you, but they are aware.
Awesome.
So apparently, contacting the government is pretty common.
The black couch is like a meme about like.
It's called
I
Congress.
thought about it, dude. I really thought about it, but I didn't. I resisted. I really wanted to, but I was just like.
Also, is he like a Deorio guy, like where he buys a bunch of pinball machines?
Stale?
Yeah, he's got a pinball machine.
I didn't realize that. I know that he has a DDR machine because he's done streams doing that. Yeah, they're really fucking funny.
Understand why that
'Cause
even
he's like really bad at it too.
happened. Back in November, executives from Reddit, Twitch,
with companies like
discussions about the plan moved from the subreddit. He convinced himself that the closed-door meeting transcripts might contain something significant, possibly discussions about the platform moderation that hadn't been made public yet. So he started treating them less like common government records and more like hidden evidence to help him make a case for himself somehow. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand his mission. But he called for 3 consecutive days.
Scripts.
I believe you talked about the staffer Peter.
Yep.
I believe, and we got back with the team, and they're currently they are aware of that. So that's the update I have for you now, but they are aware.
Okay, so they are aware. Were they? Just to ask, did they forget before, or like, was it just like in the works, or is they just working on it?
It's just in there. I don't have an answer for you, but they are aware.
Awesome.
So apparently, contacting the government is pretty common. But in this context, it just made it kind of funny. So in the end, Stale's situation turned out to be multiple stories, which kind of overlap that I wanted to cover. You obviously have the $1 million fan side, which doesn't make sense whatsoever. You have the moderation history. And then finally, you have all of his hypocrisy. But either way, the dude, I guess, just destroyed his dream life of being a Reddit mod because he was a little bit too power hungry.
Dude, that guy like actually needs to like die.
That was an awesome video.
Yeah,
So cool.
really fucking awesome. Yeah, thanks so much, retard man. Really appreciate that. Wow. Okay, so the only thing really left on the list here is oh shit.
Yo, he's gonna clip your stream. Let's go.
Lol. Okay, well, lol.
Can't believe this stream lasted 7 hours. 90% of the 111-page doc is filled with lies. That's why the author blocked me. I'm gonna start clipping it this week.
Yeah, she I thought about covering this, but I don't know. I have conflicting thoughts on that. On not this specifically, but the creator of the doc like made all of these tweets yesterday where they talked about how they that Brody Fox / Jack James sorry, Jesus Christ, I'm having like a brain aneurysm. Said that they were homeless, which is true. They said it publicly, and then said some other stuff about them, and like freaked out about it, and I mean, like, it's like I don't know what, like, they like had like they had a pretty big freak out about it. My whole take on it was, I'm not saying that it's okay that he like highlighted the fact that you're homeless, but you did say it publicly, and when you're making very hyperbolic allegations against somebody, I think that you should probably expect them to hit back at you, and sometimes hit back at you below the belt, right? That was my way of being as neutral as possible there. But I think that's about as much I want to get into on that. All right, so we have a mini segment here. I just wanted to show you guys this because our very own Yen, friend of the show, Yen, got on YouTube Drama. Why are so many people defending Lio Convoy? The sinister sticks of Lio Convoy detractors, right? And it's the ZV calls. And for context, a YouTuber known as Yen made a stream defending Lio from 6 of his detractors. And I just have to ask why it is that every time that this grown man needs to be defended from his big, bad detractors, it's always a woman in her 20s with possible daddy issues. So, like, no, I mean, it was Yen laughing at these retards, which is just funny. It's really funny, like, how, like, these people are like so just like blindly anti-Lio, which, like, listen guys, you know me, I've said quite a lot of criticism of Lio myself. Like, I'm not like a giga Lio fan, okay? Like, we've talked a couple of times, but that doesn't mean that like I approve of everything that he does and everything. I just think he's extremely funny, okay, and I like talking to him. But obviously he's done a lot of like really stupid shit, which I don't even think he would dispute. But it's just funny as fuck to see these people like literally like foaming at the mouth, and clearly they didn't even watch the stream, because if they did, they would realize that this is not even like Yen like glazing Lio. It's literally just him like it's Yen laughing at these fucking retards, right? And then it's just like, it's literally just Lio snark and then being like, yeah, Yen is acting straight fatherless, like in these comments. It's like fucking like they like start foaming at the mouth. It's crazy. And speaking of which, you know what, we will cover this real quick because this is also on the YouTube Drama subreddit. Thank you, Mackenzie Carter Cameron, for subscribing. Appreciate it. So yeah, this is the look at the most recent post on r/YouTube Drama, guys. Look at this. Now this is an interesting one, and I'll tell you exactly why. Right. Let me make sure that it's
whose stream is this?
I know, right? Well, let me explain exactly why this is interesting, right? So hold on, let me frame this in a way that's easier for you guys to see it here. Is that Dickers in the thumbnail? What thumbnail? No. In the Yen one? No. I don't think Lio is even in the video that Yen watched. Lio's not. That's the whole thing. It's literally calls that are just like people who hate Lio, essentially. Not a fan of Lio, but I don't get the massive autism over him. Yeah, exactly. But remember, Reddit mods have real power. True, and they should be treated like celebrities. Okay, so there's two different pretty interesting things about this. So we'll show the clip first for those of you who didn't watch the stream last night.
Hard to kind of argue, but like this right here is like the most.
Like, Jesus Christ, like fucking jack up the audio if you're gonna fucking like make a clip like this, guys.
Hard to kind of argue, but like this right here is like the most pinnacle point of like a defamation example. And I say that because I'm not trying to scare her, but more so like educate people on like what defamation actually looks like. It's when you knowingly or unknowingly spread false information
So wait. Let me go ahead and read the caption here. Zach James / Brody Fox threatens to sue the creator of the Yo Mama Google Doc for defamation. Says it wasn't worth it because she is just a homeless art student, and paints her out to be a villain for being unable to track down to sue. So now that we've read that, I want you guys to listen to what he says here. I want us to restart it, and I want you to listen to what he says here, and I want you to tell me if this is an accurate caption. Okay.
Hard to kind of argue, but like this right here is like the most pinnacle point of like a defamation example. And I say that because I'm not trying to scare her, but more so like educate people on like what defamation actually looks like. It's when you knowingly or unknowingly spread false information, and if you know it's false information and you acknowledge it's false information and you refuse to remove or retract the statements that you made in the same public setting that you made those statements, it can put you in a defamation situation. And defamation requires a lot of different things. One, you got to show reputation harm. You got to show there's a third-party platform involved, which in this case is pretty straightforward. You got to show there's an acknowledgement of the information being wrong, which we've seen. And then the reluctance of retracting that false information to limit damages from being further made. And unfortunately, the legal system is like all about who has more money and who can fuck over the little guy. And at the end of the day, like this is somebody who has no money, they're homeless, according to their own statements. They're just an art student. Makes no sense for me to make a defamation case out of this.
All right. So far, this is extremely clearly him not wanting to sue. It is not him threatening to sue. He verbatim says that it's not worth it. She even contradicts herself in the same statement. She's clearly freaking out over the fact that she gets called homeless, even though this is something that she has publicly posted herself, which is, unfortunate that it happened. Sure, it's a low blow. You could say it's a low blow, for sure. But at the same time, like this guy feels like he's been defamed, and in certain aspects, they're factually incorrect statements that are in this Google Doc that were never removed after she has been given notice multiple times that they are factually incorrect. And because of that, I mean, like it's, you can have criticisms of Zach James. I have criticisms of Zach James, that I brought to the table. And, but it's a little silly to do this. It's a little silly to say this, in my opinion.
And if I was going to, I would have to like hire a third-party detective to figure out who the fuck she is, where she lives, how I can serve her, and that would cost like thousands of dollars to do. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. So it's like a really fucked up situation where someone can go out and just like make this claim, get viral off of it, get over 350,000 views off of it, and then they themselves have no repercussion from it. And
right. So that's what this says. So again, like I mean, I don't know. Like I just it's a little confusing to me. It's a little confusing to me. This is, but what I wanted to highlight here is so this is said here. Then after that, context about the doc. TLDR, Zach mistreated his animators, did a crypto scam. You need to be careful about what you're saying. You need to be careful about what you're saying. Did he do a crypto scam? Did he do a crypto scam? Did he do a crypto scam? You need to be careful. Like, and again, please don't misconstrue this as me threatening you. Because I'm not threatening you. But I'm just saying, like, you need to be careful with your wording here. The entire argument that I've made multiple times is that I do genuinely think that there are legitimate criticisms to give to Zach James, but they're just, when you lay out incorrect information or you say stuff that isn't even true, right? It takes away from the point. It takes away from the point and makes the criticisms less believable, etc. Right? So this is the post from the person Zach was threatening here. Warning, it's over 110 pages. So now I think you're going to understand this is pretty clearly the person who posted the doc, right? This is pretty clearly the person who posted the doc. They're acting like it's not. And part of this is to mitigate the Reddit rules, right? So let's just see this from Brody / Zach himself. Kim, I'm not sure why you keep on posting on the subreddit like you didn't make this document yourself, probably to avoid Rule 8. That said, you've lied, which is no self-promotion. That said, you've lied multiple times and continue to misrepresent the facts. 1, there's no evidence of the 10K payment, which is something that's in the doc. None of the DMs that you include show this, or the DMs that Brody shows himself, or Zach, sorry. You claimed that I stole content, but again, none of the evidence you provided shows this. Which is true. You've tried to tie me to a random entity called Anime Token LLC. That is not my entity. You claim that I have links to sketchy companies because a YouTube business management firm outsourced work to another entity. That entity represents thousands of other companies, including 8chan. None of this outsourced work means that I have a direct working relationship with 8chan. You've admitted to the commission post being wrong, yet you refuse to remove it because it went viral, while still making that claim that I ripped off the very same artist that lied about it. You took a very clearly sarcastic post about my ex earnings and presented it as a fact where he says, thanks Elon for the grift, and photoshops his earnings, leaving out my replies where I make it even more clear that's sarcasm. You claimed that I was spending money on a crypto casino. However, you didn't bother to check that those were inbound transfers of 0.0000001% that act as a marketing spam promoting a casino, which makes your claims categorically false. You emailed me wanting to have a good faith conversation, blew up my DMs if I didn't respond back within minutes, and used your autism as an excuse for harassing me, then told me that we weren't allowed to talk about half the document they wrote about. Yeah, they specifically said that they weren't allowed to talk about the interpersonal work stuff, even though they included it as half their document. You've left out the entire context from before this clip, whereby I make it clear that I'm not suing anyone. Even your post title contradicts itself, threatened to sue, and states that it's not worth it. All you've done is lie and play victim at the moment that you're called out on it. Edit. Kim blocking me on Reddit won't stop people from seeing this comment. Edit 2. People are asking for context, but Kim blocking me made it so that I can't make new responses. OP wrote a 111-page Google document on me riddled with false claims. They've been posting about it nonstop on this subreddit, speaking about themselves in third person to avoid breaking the self-promotion rule. And you know what? It's really nice that there's no promotion on mine. It's just saying the title. And, you kind of think to yourself, you kind of have to think to yourself. And again, I'm not trying to snark this person. I want to make that clear. I'm not trying to snark this person, but you have to think to yourself, because I point out, Zach points these out. I point these out. A lot of the contradictory claims, a lot of the falsehoods within this Google Doc, which again, I want to make it extremely clear. I'm not glazing Zach here. I'm not glazing Zach, right? There are things that Zach deserves to get criticized on. The entire iNut section speaks for itself about kind of this pseudo EPI stuff that he did, right? Like, he deserves to get criticized on stuff, but they should not have these falsehoods and stuff like that, because it distracts from the actual criticisms that need to be levied, right? And so I find it interesting that there is no link to my stream here. I don't care if it's not promoted. That's not the part that I care about, right? It's the fact that it's not linked. Which I find interesting. So, Zach says, I covered this doc with another creator, Himpleton, last night in a 7-hour live stream, which is where this clip is from. Here's a link to his full recording. Actually shows it. Right? I'm a proud nutter too. I brought iNut in. I'm the reason that iNut was in that stream. I went to iNut, and I was like, I know that you do a really good job with this, so let's collab on this, So, I'm glad that he was there. I'm glad that he could be there. He did a great job. So yeah, everybody's like doing the context hat thing, right? Context removed by moderator, which is interesting. Average language and reading level of a Trump voter on full display, 3rd grade. Hey, buddy, you should go back to the basics. The square peg. What the fuck is this? Yo mama will unironically have more social impact than you ever do. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is this? Flagged for review due to multiple reports? What? Do not insult, harass, or otherwise shit up the subreddit? Okay, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, the rise of the threats of the lawsuits online are so annoying. Again, if you actually, God, if you took 2 seconds to figure this out, you would see that he's not threatening that. Sorry, Hamilton, I'm the bigger INF fan. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it's just like it's. I don't know. It's weird. It's disappointing. Not a huge fan. I don't know what else is to, Jesus Christ. I don't know what else there is to say, It's disappointing. It's strange. I don't know why they did that. So guys, do I have a captive audience? Should we go over this Lord Miles stuff? What do you guys think? This Lord Miles scamming stuff. What do you think, guys? What do you guys think? Is there any interest in that? Do we care? Do we want to do that? Let me see here. I'll just talk to chat for a little bit. Well, I'll do this with a little poll. So Lord Miles, he was almost I almost interviewed him. It was after the stuff where he like got captured by Al Qaeda or whatever. It's a pretty interesting story. Yeah. So guys, while I'm here, I know I'm a little bitch. I know that I've been promoting like near constantly here. But hi Crow. If you're enjoying the stream, please give it a like. And on top of that, feel free to donate or give a membership. Again, I will continue to advocate for Dasali's membership. Okay, and if Dasali gets it, I will gift her Slay the Spire 2 in addition to giving out 20 gifted members. So. Himble should ironically become a Yo Mama detractor just to show how these idiots, how it's really done. Well, I mean, in that way, like, I'm not, it's not in like an assholey way, but like I'm not detracting. When I hear detractor, I Jesus Christ, man, wow. Okay, sorry, stuttering really bad. I think about a level of bias, right? I think about a level of bias, and I think that I just give criticisms of Brody Fox / Zach James, and so in that way, I'm a far better distractor than any of these people are because I'm not extremely biased and I'm giving fair criticisms where they're warranted, right? Why don't you do some cheap derail viewer submitted streams on off days? Cheap derail viewer submitted streams? You mean like a day where we make like derails $5 and just do a derail stream? That'd be kind of fun. We could do that. That'd be a kind of fun concept. That's interesting. Who's the one dislike? I don't know. Probably the person who made the doc that I just talked about. Probably not very happy about me saying that, to be honest. Higher for big streams, lower for chill streams. Day where I don't have main content, we can just do cheap derails to make money. Yeah, that's a great idea, actually. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. I'll add that to the list for sure. It's a good idea. And another thing, guys, I always need better dono goals. I haven't had good dono goals in a while. And I've been thinking about that recently. Like, I feel like I need to have a couple more that people actually like want to do and stuff like that. So I've been thinking about that lately. I'm gonna be working on stuff a lot on tomorrow. Just like future content stuff. I'm recording a video for what is going to be a second channel that's kind of non-commentary related. And I'm also writing a script for Amos, and And I'm also going to be working on a lot on dockets and stuff like that. So Parlo always gets numbers. I mean, that's true. That's true. But I don't want to like milk Parlo more than I already have. I only want to do like Parlo content when it makes sense. I think in reality, it's Roblox content that gets numbers for my channel, because I've gained a lot of growth through the Parlo coverage, and those people just like Roblox stuff. I have a stream coming up probably this week at some point, where I'm probably just gonna be doing an entire stream about Roblox stuff. I've like built up a decent a decent docket of stuff. Guys, once we get like, actually, no, it's 92% want me to cover this. All right, cool. $100 dono goal, and I will draw Himpleton X Falgi Yowie. Wow, that's a great idea. I love that. Okay, let's do it. It's a little horrifying, but I love it. Watching analog horror for a stream is more of a members only stream. Yeah, it's stuff like that too. Like, I mean, like I would consider doing like, people really do like it when I play like scary games and stuff like that. They do tend to enjoy that. But the thing is, sorry, let me write this down first. People like it when I play scary games, but the fact of the matter is, like, the vast majority of the people that follow me are just following me for like coverage and stuff like that. Once we have like a pretty dedicated membership base, I'll start doing like membership, Jesus Christ, member only streams and stuff like that, where we can just kind of chill out a little bit more, and we'll like do like, streams where like members for a membership only stream could do like free derails for an entire stream, and like we can do a stream where we have where I play like scary games, because people really like watching me play scary games, because I get so fucking freaked out, man. Like, I get, dude, you guys don't understand how much of a fucking pussy I am unless you've been following me for a very long time, because I've done like scary game streams and stuff like that, and guys, I am like the worst pussy imaginable. Okay, like there's a somebody played a soundboard for Shadow Rich Gang, like the Shadow Wizard Money, like Shadow Wizard Money Gang, and like I was playing a horror game while that happened, and I literally like almost jumped out of my fucking seat and started crying. Like, it was horrible. Okay, so people love watching me do that. So that's something that I'd probably do as a members thing. And just like kind of stuff that's more like personality based and kind of based more around me instead of just solely coverage stuff. As well as the stuff like Cryptid and I are going to get together probably like maybe next weekend or the weekend after, and go out to this.
Glad Earth
Thanks for the
full
5.
time. Himple streams are the best while working on midterms. Love you, chat. Himpleton IG are okay too.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mitch. I appreciate it. I know you're salty about me saying that about iNut. I'm sorry about saying that. But I appreciate the 5. But yeah, we're going out, we're doing that like IRL adventure. There may be a point where again people can join it. Yeah, I mean, I would totally do that for sure. You were scared of the new FNAF game in VC a bit ago. I literally returned the game because it scared me too bad. I returned Secret of the Amendment because it scared me too bad, because I was really drunk and I was playing it with friends in a group chat, and it was like me, Bangla, Spindling, and a couple of other people, and I literally was like so scared that I stopped playing it after 30 minutes and I returned the game. Like, I got so scared that I would stop moving, dude. Like, it was so bad. It was so bad, okay? Like, it was so bad. Like, you don't understand. Like, okay, we'll do the Lord Miles thing in a second, but I like interacting with you guys some as well. I think it's fun. The Dasali account's blacklisted for racism, and then the Inward Towers, and then Dasali says that was in the past. Uh-oh. You can do a stream where you play games and people can join. It'd be fun. Remember when you did headliners? Yeah, I remember that. That was fun. Wish me luck for tomorrow. What's tomorrow? What's tomorrow? I'm seething, but it's okay. I'll get over it. I'm sorry, buddy. Here, I'll get the Lord Miles thing set up. Hold on. Wimpleton? True. No, I am. I'm a giant wimp. I'm a giant wimp when it comes to scary games, dude. Like, I'm so bad about it. It's so funny because I like love scary games. I love horror movies and stuff like that. But then it's like I get in the position where I'm actually playing them, and I'm such a gigantic pussy. Like, it's unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable. Like, it's terrible. Hold on. Let's see. And yeah, like you know, there's some like collabs and stuff like that that are coming out soon. That I'm really excited about. That you guys will see pretty soon. But yeah, so let me just give a illustration for what we're working with here with this Lord Miles stuff. Before we get into it, Lord Miles was almost on my stream. He is what is called a death tourist, which means it's people go to like very dangerous places, and for funsies. So for example, when Tehran was getting taken over, Afghanistan, Lord Miles went over there like while it was getting taken over, just for funsies. I'm pretty sure he also went to Chernobyl, if I recall correctly. He's done a lot of stuff like that before. And God, I'm literally gonna fucking die. I'm literally gonna fucking die in this stupid fucking thing, dude. Sorry, I'm bitching and moaning about my game. Yeah, so he's done death tourism and stuff like that before. There was a point at which he got kidnapped by, I think it was the Taliban. I can't remember if it was the Taliban or somebody else. Here, we'll check my DMs here. Yeah, so I reached out to him earlier. What? Clicking on that by accident. Fuck. I reached out to him. Earlier, and he never responded to me. She was in Soul's chat today. Who? Marcus was live the other day, and Goat was in chat. Yeah, I mean, dude, she hasn't gone away. Don't get it twisted. She's like still around. She's just not gonna be around in my chat because of the fact that I you know, I exposed all that stuff, right? Amos is currently making a video about her, by the way, so that's funny. Yeah. So at one point there was a bid to buy Lord Miles's account. I mean, or sorry, not by his account, by a documentary that was supposedly being made about his time when he was kidnapped by the Taliban, and the Taliban was taking over his account, his Twitter account, and so I offered them $15K, and they reached back out to me, and he said if this is a serious offer, then he posted it here for him to read on his return, and I said $15K is my offer, but I need proof that he's alive to have a conversation with him before I send anything. You would not send any money. Money would be payable to Miles in person upon his arrival to the UK. And when do you estimate that would be? Hopefully in 2 to 3 months when he's back in the UK. Am I the current highest bidder? The last estimated time snap he told us. Somebody did offer us $50K, but I don't know if that's serious. I got you. Keep me posted. I appreciate it, friend. I say to the Taliban. No problem. And then later on, so this is back in 2023 when this happened, but later on I reached out. He said, hey man, you're the highest bidder and Miles will contact you first upon release. He'll have photos and videos. Then I reach out to Miles and I say, hey, do you believe in ghosts? I don't believe in myself. And so we kind of have a conversation there. We're just kind of talking about what he's up to, because he wanted to talk about he was making a documentary about Zimbabwean goblins. And so I wanted to have him on my stream. He almost came on my stream, and I was like, hey man, what time is good for stream? This is actually the same stream that I had Salvo Pancakes on for the first time, which was very, very funny. And so he ended up not being able to do it for whatever reason, blah, blah, blah. He was literally like, he had to he was like dodging border guards for some reason. And so like he did a 9-hour hike in the mountain and was literally like having to call in on his burner phone, and it didn't end up being able to happen, but which is all good. And then so I reached out to him more recently about this stuff. Is that Gwengo video scrapped after the conversation we had? Yes. Gwengo has answered. Wait, he follows me? Lol. Okay. Gwengo has honestly answered everything that I had for him. In terms of like bigger critiques, he has answers for those, and so the video essentially would have just been me like pointing out the fact that he has been reckless at times and has done stupid shit, and that wouldn't make a very good video, wouldn't make a very compelling video, so I just we made the mutual decision to scrap it. So yep. The only Miles is True. Okay, but so recently, CoffeeZilla made a video about Lord Miles, so let's check it out.
This YouTuber just scammed his fans for about $100,000, and then his sponsor claimed he was dead while he claimed he had been arrested by the Saudis. Now, to be clear, there's still a lot we don't know. The
Okay, we should
YouTuber
actually-
is a guy named Lord Miles. He's
Oh,
best
fuck, I'm
known
retarded.
for going to Afghanistan and apparently being captured.
Yeah, I'll make it a little bit bigger. I'll make it a little bit bigger here for ya. Let me move. Here's what I'll do. Move chat over here. Chat over here. Move me over here. Put this up here. There you go. That way you can have it a little bit bigger. There you go.
By the Taliban and then later getting set free. He's known for these outrageous stunts, and his latest is a 40-day water fast in the desert, where he has created a poly market, and the official poly market account has been heavily engaging and promoting it. If you don't know, poly market is a place where you can bet on various events. You can see it says breaking: Lord Miles has restarted his 40-day fast in the desert. Less than 50% chance he makes it through. And people put real money on this. That's what I really have to emphasize to you guys. There's all sorts of rules to this.
Yeah, I know about like kind of the lore of Coach Red Pill. I think it would be an interesting retrospective stream. So I mean, yeah, somebody who knows more about the lore, if they made me a docket, I would totally cover it for sure.
There's money on the line. You can see there has been $14 million of betting volume on this wager. And for a while, you know, it was low odds. And as the challenge went on, it seemed like people got more confidence in Miles. Of course, suddenly then you see it drop off a cliff after he vanished. And people didn't know where he was, only to find out later that he was claiming to have been dead/imprisoned. Now, if you...
Yeah, I do remember this. I do remember that he claimed that he like died or something, or sorry, that his account claimed that he died or something like that. You know, he's done stunts like this before, so I wasn't really, I didn't really fully believe it, obviously. But it's just, obviously it's interesting. I don't know. Don't know what to make of it. How much pre-workout have I drank so far? I'm on my second scoop.
Future Steven here, I've got to say, I've now been in touch with Miles right before I released this video. I gave him a chance to comment. He extensively talked to me, well, not him, a friend. Supposedly, they're saying he really is in jail, and Miles gave me a statement. First, he said, you need to wait 6 months till I get out. And I said, I'm not going to wait for you. I don't even know if you are actually detained or not. And subsequently, they did get a response from Miles. I'm going to read that in a second, but first I want to lay out the context, and then I'll give you his side of the story. To be clear, he denies scamming people, and he says, yeah.
40 days without food, I'm still almost positive is impossible. You probably die, but I mean, it admittedly is more realistic than 40 days without water. So don't take any more. That would explain the behavior tonight. What does that mean? Am I like neurotic? Am I like freaking out? What am I doing? What am I doing? Am I doing like terrible things? Am I being evil? What's going on? What are the claims? What are the claims being levied about me right now? What are the claims being levied about me?
Yes, very much. He has been set up. It's all a big setup. So, you know, we'll put our Scooby-Doo mystery hats on in a bit here, but we're going to go through the basics now, and then I'll come back and talk with you in a bit. Basically, how it worked is the guy would live stream himself in the desert for a while. He was sponsored by someone named Duel. We will get into them a bit later.
I'm on 1.5 speed. Is that... I have the caffeine shakes I'm talking about. I think part of it is I'm also like really exhausted. I have not gotten like enough sleep in the past while, and so like the only way that like I'm like still going right now is because of the fact that you know, I'm on caffeine. So that's like a big part of it probably. So yeah, I mean that's probably a big part of it. Because you know, again, I'm very, very fucking tired. Which is fine.
But he essentially tried to live stream himself 24 hours.
Yeah, well, the stuttering and saying that's literally about the fact that I'm extremely tired, right? That's what that is. Yeah.
A day for 40 days to prove that he was not doing anything other than drinking water. That's what a water fast is. And right from the jump, he addressed the very serious conflict of interest problem where why wouldn't you just bet on yourself and lose the challenge, right? If you have a betting market on something like this, seems like he has an unfair conflict of interest. And he addressed this and said, one, he wasn't allowed to bet on himself, and that, yes, maybe his friends were betting on him, but, you know, he doesn't really know.
Did you bet on yourself on Polymarket? No, I'm not allowed. Betting on yourself is a very bad thing. You know what I mean? I'm doing well financially right now. I don't need to 10x my money or something. I'm not in that position.
Have you ever heard it before? That's the classic. I don't need the money. That's why I wouldn't do it. Now, he also addresses the idea that, you know, you could just set up sock puppet accounts and bet on yourself in one way or another.
But yeah, people were like, oh, why aren't you betting yourself on Polymarket? You can do it using alt accounts.
Please get good amounts of sleep. Yeah, I will after stream. Yeah. Your heart's a muscle. Work it out till failure. True.
I know my friends are betting me on Polymarket because they basically get like updates from me personally, and I just tell them, hey, I'm doing just fine.
So yeah, that's the basics. He claims he can't bet on himself. Later, he's sleeping or something. And I think he probably just faked this too. I don't really know if he's actually sleep talking here, but he appears to address.
When you speak in regards to Roblox content, do you mean that interviews with large creators get you views, or just generalized documents or something? Literally anything regarding Roblox. So I again, like I reached out to you a while ago, Bringer. Like I'd love it if I could get like an actual docket on some potential content. I'd really like, I've been trying to get people who can like actually do wiener workout. Hello? What the fuck? I'd love to get like some dude, that really distracted me. I'd love to get some like dockets or videos and stuff like that to cover Roblox drama, like current Roblox drama, or retrospectives, either way. Yeah, people that I can talk to, that kind of thing. So
address the haters in his sleep, address the idea that maybe he's cheating. You can decide if you think this is authentic or not.
Bloody Polymarket cyber thing ruined my reputation for like 20k. Fools, idiots.
I don't know if.
Wait, so he said he was sleeping when he did this? He claimed that he was sleeping when he did this? That's kind of that's kind of miserable. What? That's kind of pathetic a little bit. That's ooh, that's rough, man. That's really fucking rough.
If that's the world's greatest Freudian slip, or he's trying to, give little clues to the plan here. But yeah, he talks about ruining his reputation in his sleep. He also pretty aggressively was like going against the people who were betting against him. He was always making a bunch of comments that led a lot of his followers to believe he was all in. In fact, he said that he had been offered money in order to throw the challenge for the people, I suppose, that were betting against him finishing this whole thing.
Someone on Polymarket has DM'd Morgan on Instagram and offered $30,000 for me to end the challenge around my birthday. They said, eat the birthday cake, don't worry about it. It'll be our little secret. This is my personal decision if I should end the fast. No food! No! No! Ah!
Hello?
So yeah, I don't know if it's such a good idea.
What the fuck was that?
Admit.
What the fuck was that? What are we doing? What are we doing? Is he having like a manic episode? Like, what is happening? I've never seen him like act like this before, to be honest.
That people are secretly offering you deals to take this, especially when there was so much confusion around the challenge. There was, entire periods of time where he's off camera for like several minutes at a time, claiming that he was taking a shower. But whatever, fake challenge or not, obviously eventually he just disappears from the challenge, and there has to be a story about what ultimately happened to him. So this is where we come back to Duel. If you remember, that's the people who sponsored him in the challenge. You can see their logo back here, and you can see the CEO of Duel, Monarch, who has been featured on Coffee's a little.
Oh shit, Snow Whispers in Waiting? I didn't even see that. God, guys, you gotta like start DMing me or something like that, or saying it in chat when you're in fucking waiting.
Is a cock.
Thank you for.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up? Thank you to Super Saiyan Chad for subscribing. What's up?
Yeah, I just thought you looked, really lonely in this VC.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
cool.
I can be your friend if you want.
Well, how about just I'm a co-host. That's cool with me. I'm a co-host.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Great. Wow. Incredible. Do you know anything about Lord Miles?
I took a look at his response video, and I don't want to jump to conclusions, but he gave off the air of like a pathological liar, or like he just thought that everyone who was watching his thing was like just really dumb or something, because he just does I don't know. I think you'll get to it. You'll definitely know what I'm talking about when you get to it. But he just does some crazy shit that is just like so unbelievable.
Gotcha. Yeah, he also has some Twitter posts where he's like getting pissed off at like CoffeeZilla and like doing the usual bullshit that people do when they get accused of like faking shit to CoffeeZilla. Which is like that whole thing where they do like I'm trying to think of it's like where they get like accused of like scamming or something like that, and then they're like, CoffeeZilla, like I'm gonna sue you, like this is just not true, like fuck you, like blah blah blah, like all that bullshit.
Have you seen his comments?
What do you mean his comments? Does he comment in
His
this
comments
video?
have been No, his comments have been getting swarmed because Lord Miles demanded an apology or
Yeah. CoffeeZilla's comments have been getting swarmed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like there's a bunch of comments of people just making like I almost said snarky remarks that would have made it sound like I'm talking about something else now. But just like, kind of smart ass remarks about like looks like the tables have turned or something like gay shit like that.
It's classic.
I mean, it's a miserable showing from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean that's unfortunately what I expected when I kind of heard about this, which is it is really unfortunate because Miles has done some crazy interesting stuff.
Yeah, no, I liked Miles, but I think it was when he first had this like, oh yeah, I've been like kidnapped by the Taliban or some shit. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
How do we know this? How do we know you've been kidnapped by the Taliban? And then I looked into it more, and it just seemed like more and more unbelievable. And then I saw the CoffeeZilla video. I was like, yeah, no, I don't think I like this guy that much anymore. But I've tried to remain fairly neutral. I mean, obviously, it's impossible for me to be neutral since I already had that, kind of sour taste in my mouth after watching the CoffeeZilla video and seeing how CoffeeZilla portrayed everything, but it just looked really sketchy. And there's also, I think you just saw the clip where he was like talking in his sleep, allegedly. I was like,
yeah, I mean that's bullshit, right? Like it's so clearly bullshit.
Yeah.
Like
I think he's just like a big bullshitter. I think that's like what you'll get from like all his comments in this video.
Well,
like, he has like this fucking fantastical like fucking movie villain, or not movie villain, but like this fucking movie story where there's like these movie villain like fucking coppers, and he's just like completely just he's like a badass who's willing to just like say like just shit talk and go full Christoid on these like Muslim cops. And where even is he? I don't even remember, but he was just saying that like, yeah, there's like these Muslim cops, and then he was making like vaguely like racist statements or something. And I was like, wait, what? You did that when they were holding you in custody?
I do also remember that they like that he was like sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, no, take your time.
I also remember that he like went to war with Indians and shit. I don't know. Either way, let's get back to it.
I don't even know about that, but yeah.
Before saying, Duel decided to sponsor Lord Miles for his desert fasting bet with Polymarket. My team just informed me that his death is confirmed. A few hours ago, Miles fell into a coma after hospital staff gave him glucose IV without his consent. I hope he's at peace wherever he is. And they gave a RIP Lord Miles. So
Yeah, I remember this, and it felt like bullshit.
for a while, people genuinely
I don't even
thought
remember seeing
this
that.
guy was dead, and that was the reason that he had kind of abandoned the market. Of course, it was also strange that around this time, Lord Miles' tweets had gotten privated, and his videos had also gotten privated. If you go to his channel, it said the channel had 0 videos, whereas previously he had all the live streams of him, you know, in the tent and whatever. But then we hear a contradiction from Lord Miles himself. He says that Miles has been detained by Saudi intelligence on false charges from an American who created several fake reports to a bribed corrupt journalist in order to make money on Polymarket. Guys, you'll never believe the corruption on this betting market that he's in. He says, quote, "We are aware that someone who bet on the no option on Polymarket has bribed a journalist to put out fake news about Miles, manipulating the Saudi police so that they would detain him and to investigate potential terrorist ties. He has spent 2 weeks without seeing sunlight and remains in custody. His communication is limited, but he will try to give updates on his situation." Now, that's obviously pretty serious. Thank goodness he's not dead, like they said, but you see here that it says last edited at 3:55 p.m. Well, if you go to the earlier copy of this tweet, obviously he's in, you know, Saudi custody, so there's no way he could have written this tweet. But in the tweet, it says, "So they would detain me." So later, "detain me" is changed to "detain him." Surely there's nothing going on there, guys. Completely legitimate. It's not Miles writing this the whole time. And then after this, we have a bizarre update from Miles where he claims that he was forced to eat in the hospital by the police. Supposedly, he did not eat for a total of 34 days and was forced to by police. He wouldn't have done it otherwise. And yet, once again, we see the claims that people were making their no bet against Miles, and that's why he was detained in order to stop him from his ruthless finishing of this challenge, right? Even there were people like Column, I guess that's a friend of his, who claimed
Miles responded to this and said that this dude ran off with like 16 grand in money. Also, not again, not saying that Miles was reliable in the area. Yeah, we'll see.
That they had confirmation and contact that Miles was detained by his Saudi's Majesty's pleasure. No charges. It seems to be the result of bad actors providing false info to get him detained to rig the outcome of the Polymarket stream. Now, that's a pretty interesting story. You know, he was forcibly detained. The sponsor thought he was dead. I mean, this is quite the story that poor Miles, you know, here he was turning down $30,000 from people, and poor guy, he just was forced to eat.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's a storyteller, right? I mean, like, it's and that's fine. That's fine when you're gonna like come up with these like fantastical stories that might not be true. It becomes a lot less fine when there's money involved, obviously.
Well, so, yeah, this is like his cover for this whole like crypto scam stuff, and it's like, dude, it's just.
Well, right.
It's like I don't want to jump ahead, but there's so much shit that is just like, how does he expect anyone to believe this? And like, I don't want to do the whole armchair psychologist thing, and I already said it like kind of gave me the vibes of a pathological liar, but it's like when you really see like his video, it's like, dude, this just sounds like when I've like had conversations with people who I know to be pathological liars, and they're just like saying like all this crazy shit that like doesn't really matter in the end, which is usually the telling sign. But then it's like he's mixing it in with stuff that does matter, which is where it's like you kind of get lost in the weeds with everything. It's really fucking annoying, honestly.
Well, again, it's fine to be like a storyteller. It's fine to be like you know, one of these guys who like, you know, likes to kind of drag stories around and all that kind of stuff for entertainment.
Yeah, play it out.
That's fine. Yeah. But it's not fine when there's money involved, obviously.
I wanted to actually do some tracing of this, and it turns out that some other people had found that Miles has previously posted his Ethereum address, which we can use to trace all of his activity. So that's his Ethereum address right there, OX213. That'll become important in a second, because remember how we said he was offered $30,000 to quit the challenge? Well, at one point, he talks about actually getting sent $16,000, which is pretty interesting.
Some guy was meant to pay me $16K today.
What are Redditzzilla's bad takes, buddy? I want to hear.
Let's see, it's come through.
Now, I find that very interesting because around that time, we see the Lord Miles Ethereum address get paid $16,000 during his fast. Now, pay attention to the time. This is at 3:53 UTC time on the 17th. Well, less than an hour later, Lord Miles sends 15,000 of those dollars to this address, OX613, who then sends $14,000 an hour later to this relay solver, which is a bridge on Polymarket, to OXDE1. Now, that account is very important because that's an account that has made $61,000 on an account titled Money, Money, Please. I want to make money. I hate my job.
Lol.
And most of his money has come from a bet on Lord Miles not finishing the 40-day water fast. You can see he's profited $60,000 by betting against Miles to finish this. Now, isn't that interesting? Lord Miles is sending money to the same address, which is betting against him. But let's make this even more concrete, because I traced yet another transaction. Once again, this is Lord Miles' Ethereum address sending $9,000 in Tether to this OX613. And that account then sends $9,000 to this relay solver. It's a bridge to Polygon. Then the same day, you can see the same day, literally 7 seconds later, this account gets basically $9,000 minus a few bucks in fees for the bridge. And then that account puts a bunch of bets on Polymarket. Now we can actually see those transactions lining up perfectly with the bets made by this Money, Money, Please account. We see that in his activity tab, we see him betting a series of bets. The first one for $2,000, we see $2,000 here, $500, $500, $1,000, $1,000, $54.85. Guys, it's clear cut. The blockchain does not lie. Lord Miles was secretly placing bets against himself to not finish a water fast while participating in a water fast and pushing all his followers to bet on him. Meanwhile, then he's got this big story about he was detained by Saudi police in order to stop him from finishing his bet. And of course, his sponsor is claiming that he died. To say this is gross and manipulative and disgusting is an understatement. I've never really seen anything like this. All for basically $100,000. I also wanted to add that Lord Miles had also launched a pump fund at the same time, and he claimed publicly to have made $31,000 there. That plus the $16,000, which he got since supposedly, about $100,000. All brought to you by Polymarket. Now, I think Polymarket should refund everyone. I think it's insane to have people bet on this thing, which clearly is rigged. But okay, that's my side of the story, seeing things from the outside. Now it's time to give the devil his due and give Lord Miles his side of the story, or at least the guy who's running his account right now, because I asked for comment for this whole story, and a guy named Akkad Secretary contacted me on behalf of Miles. This is the same guy who claims that he kept silent about it until he had confirmation and contact. He claims that he can confirm Miles is not dead, but is detained at his Saudi Majesty's pleasure. We saw that a bit earlier. And this is the guy who supposedly is running Miles's account in his absence. Remember, supposedly Miles was detained in order to get him to lose the bet. I spoke extensively to this guy, and he gave me two things. One, he sent me a screenshot of an email where he said it proved that Miles was indeed...
But what's the bad take? What's the bad take?
...imprisoned or detained. The red is where I have made redactions, and the gray, he made redactions. It says, "Dear Column, thank you for the email. We are aware of the below and following up with Miles and the authorities regarding this. As soon as we have an update, we will share with blank, who is the single point of contact, and it's some kind of casework manager for Saudi Arabia." I don't know, take that for what it is. I asked for the full email. It was not provided. But they told me, look, you need to wait until Miles is out of detainment, which could be 6 months from now, they claim, in order to report on this. I said, I'm not going to wait. You need to give me a statement for Miles right now. And somehow they managed to do that, even though he's detained. And so they said these accusations are somewhat understandable from a suspicious person, but upon interrogation, they make no sense. On the question of abusing your followers to make 60K, this makes little sense for Miles for a number of reasons. Miles does plenty of business. YouTube isn't the main business. It's advertising for him. The main source of income is mining and exporting from Afghanistan, such as Osama bin Laden's car, which is...
What? Mining and exporting from Afghanistan. And he got Osama bin Laden's car, and he's gonna like bid it. That's crazy.
Only being
Okay.
exported, valued at $1.2 million.
Sorry about your friend, Chinny. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that. Miles faces no charges regarding related to crypto, but a lie that he has relations to terrorism, and now is in a room with 16 people and no windows in very subpar conditions. You can be detained for up to 6 months without charge, which is not worth $60K. Additionally, if Miles wanted to throw the fast, he would have done it closer to 40 days, as the multiplier would have been much higher. The accounts being referenced belong.
So I still don't even understand what he's being detained for exactly. Like, am I just not paying enough attention, and that's been like stated, or?
No, it's like completely unclear what it is. It's supposed to be related to fraud or some shit, but it's all fake. It's like he says that he was like set up by the guy who he's alleging. I think it's like his guide, who he's like alleging that he like hacked his crypto thing, and it was him who did it, and on his account, instead of him doing it on his own account, because he's like, oh no, I was in fucking Saudi Arabia custody. I couldn't have done it.
Okay.
Belong to an Afghan national. So I sent them the crypto accounts. I said, hey, I put together this graphic for you guys. You know, basically Miles sent all this money, and then it immediately got invested in the no. They're not denying that. They're saying that belongs to an Afghan national who helps Miles transfer money. Thanks to international sanctions, Afghanistan is under crypto is ideal, and this gentleman helps with this. I don't know what kind of gentleman he is. The guy who owns this account bet against Miles. Okay, so they're not denying that someone bet and made a bunch of money. They just seem to be admitting, yeah, that's true. It was funded by Miles, but it's just a guy who helps him. I guess they're denying that Miles knew anything because Miles apparently makes so much money exporting Osama bin Laden's car or something. Quote, he wonders if the account has been active since his arrest. As he's in jail, he has no access to his electronics. Again, I don't know if he's in jail, and truthfully, I don't know. I keep asking for photos, some kind of statement. I've sent emails to people in authority trying to figure out, like, is this real, is it not? I can't find out one way or the other. I've given you all the evidence they've given me. They say someone knew Miles' location and they realized how much they can make off Miles if they dox him, so they did. He imagines how this looks, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes and would ask you that you not trample his reputation while
None of this makes sense. None of this is making sense.
he's in jail and unable to defend himself. If you want, Miles offered you to go to Saudi Arabia to see Miles in jail. He added you are more than welcome to speak with Miles afterwards, as he's a big fan of yours. We've seen it before. They're a fan of copies.
No, it's very convoluted. I think I have a general idea of what's going on. Yeah, no, I was struck by your chat. Yeah, they're making you into different porn categories, I think.
Yeah, it's a dono goal for Yowie.
Zilla, look, I'm not gonna fly to Saudi Arabia. My name's not Bill Burr. Like, that's not gonna happen. Because first and foremost, I don't think there's any need for me to fly out to Saudi Arabia. There has to be another way to show the fact, to confirm the fact that he is really being detained. Because
Israeli.
if he is in jail, like, maybe
Whoa.
I get arrested.
Uh-oh.
But I also don't think he is. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. What I do know is that Miles sent money to an account that within...
He, like, brags that he's, like, anti-Semitic or something. I don't know, it's really weird. He's like, I'm the most anti-Semitic guy here. I was like, wait, what? And then he's just like, dude, this guy's... this is so weird. It's like, it feels like he's trying to do, like, the pivot to almost right-wing grift.
He's been on the right-wing grift for several years now.
Well, yeah, he's been on it, but it's like he was, like, seriously addressing it, and then he just randomly just says a bunch of... Dude, it's like... It feels like he's on, like... Not even, like, Adderall, dude, like... Something. He's on something. I don't know. It feels like he's very sporadic.
I mean, he's a bit of a
Very
weirdo.
bizarre.
So that part doesn't really surprise me.
In hours was betting money against him and made $60,000 from the mysterious disappearance. And additionally, Miles made $30K from the pump fund, got paid $16K. It looks a little too suspicious to me. As I said, I'm going to give them their side of the story. I'm going to tell you what they're claiming. I don't find it credible personally, but strange things happen. Maybe it'll all come out that Miles was indeed targeted by his Afghan friend who he sends crypto to, and that guy bet against him and then also doxed him to the Saudi government on terrorism charges and that got him arrested for 6 months. I mean, I don't know. Anything
Gotcha.
could happen.
Terrorism
But
charges.
yeah, I'll let you guys make up your minds. All right, that's basically it.
Cool.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Hello, fuck
A
off.
retired CIA agent who blew the whistle.
No,
This YouTuber just...
All right. Oh, that was 5 months ago? But I guess he just only recently, like, responded?
Yeah.
I didn't realize how
I
long
think
ago the initial video was. That's interesting. Okay, so here's the
I
response.
kind of feel like it was longer.
Longer than what?
No, I thought that he made
Oh,
the
you
video longer ago because it
Yeah.
just didn't take up much space in my mind because Miles didn't really respond.
Yeah, it was 5 months ago.
I guess now he has. Yeah.
Okay, so 4 days ago, he made this response. Let's check it out.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing? Long time no see. You guys are good? You guys are doing well? I'm not doing well. I've just spent 4 months in a Saudi Arabia jail on charges of potentially terrorism. I'm not kidding. I have paperwork and a whole story to go along with it. And also a scandal. CoffeeZilla, you all know that guy. He's alleging I stole $60,000. Someone saying.
Here, let's before we watch this, let's watched a third of Lord Miles' response video yesterday. I haven't watched the CoffeeZilla video yet. Polymarket saying he was dead was not a good look. Yeah, obviously. Why the fuck is Grok saying that he's incredibly gassy? It's very disturbing. Okay.
I'd maybe take the Twitter off screen. You know what happens when you don't. We've talked about this.
It's already too late. It's already too late. It was just the front page. Let's see.
I'm sorry, Hitler? Hi? You were?
When I'm done with the Osama bin Laden, I might mass produce Hitler reversible watches for fun. Cool.
Awesome.
I want to find specifically what he's talking. What the fuck is this?
What the fuck?
I have a eternally online self-proclaimed true self programmer friend in Afghanistan who's requesting I bring him anime dolls, and all of these look like lolly. That's epic. Okay. Where is the CoffeeZilla
What's the age of
rant?
consent in Afghanistan?
That is some kind of anti-Semitic thing. Awesome. Okay. I'm glad this isn't full screen for you guys. We're gonna look at CoffeeZilla. I would trust CoffeeZilla more than Miles. Yeah. Wow. Incredible take there.
Wasn't CoffeeZilla like something of a journalist? Like,
I mean, yeah, he's a like
in his own right?
extremely reliable journalist. Yeah. New video within 24 hours. As always, I offer no apology. Found 100% innocent by law. I did nothing wrong, and I'm owed an apology by those who swatted me. Also, a COD secretary handled my account while I was in jail under investigation, and CoffeeZilla fucked it up, and we both condemn him. Okay. So then he follows up on this. I've received hundreds of DMs encouraging me to sue CoffeeZilla. I've read hundreds of comments condemning him after my last video. I don't like the guy. He was disingenuous and tried ruining my life whilst I rotted in jail on false allegations after I was found innocent. But I can't travel to the US to sue him. Tourist visa was denied, and I'm already busy suing the British Passport Office. He only cares about ad revenue and Reddit level projecting. He will likely A, ignore everything and move on, profiting for the first video. B, make a second video, avoid most of the topics, make false accusations again for easy ad revenue. I won't receive an apology, and any apology wouldn't get the same number of views his video did. He's done permanent damage. These are the top videos of the CoffeeZilla video, which I'm assuming you're just going to call him scumbag. I didn't ask this. By the way, people just went to his video after seeing mine. Oh, okay, no, actually, these are people like flooding his comments and being like, fuck you, or whatever.
Wait,
When's the apology coming out?
I think that's a lie. I think in his video he says, he's like, oh, don't go harass him, but go and tell him what he did was fucked up. He says something like that. I don't know what he exactly says, but he says something like that during his CoffeeZilla section in the video. So, yeah, I wouldn't say full-on brigaded, but he definitely encouraged for people to at least
I mean, that's
share
like
a piece of their mind.
Yeah, that's literally an implicit encouragement of brigading, though. So it looks like, yeah, a lot of these comments are just people spamming for wanting an apology. We demand an apology, etc., etc., etc. Okay, sure. I'd also appreciate an update from Dolan Dark and Atozi, who got things wrong. Thank you. I challenged Coffee's. Let's do a twerk off. Really awesome. Might be able to find a lawyer to file on your behalf to get the process started. If he ever enters Afghanistan, he'll be detained. I made sure of that. Coffeezilla? What? What? Okay.
Wait, okay, so that would be like probably the only way that he could actually. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know this, but if he's not able to get into the U, I mean, I feel like it's kind of just avoiding.
Okay, but that's
you know.
But hold on, that's an insane thing to say. He's literally saying that if Coffeezilla goes to Afghanistan, he's going to make sure that he gets.
Like, surely he is. Yeah, his future holiday plans are ruined. I think it's just being.
We'll see.
Sarcastic, but
we'll see.
I mean, I hope he is.
Why would you need a tourist visa for USA when you travel to Afghanistan more than twice? It triggers some questions. Lol. Okay.
I don't doubt that, actually.
Makes sense. Okay.
Saying $15 million, some are saying something in between. Apparently, I faked my death and did a rug pull, and I've somehow pulled off this 4D chess, and none of it makes sense, but I know the truth because I'm the one that went through it. I'm the only one who experienced this entire ordeal, and I'm here to explain it in a decent amount of detail. So before judging, I do ask you to watch the entire video through, because there's a lot of drama. It's very, very tragic, and to be honest, it's been a bit hard making this video. Numerous takes. I've had deaths over this whole ordeal. I've lost a substantial amount of money, 6 figures, but you know what? We're so back, guys. Listen, I'm Lord Miles, and I'm the last great British explorer. Do enjoy this video, and also, I understand some of you are majorly autistic, just like your boy here. So what I'm going to do, just for you guys, is I'm going to minimize this video now, and on the side, I'm going to put some Family Guy funny moments, and also some Subway surface footage, so your brain, just like mine, can actually focus. Enjoy the video.
Oh yeah, don't worry, this is here for the entire video. I think.
So if you guys haven't noticed from the previous videos, I've gotten pretty fat over last year. I went from Lord Miles to Lord Miles, Lawrence of Takeaway. I was overweight at about 95 kilograms, and I was getting out of shape in general, just walking around. How can an explorer do that? So I decided the easiest way to lose weight wasn't normal diet and exercise, it was actually doing a 40-day biblical fast in the desert.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea, by the way, to lose weight. But
and documenting it all. My plan was drive into the middle of the desert in Saudi Arabia and basically just drink nothing but water, some salt, some electrolytes, and document it all because I think it'll be fun. And plus, fasting is a good Christian thing to do. Now, the thing is, I didn't have any ambitions to put this on a betting site, but that's what I turned into. If you guys don't know, I've never been to Saudi Arabia before. I'm sure it was going to be a lovely experience. I thought to myself, vast expanses of desert, Lawrence of Arabia, great exploration. What can go wrong? Turns out absolutely everything. So as soon as I turned up in Saudi Arabia, I came across this street kitten right here. Isn't she adorable? I named her Valentine. I picked her up, I took her into my temporary apartment, I took her to a vet, I spent a lot of time with her, I spent all night nursing her back to health. She had some injuries on her neck, some rotting flesh, I believe, some infections, and she was basically on the brink of death. Basically, she got abandoned by her mother, it seemed. So I was there to make her feel better, and I nursed her back to health, and my whole plan was spend my entire Saudi Arabia trip with Valentine. So when the fast was done, I was going to take her and find her some person in the West that could look after her, and she could be within her forever home. But this was my cat Valentine. And for someone who travels a lot, it's really, really tough to form any new friendships, and it's impossible to have a pet, so it's just very nice to have a pet with me, at least at the time. You'll see what went wrong later on. So as I was planning this fast in the country of Saudi Arabia, this betting website called Polymarket.
Unless that has anything to do with why you got arrested, that was literally just a sympathy thing. I'm gonna be real.
Reached out to me, and they basically said, "Hey Miles, we like that you're doing this fast. We gotta basically create a market for."
Here's the thing about that.
Well, we'll get to it if it does
up.
have something to do with it.
Well, yeah, no, I think it's to victimize himself. Like,
well, that's what I'm saying.
I guess you
like,
can't
it's
really
clearly
know
a
if I have
sympathy
like
thing.
a good, you can't tell if I have like a good judge of character, I guess, because we're not there yet. But I think that's the only reason why he brought it up, is he brings up that, like, you know, that he said like the Saudi police or the Saudi government killed my cat or something. It's like, wait, what? It's so random.
Yeah, we'll see. But as it stands, definitely just a sympathy thing for sure.
For it, and people can bet on you failing or succeeding this entire 40-day fast. And I thought that'd be great for my audience. There could be more people that can find my name. It'll get a little bit of publicity, maybe a news article or two. Yeah, sure, why not? But little did I know that'd be very bad. Now, the people at Polymarket, they were very kind, good, honest people. I spoke to them, they were very polite. They helped me through a lot of things. They're quite based over there. But unfortunately, things went wrong with the audience, not the platform. So my cameraman, my guide, and myself, we drove out all the way into the desert by a few hours. We found a camping spot you could rent. I had electricity. We also had some Starlink for the live streaming, and we set up shop. And honestly, I just started fasting. I stuck a camera in front of my face. I was inside a tent, and I was just filming myself. I wasn't eating any food. Now, almost immediately, people started betting on me. On Polymarket, we actually hoped that this whole thing would get, let's say, $1 million in market volume within the entire 40 days, if we were lucky. That was our ambition, basically. Now, again, I'm not getting paid for this. I know.
Okay, so you didn't plan to do it, but then as soon as the Polymarket becomes a thing, then you... Okay, this is a little weird. So you don't plan on doing it. You don't plan on doing it, but then as soon as you know, it becomes a thing. You're like talking about how you have ambitions for it to reach $1 million market cap. Got it.
Plans of it. I thought this was just something in the background that would be just cool to bring a few new followers to my page. I thought, why not? More documenting my ventures, the better. However, within the first few hours, we actually hit $1 million in market volume, and I knew this was going to be a bigger thing than I hoped for. But whatever, I started rolling with it, and I thought, you know, why not? And I continuously told my followers and anyone who's listening on the live stream, do not bet money not willing to throw away. I don't fully endorse gambling. Apart from reasonable gambling, you can gamble a little bit here and there. You can have fun with it. Same with drinking or doing anything in moderation. Same with fast food. You can enjoy yourself a little bit, but if you don't and you have too much, you end up like me, really fat. There's consequences, the excess for everything. Same with gambling. Almost immediately on Polymarket, the degeneracy begun. It was not good, guys. So people actually believed that water fasting meant going without water for 40 days. It basically means just drinking nothing but water and electrolytes and salt, but they didn't know that. There were people betting tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on the belief, with zero research, not even one Google search, that I was going to try to water fast by their definition, for 40 days and 40 nights and not die. And there were people basically throwing their money at this whole thing. There were people betting their life savings, their mortgage, taking out credit card debt just to bet on me, failing or succeeding this fast, which is not what I wanted for whatever that was happening. There was also some vile people who started threatening me, basically saying, hey, you better finish this fast, or you better not finish this fast, because I've got money on the line. I can respect people putting their trust in me, but at the same time, I told them that nothing is a guarantee. I don't even know if I'm going to finish the fast. It's not scripted. I've never done a 40-day water fast before. The longest I had fasted before was 5 days in university, because I was broke. And to be honest, it was just an experiment. I just wanted to document my own thing. As the days went by, people actually doubted I was going to finish this 40-day water fast, or if I was doing it legitimately. So I did.
You didn't have to make it a bet on Polymarket. I mean, or on that same vein, like, I mean, you didn't have to engage with any of the people within the Polymarket arena. So I mean, like, that's on you.
It was a tour around the tent, basically showing off with nothing but water, salt and some electrolytes in the room, no food whatsoever. The only food was a feed Valentine. Isn't she cute? I did love her. And unfortunately, people started freaking out that I actually started fasting for a few days. They didn't think I was going to survive 24 hours, but Lord, do they know Lord Miles is capable of a lot. People were freaking out, thinking I'm eating in my sleep. One guy created a fake AI video showing I was eating in my sleep. I had 3 cameras. One of them was a phone live streaming myself, a second phone that was live streaming myself, and also a laptop with a webcam with some CCTV software that I was filming myself 24/7 offline to make sure that every second was documented. Hell, even when I went away from the camera to go to the bathroom, I had a selfie camera on, filming myself basically taking a piss or going for a shower. I basically had to shower one-handed, which was incredibly awkward. The only things I didn't document was when I called my girl, and I muted the audio basically, because I don't want you guys.
Guys, real quick, let me chill. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, give it a like. And on top of that, feel free to donate. Never expected, always appreciated. Helps keeps the lights on, all that kind of good stuff. And, you know, we've got some good donor goals here, okay? At $100, we can get some yaoi of me, which apparently you guys want. So, you know, $10 derails, all that good stuff. The Sully membership raffle, okay?
Seeing that, I respect her privacy and so on. But anyway, back to the story. When we got to roughly about 10-15 days in, people started realizing that I was very serious.
Thank you, Race
about
Rainbow,
finishing
for
this fast. I was
subscribing.
weighing myself daily. I was losing about a kilo, if not more daily. Things were looking quite good for people betting, yes, I would finish a fast. However, someone took it upon themselves to actually dox my location. They found my coordinates and they basically started tweeting it in the hopes they would be able to make me fail the fast, basically. There was even a private Discord group chat I managed to infiltrate where people were trying to dox me and even swap me. What their plan was to send police to my place. The police would investigate, take down the camera for a short amount of time, and if I couldn't document the entire fast, as per the Polymarket rules, it would default to no, Miles could not complete the fast because there was a deadline for it. And then they would win a bunch of money. So these people understood that if they could make me fail the fast, ethical or not, they could potentially make high 6 figures. And obviously these people are not morally good.
Thank you, Cogod, for the membership. Appreciate it.
And they were very poorly motivated. So these people were clearly not good people and they wanted to make me fail. So as soon as we got spotted, we moved to a new location, we documented the move, and what we also did was I got my cameraman and my guide to go to the nearest police station in Saudi Arabia and explain what swatting was and what might happen and to ignore a report basically. And as soon as my cameraman and my guide went in there, they basically said, no, maybe in America, maybe in Englistan. Big problem, but Saudi Arabia, number one, no problem. If little problem. We come in, we say, hello, we have some chai, we have some tea. Ha ha ha, no problem, my friend. Off you go. Enjoy your fast, enjoy Saudi Arabia. Now, at the time, I thought that was all good. I thought the word of the Saudi Arabian police would be more than enough. After all, we were fully compliant in the filming, we had all the permits, we were in a location that didn't require pretty much anything. Live streaming in Saudi Arabia is restricted. You can't go out with a camera, but you're allowed to live stream yourself as long as you're not saying anything too controversial. You're not filming other people, which I wasn't. And I was just sitting in a tent, documenting my fast, which was more than allowed as per Saudi law. What? So we thought nothing of it. We thought we were cleared.
The Falji Yaoi request has been done already by others. But more than likely, I feel pregnant.
Yaoi of me and him has been done before? I've never seen it. Never seen it, if that's
Honestly,
true. But thank you for the 5. Thanks for the 5.
These
I
artist
appreciate it.
communities do, I tell you.
Yeah, it's funny. People make art of me within like the ACC, and then like I never see it. So
Yeah.
I mean, it may have happened, but
I've seen plenty.
I've never
They
seen
draw
it
you as
if it
Jonkler a
happened.
lot.
Yeah, I know, it's funny too, because it's like, why wouldn't you think that you'd send it to me? But whatever.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I'm hired a security
I don't
guard
know.
to sit outside, for basically on rotation, 24 hours a day, to make sure no one comes by my tent and tries to interrupt it. Because as you can see here from these Discord messages, there were some people that were discussing driving by with a signal jammer to jam my Starlink signal so I couldn't live stream the fast. One person wanted to hire a bunch of prostitutes and get them out into the desert and then call the police and say, Miles is ordering prostitutes in Saudi Arabia, and make me fail the fast. So it's pretty crazy what was happening. But I was monitoring the situation and nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong, guys. Huh? Now, guys, this fast wasn't easy.
I made art of you. It was your true form.
Thanks for the 2. Yeah, I know you made art of me.
I was losing 1-2 kilos a day some days. My stomach was rumbling. You know how if you search a certain subject on Instagram and all your reels become about that? For me, I was doom scrolling Instagram reels of 5 hours a day, watching mukbang videos, food challenges, food recipes, everything.
Why the fuck would you do that? Are you stupid?
Dreamt of food. I dreamt so vividly that I was eating chocolate, cakes, sugar, fatty, juicy, delicious food. And I woke up genuinely in a cold sweat, thinking I'd eaten food. That's how real it was to me. I actually got to the point where I enjoyed the feeling of hunger. Like, it really messed with me mentally. It was very good though, because I was losing weight. I felt incredibly energetic. My mind was sharp, and if you guys know, Miles' mind is not capable of much, so much improvement is welcome. And quite honestly, things were going quite well, but I was starting to waver a little bit. Things were getting tough. And it came up to my 26th birthday on the 14th of September. And from there, I smashed a birthday cake with a baseball bat on video, showing my denial of calories and how I'm going to get through this fast. I was determined to finish a 40-day fast because I didn't want to let anyone down. It was my genuine intention to finish this fast. There was nothing else going on, basically. The biggest person that was betting no against me had bet a few $100,000 in the very beginning, and he actually got to the point where he was threatening a class action lawsuit just because I was actually completing the challenge. These people who were betting...
That doesn't make any sense. You can't sue... That doesn't make any sense. So either that guy's lying or you're lying about this, because that makes no sense. You can't do a fucking class action lawsuit because somebody's completing something that they said they were going to. That's not how a class action works. That's not how a lawsuit works. You couldn't have grounds for suing if that was the case. So I mean, either, and you know that because you're not a dumb guy. So either like that guy's lying and you're gonna say it's a joke, but it sounds like you're taking it seriously, which is really retarded and makes it seem like you're a giant liar.
Against me, large amounts. They're complete degenerates. They're actually gambling addicts. And that's when I realized I was a little bit too deep in this whole thing. If I can go back, I wish I said no to the whole party market thing. I didn't understand what a big deal this would be. And obviously I would live with that guilt right now because it had massive repercussions for myself and my business.
Okay, so now you're... Okay, so you are taking the class action lawsuit seriously, which makes me think that you just have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Okay, cool. Great.
Later on, which I'll get into. Now, around day...
Well, actually, let me correct myself. Not that you have no idea what you're talking about, that you're lying through your fucking teeth. Because, like, of all the things you could say here, like, what the fuck are you talking... Like, do you think that your audience is, like, either 5 or retarded? Like, a class action lawsuit makes no fucking sense here. It doesn't make sense. Not how that works. Never been how that works. So, yeah, I mean, that's... it's just a little disappointing.
I believe 25, we were looking at almost $10 million being bet on me. By the end of it, it was actually $15 million. It could have gone a lot higher too. But around day 25, a few days prior to my arrest, my guide received a bunch of DMs on Instagram from basically someone saying, hey, if you give us Miles' new address, we're going to send you, I believe it was $10,000 or $20,000 in crypto, straight away, no questions asked. Now, I've known this guy for not a stupidly long time, but a good few years. I do business with him in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and I thought he was a good guy, truthfully. He's been honest in the past, and he was just my local guide because he knows Arabic, and he's been to Saudi Arabia a few times, and he's gotten some permits and so on and so forth. Myself, I've never been to Saudi Arabia, and these parts of the world are difficult to navigate for a foreigner. So I brought him over there, and he was very grateful for that, and I was paying him a modest salary as an Afghan or a Pakistani. He was being looked after. But he decided to betray me and actually dox my location to the people who were meshing him, which I presume were the people from a Discord group chat who were trying to dox and swap me. He gave up the location of my place without me knowing, and then a few days before my arrest, he excused himself saying he had to deal with some urgent family matter in Saudi Arabia, which I thought sounded a little bit funny because I thought all his family were in Pakistan. But apparently he must have had an uncle somewhere, whatever, I didn't think much of it. He needed a few days for himself, that's quite alright. Spending almost 30 days in the desert in a tent with me, not optimum, I know. Little do I realize this man was not visiting his...
The other guy? You mean the guy, like, threatening the lawsuit? I mean, yeah, like, I'm not saying that it's not possible that some retard was like, we're gonna do a class action lawsuit because you're completing a challenge that you said that you were gonna complete. But what I'm saying is that, like, him taking that seriously as somebody that we, you know, has previously indicated the fact that he's an intelligent person goes to show that he's being deceptive. That's what I'm saying, right?
his family. No, he was actually fleeing Saudi Arabia. He was not paid for $10,000 or $20,000 he was promised, and he realized he screwed up royally because I'm about to get swatted or some trouble was coming my way. What he actually did though was stole a bunch of money off me. Now, I was stuck in this tent, in this one position pretty much 24/7, but sometimes we had to order new supplies from the city, it had to be brought down, so we also had a rental car, we had a whole operation going in the background. For example, for Valentine's, you had to be taken to the vet sometimes, and therefore I had some petty cash lying around in a crypto wallet, which my cameraman and my guide could basically get access to. They were also paid in this currency basically. I believe there was 30, 40 grand in that wallet. And that man completely drained it. He ran with a wallet he had access to, and he stole my money. Not only did he steal my money, he also used my own money to bet against me. Because of course, now he's got inside information. He's just
I'm gonna hear that one more time.
In a crypto wallet, which my cameraman and my guide could basically get access to. They were also paid in this currency basically. I believe there was 30, 40 grand in that wallet. And that man completely drained it. He ran with a wallet he had access to, and he stole my money. Not only did he steal my money, he also used my own money to bet against me. Because of course, now he's got inside information. He just basically doxed me and caused my swatting by leaking my address. He knows I'm going to fail the poly market because the police are about to turn up at my place or something terrible is going to happen to me. And of course, in his mind, because now he's been around this whole poly market thing, he realizes that he's about to double or triple his money if he bets against me. He steals my own money, flees the country with it, and bets against me, and bets on my failing. We got to day 28, and we had a...
What?
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like it makes any sense. That like doesn't make any sense.
A text from the site manager, a gentleman who handles the electricity on the camping site, and he said, "Listen, there's going to be some maintenance of the national grid. We have to move you to a new tent. A few."
Like, how did he get access to your fucking account? Like, he just said that he was going to send money to your account. That doesn't explain how you get access to your account. Like,
few meters away. Don't worry about it. No big issue. But I need you to come outside.
No, I don't like begging for art, Pez. If people want to make art of me, they absolutely can. But I don't really like begging for art. I'd rather it be I'd rather it be natural. Okay.
Sorry. I think he might be talking about. I forget what it's called. I don't know if they even have these for crypto, but it's like, is it a business account where there's like trusted individuals who have
Someone
access
misses you. Maybe
to
you should pick up.
spend or put in money. I don't know why the name's escaping me.
Thanks for the 2. Yep, I see that I'm getting calls right now. Yep, I'm not gonna pick up a call during my live stream. So, especially probably what's gonna be a personal call. So, I will do it after the stream.
At 10 a.m. the next day. I thought it sounded a little bit suspicious, so did my cameraman, but we didn't think much of it. So we came outside around the time we ended the live stream. I was filming on my phone at the time, and little did I know this was the end of me. As soon as I walked outside, 3 cop cars, American style, because that's what the Saudis use, jumped out. People with body armor, berets, thick mustaches and beards, and AKs came towards me. I was asked my name, I was detained, I was put in cuffs both on my legs and my arms, and I was arrested. I was put in the back of a police cruiser. I wasn't told why I was arrested despite that being Saudi law, without knowing what's going on, and so was my cameraman. Now the thing is, guys, if you guys look back at my videos or if you Google my name,
You say the story does explain the crypto situation potentially. Okay, but then why is there no explanation on how he like hacked into the access to account? Like again, like he doesn't give any explanation as to how he got access to the account, right? There's no plausible explanation as to why he would have access to the account. He makes him sound like he's like some random Afghan businessman, not like some kind of guy who can hack into a crypto account. So that just doesn't make a ton of sense. It doesn't make a ton of sense. There needs to be some kind of plausible story behind this, right? Like, yes, it does explain what the crypto account would be, but there's no explanation behind it other than the fact that like, oh, this random guy who I'm describing as like some modest like Afghan businessman like somehow gained access to my account, even though what the story was is that he was supposed to just send money to my account, right? Like that's the thing. Something's not adding up here. There has to be more to it because that just doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, right? He shows if his Google Pixel graphene OD phone later in the video, so would you think that he wouldn't let someone have access to his account like that? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? So would you think, so you would think he wouldn't let someone have access to his account like that? Well, right, and the whole thing was that he had access to his Twitter, I thought. It would have to be like some crazy inside job stuff if the guy had like access to everything on his phone, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that doesn't seem to be
mean,
what he was alluding to there. That doesn't seem to be what he was alluding to.
It's even more so hard to believe because he explains eventually how he has like this like I don't even know how to describe it, but like this like super fucking secure phone where he has like this ultra long password on like this specific OS. I think it's the Graphite or Graphine OS. The what's this Elite Heater.
Oh, that it's like really hard to get into or whatever.
Yeah, and he has like a super long password, and then he tries to make it seem like, he has all this insane security stuff for his social medias and all this, but someone just managed to get his crypto accounts. I have no idea how. It's kind of happened.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
You see, I spent 8 months in Taliban jail, I believe in 2022 or 2023, on suspicion of being an MI6 operative. Now, in order to be a spy or work in intelligence, you must have intelligence. And trust me, I'm lacking a little bit. But the thing is, guys, I have no criminal record, believe it or not. If you check out the certificate here from the British police, it basically says I have no warrants, I'm not on any red notices. Again, am I suspicious? Have I been denied a few visas? Absolutely. But have I done anything legally wrong? Absolutely not. And guys, I'll level with you here. I go to Afghanistan, I would say more than 5, 6, 7 times a year. I do a lot of business over there that I don't discuss with you guys. But if I was doing anything very dodgy or illegal, number one, I would not have an...
I'm pretty sure he's saying that it was an account the guy had and his guide had access to. The guy changed the password and locked him out. It wasn't his account. It was an account for the guide and the other person. Well, no. So what he was saying was it was account for the guide, not the other person. Or not even that it was an account for the guide. He was saying that he gave access to the guide temporarily while he was in jail. And so again, it would have to be like some level of coordination between the guy and the other guy. But I don't know.
An online presence where I document everything I do. And number two, I would be arrested every single time I enter a Western nation. If I went back to England as a criminal, trust me, there's eyes on me in Afghanistan all the time. And to be honest, I do everything by the book. I do everything legally, let alone I am not a terrorist. So as I'm in the back of this cruiser, we've been driven about 70 miles per hour through peak Saudi traffic. We hear, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. And I'm not tied up back there, but I'm tied up on my hands and my legs. But I'm not tied up in the police cruisers. I'm being knocked around, hitting my head on everything, cutting myself up. And then I finally, after a long drive to the city of Riyadh, we drive and we arrive at this police station. Now, little do I know, it's not just an ordinary police station, it's the National Security Office. Now, if you guys don't know what National Security Office of Saudi Arabia is, it's basically the equivalent of an FBI headquarters. It's their special police, their national security. Basically, people that have a threat to the Saudi government on a terroristic level. This is where Al-Qaeda, ISIS, literal terrorists pass through. And, a white Catholic British guy is passing through here. Clearly, nothing go wrong. It's gonna be cleared up. Nope. I'm in shackles and I have to do the humiliation walk to the office. I can barely walk, so I have to kind of nudge and jump. Immediately, I'm taken to the top officer's desk. And this guy, he seems...
I mean, yeah, you're probably not going to get special treatment if they think you're a terrorist, dude. Sorry.
Not too bad. He gives me some tea, he offers me some food, I'm sitting on a sofa. Now, if you guys don't know, I have to deny the food. I can go into refeeding syndrome. Now, if you guys don't know what refeeding syndrome is, basically, if you eat food too quickly after a fast, your body can go into shock, shut down, and die. You can have organ failure, terrible things can happen. And it happened during World War II when the British bombed the German supply lines, so they weren't able to feed the prisoners of war, because that's what they were, trust me. If it was a death camp, you think they would survive that long? Doesn't make sense, the victors write the history. It's all about this guilt. Anyway, basically, if I eat some food, if I eat a Dorito or something, my body...
What?
German supply lines, so they weren't able to feed the prisoners of war, because that's what they were, trust me. If it was a death camp, you think they would survive that long? Doesn't make sense, the victors write the history. It's all about this guilt. Anyway,
is that like a weird Holocaust denial thing?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that? What?
If I eat some food, if I eat a Dorito or
Yeah,
something.
it's like some weird... I don't know.
What the fuck?
My body can go into shock and it could shut down and die at any second. And what you need to do is basically go to a doctor's and under supervision go through a refeeding process. Now, I had a doctor in Dubai or Poland, too actually, that I was planning to refeed with. But of course, now I'm in Saudi jail. I have no idea what I'm going to do. But the guy sits me down and he starts questioning me. I basically say, hey, hold on a second, buddy. Are you guys going to put me in a cell tonight? I can't eat normal food. And I explain the situation and he seemed quite understanding. And they snap their fingers and I'm basically brought to a hospital. An ambulance pulls up, wee woo, wee woo. And again, I'm put into the back of an ambulance, chained up, handcuffs on the bed of the ambulance bay, and I'm brought to a hospital. If you guys didn't see the live stream at the time, I had done an all-nighter because I just couldn't sleep. I was talking to my girlfriend and I was snickering. She's so sweet, so cute. I don't want to get too much into it, but I adore her. I love
Okay.
I think you can see what I was talking about earlier.
What?
By now.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Speaking to her, she's probably watching this right now. So I stayed up all night, so right now I'm incredibly tired. It's getting to around...
Guys, I have a girlfriend.
5 or 6 p.m. and we're at the hospital. We have to wait 2 or 3 hours. Finally, we get into the hospital. I'm given a hospital bed, and the doctor comes up to me. He doesn't ask, "Are you fine? What can I do for you?" He presents me with a card machine. I'm not even kidding. And he tells me to pay up front. I don't have a card on me. I'm in Saudi jail. My pockets are empty. I'm handcuffed to a hospital bed. So I speak to the soldiers. I have to speak through Google Translate because they gave me some soldiers to guard me at the hospital that don't speak English. Go figure, right? And eventually, after 2 hours, the situation...
Wait, did he say that she was cute and funny? Did he actually say that she was cute and funny? There's no fucking way.
Dude, I didn't catch that.
There's no fucking way. Hold on.
The hospital.
No, I was saying that Lord Miles has a girlfriend, but yes, I have a girlfriend. Yes. Spoops was my girlfriend. Spoops and I are dating. Yes.
I'm giving an all-nighter because I just couldn't sleep. I was talking to my girlfriend and I was snickering. She's so sweet, so cute. I don't want to get too much into it, but I adore her.
Okay, only cute. Fuck.
Comes up to me, he doesn't ask, "Are you fine? What can I do for you?" He presents me with a card machine. I'm not even kidding. And
that does insinuate funny. Cute and funny.
Tells me to pay up front. I don't have a card.
So the girlfriend's cunny. Got that.
On me.
Cool.
I'm in Saudi jail. My pockets are empty. I'm handcuffed to a hospital bed. So I speak to the soldiers. I have to speak through Google Translate because they gave me some soldiers to guard me at the hospital that don't speak English. Go figure, right? And eventually, after 2 hours, the situation...
So, okay, this is going to be like a huge hot take here, and I might be wrong on this. But I will say, like, given Miles' previous... how do I say this? Given Miles' previous stances on foreigners and stuff like that, and his alt-right leanings, all that kind of stuff, it does, in some level, feel like he is leaning on xenophobia to validate his story. And he can just tell his audience whatever the fuck he wants about these random foreigners. And how barbaric they are, and how they didn't allow him to do stuff to make his story seem more credible, and people will just believe him. Obviously, yes, the Saudi government is very corrupt. Obviously, yes, they do very barbaric things. I'm not disputing either of those things, right? But at the same time, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of convenient narratives here, so it's interesting to try to parse that.
Situation is worked out, and I have to go.
Vietnam War.
What?
Isn't that kind of like what they did with the Vietnam War, where it's the propaganda is the Viet Cong is barbaric, but guerrilla warfare kind of. This isn't really on topic. I was just thinking out loud about that.
No, you're fine.
To another hospital that can accept me without insurance. So again, wee woo, another ambulance ride to another hospital, which is an hour away. An hour away. So I'm going
ring, derail, ring, derail.
Are you getting a phone call derail?
Okay. All right. Thanks for the 10. Thanks to Burn the World for renewing his membership. Okay. Sure. Hey, please don't say the N-word.
Hey, bud.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you feeling?
I'm doing well. Just, you know.
Are you live?
I am live.
Hey, everybody out in live land. I am alive. I was calling my buddy Himpleton, one of my best buddies.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that you're alive, man. I've kind of known that because I check your Steam every once in a while. I see that you're playing a lot of games.
Yeah, man. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing just fine, man. For the second, yeah.
Did you hear my voicemails?
No, I haven't heard your voicemails.
Oh man, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, I'm excited. It'll be good.
I'm just making sure you're all right, bud.
Yeah.
I've been talking to a lot of folk. I hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well too. Would love to talk more after stream for sure.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I heard you were streaming. I was like, oh, gotta talk with my buddy, and
yeah, that's fine.
You should definitely listen to the voicemails. But Yeah, man. I hope everything's going well. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I hope.
We can talk after the stream.
Yeah.
No sweat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Let's talk after stream, definitely. And glad to hear you're alive. Glad to hear you're doing well.
You in my server?
Probably not. I thought you were like gone. So you'll need to reinvite me, but I'll
No
I'll
sweat,
get right in
no
there.
Sweat, buddy.
Yeah, I'll get right in there.
We'll talk after everything. Have a good stream, and sorry,
What?
I kept calling you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You're fine. You're all good, man.
I hope you're doing well, man.
Yep. Yeah, I hope you are too. All right, we'll talk after stream.
All right, love you, bud.
All right, love you too, bub. Okay. All right, that was a nice wholesome derail. That is Joe.
Derail.
That is Joe.
I was gonna come in here and let you know.
The only recognizable
derail.
username I remember that people might recognize is Joe the Alcoholic. I'm trying to think of any other username that he went by.
Mr. Braham La.
Mr. Braham La. Last year. He was a former member of a podcast that I was in that Flatly did called AWT. And what else? Yeah. One of my really good pals back in the day. And he has kind of he left everything for a good while. So nice to hear from him again. Nice little derail. Did Byrne threaten to kill himself or some shit? I don't know, maybe.
What the
Who knows? It's Byrne. He's an attention-hungry clout whore. I don't know. Anyways.
Pretty sick of this, you know? At least if you go arrested, you just get straight to a beating, alright?
No love for Byrne, not gonna lie.
But we arrive at this hospital and wait for 4 hours, chained to a fence. Now here's the thing, guys. As I have handcuffs and chains, shackles on my feet, and I can barely walk, I have to do this little wiggle. Everyone is staring at me. I have 2 giant Saudi soldiers at my side, holding my arms to make sure I don't run away. Everyone's looking at me like I'm some sort of major criminal. So I'm smiling to everyone. I go, how you doing? Long day. Or I've had a bad day. I wave at them. I say, how you doing? Not a criminal. Hey, I'm not a terrorist, but they treat me like one, right? Oh, and I say, oh, crazy hard. I'm trying to make fun of the situation. But anyway...
Dude, you're getting accused of terrorism. Yeah, you're probably gonna get like not treated very well, especially in a Saudi fucking like situation, right? And your people fucked you over by like not actually going to the police and like trying to put you on a white list for swatting and stuff like that. So yeah, they're probably gonna take it seriously. I don't know if you like. I don't know, man. Like, what do you want? What do you want? Like, do you want to be treated like some kind of special victim? Because it just feels like that you're kind of it feels like that you're expecting that treatment. It really does.
I wait around 4 hours, and finally I get another hospital bed. I'm basically being told I'll be treated. This is also a very rare condition,
No, Desali, I'm not mad. I'm just tired.
Feeding syndrome. It's not common, and it's certainly not common in Saudi Arabia, where the obesity rate is sky high. So they actually called in a bunch of doctors.
That the what rate is so high?
Wait around 4 hours, and finally I get another hospital bed. I'm basically being told I'll be treated. This is also a very rare condition, refeeding syndrome. It's not common, and it's certainly not common in Saudi Arabia, where the obesity rate is...
God motherfucking damn. The obesity rate is 24.7% in Saudi Arabia. That is horrific.
Sky high. So they actually called in a bunch of doctors to study me as I'm chained to a bed. Isn't that fun? And I'm given this injection of this drug called thymine. I know little about it. All I know is it settles my stomach, allows it to accept food, and at first I'm starting on a liquid diet. And then after that, I build some very simple, very plain, solid food after a few days. And I start chatting to the soldiers through Google Translate. They seem quite chill. They teach me some racial slurs on the phone to tell the commander, which I decided not to do. I thought, given the circumstances of being a suspected terrorist, it wasn't too bad of an experience. However, around day 3 of 10 days of my treatment, they come to me on Google Translate and they go, hey Mars, hey buddy, hey friend, God willing, you're gonna be released. Yeah, I spoke to the commander and he said, pinky promise, you're gonna be released tomorrow, Mars. Turns out you're not a terrorist. We do have common sense. Hey, listen, we go release you and you'll have no problems whatsoever. But, buddy, you're stuck in hospital. Do you want to go home? How about you basically speak to the doctor and you sign a release? You sign an early release and you can be on your way home to your friends and family and loved ones. Haha, we're a man of our word. And I thought, this is excellent. Why not? And I was desperate enough to believe him. If a Muslim says, inshallah, which means God willing, it means it will never happen. Trust me. I've experienced this in Taliban jail. God...
Okay.
Willing basically means if God comes down from the heavens and intervenes in the matter personally, it will happen. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So, I'm desperate, I'm tired, I believe these guys. I sign a release form. The doctor tells me adamantly, hey, you need to be here for at least 10 days, if not 2 weeks. You should not leave earlier. Something bad can go wrong, but I dismiss him stupidly and I say, hey, listen, I'm going to my doctor in Dubai, in Poland. I'll have no problems. Wish me luck. And I say goodbye. Now, as soon as I get back to the police station, I feel great. I've eaten some solid food. I think everything's fine. But little do I know, my problems are only just beginning. The interrogation.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, Red. I mean, like, there's just no proof here. There's just no proof here, right?
I didn't even see it.
This whole thing, and it goes back to what I was saying about this guy being a storyteller, which is fine unless there's money involved. This is literally just like the biggest trust me bro I've ever seen.
I've had my fair share of interrogations. I'm going to give you guys somewhat of a tip, a guide on how to deal with a Fed interrogation in a third world country. Now, there's a thing called the REIT interrogation method. Probably stands for something, but I don't actually know myself. All I know is it begins with basically building rapport. What they want you to do is be talking and seem comfortable, and they want to ask you some basic questions to create this thing called a baseline. A baseline is to see how you act when you're not lying. So they compare that against something else. Or they make you lie on such a small thing that they can tell if you have a tick or something like that. And because they're so kind to you in the beginning, you basically think, oh, this guy's actually trying to help me out. Trust me, no intelligence agency, no police that is interrogating you is your friend. And I know that very much so during the time. So as I'm there being interrogated, I'm running through with this, I'm being kind to him. I keep asking information. I go, oh, how long have you been doing this for? Wow, you've been doing this for 6 years? Oh, that's pretty interesting. Oh, where'd you learn English? Here? Oh, that's cool. I mean, so on and so forth. I actually started doing counterintelligence and getting information on this guy to use against him later on.
Yeah. Can we get a Taliban call in, please? Can we get a Saudi government? Can we get a Saudi prince to call in, please, and vouch?
So he goes to me and he basically says, hey, listen, why do you keep going to Afghanistan? I go, well, listen, I do a little bit of YouTube. That's kind of a advertising thing. And also I'm going to spill what I actually do, guys. Because trust me, I don't go to Afghanistan 15 times in 2 years for YouTube videos when I've uploaded 2 or 3 videos. It's expensive to go to these countries and I've got to get going. I'm not going to really tell you the intricacies of doing it. I'm not going to sell you a course.
Did he say on Twitter
because
he went twice? Did he say he went twice in 2 years? Or was that the last year?
No, he said multiple times, I think.
Yeah.
Actually make money off it. It's not fake. But I don't want you guys doing the same thing I'm doing. I've got a monopoly on it. So, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to give you a hint. I basically go there and I buy up antiques from military vehicles to war rokes to basic merchandise to...
He said he had only eaten liquid food during his fast, but when he was at the hospital, he had ended up being able to eat some solid food. Is I think what he meant there.
Historical items, and I basically resell them to rich Americans at a huge markup. And the guy seems to take that answer. He finds it interesting. He writes it down, and I go, "Listen, am I entitled to a Saudi Arabia lawyer?" And this commander goes, "Do you know any Saudi lawyers?" And I said, "No." And he goes, "Well, no lawyer for you." And I go, "That's great. Isn't that
Lol?
great? I can tell I'm not going to get anywhere with this." And he asked me the same questions over and over again. Where did you go to school? What did you do this for? Why do you travel? How come Afghanistan? How come you went to all these war zones? And so on and so forth. And I basically said, hey, listen, I'm not a spy, I'm not military, I just make a shit ton of money, and that's a good thing. And to be honest, if you go to anyone and say, hey, I do this because I make a shit ton of money, everyone goes, oh yeah, that makes sense. And it perfectly does. If you go to someone who's working a suspicious NGO in some third world country and go, hey, how can we drive around Iran giving eye medicine and doing eye tests for free and have a mysterious source of income? Most of the time it's an intelligence agency, right? And they say, oh,
hi Remy, how are you, bud?
I just love helping people. I love just giving people
yeah, that's so true to Solly. Like, it does kind of just immediately come off like sex trafficking or something like that, where it's just like, yeah, like I don't really blame the Saudi people for being like fucking sus about this. It's probably comes off really fucking weird. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I immediately was thinking like, what if we applied this to Jeffrey Epstein when he was like,
exactly,
I do this because I make a shit ton of money. Okay.
Exactly, like it's just weird. It does not come off normal. It just does not make sense. Okay,
it makes no sense. Everyone knows that's some sort of front for intelligence, and they always have some mysterious source of income. But the people that are on 2 or 3K a month working in some third world country in an NGO, they have a mansion and a sports car. It's very suspicious. But I can clearly pull up documents and say, hey, listen, I'm not a criminal. I can show my sources of income and so on and so forth. And the Saudi intelligence guy is going through this. He finds it very interesting. And he basically goes, I don't believe it. And I go, well, you can believe what you want, but I'm telling you the truth. I can't explain it any more than I can. This is how I make money. I make a ton of money. And I'm known for traveling the world. So be it. And he goes, well, where have you been in Saudi Arabia? And I go, nowhere sensitive. I've been in the middle of the desert, in a tent, with no real outside view, in one spot, for almost a month straight. And it's been documented on video. And he dismisses this. And he goes, no, you're up to...
You're probably going to sound like a giant fed. Or like some kind of like fucking intelligence agent. If you're like, yeah, where have I been? I've just been out in the middle of the desert. Nothing's crazy. Yeah, you probably sound like a fucking fed. Okay.
Something. No one's friends with the Taliban and gets away with it. I think I think you're planning something. I think you're doing something dodgy here in Saudi Arabia. And I go, well, I don't think that's a really smart idea to insinuate that. I have been here respectfully. I've documented everything. If you go on my laptop right now and look at all the footage, I can easily disprove that I'm a terrorist. I've been swatted. And he doesn't know what swatting is, I explain it. And at this point, I'm throwing in a few jokes. I'm being lighthearted. I'm somewhat complimenting him. Not the point when he knows what I'm doing, but just enough where he loosens up a little bit to me. But at the same time, he's been doing this for 6 or 7 years. So clearly he knows the game. And then from there, he goes, oh, no.
Haha, do you get it? Guys, do you get it? He said 6'7". Do you guys understand the joke? That's really cool.
He's laughing. He goes, Miles, you are a funny man. And I go, well, you know what else I am? Innocent. And he starts laughing too. And I go, listen, if I am a spy or I am a terrorist, if you ever come to England, I pinky promise you, I'm not going to arrest you on bogus charges. And he just starts laughing once again. And I've got to be honest, the whole interrogation thing is a blur. It lasts a good 12 hours. He keeps asking me the same questions in different styles over and over again, see if my answers are consistent or not. At one point, he asked me to unlock my phone. Now, if you're being interrogated by police or by intelligence, do not give them your phone PIN under any circumstances. You shouldn't have Face ID, you shouldn't have a fingerprint or anything. Because if you're sleeping in a cell, they can place your fingerprint or hold your phone up to your face and force you to unlock your phone. I have a very long, very complicated PIN that sometimes I even forget on my main phone. And the thing is, guys, even if you're not doing anything wrong, it's going to take them months to look through your phone and find that you're innocent. And plus, they're going to misinterpret anything. They're looking for problems. They're not looking to find innocence in you. They're looking to cause problems for you. They are not your friends. And so he goes to me and goes, why don't you want to unlock your phone? And I go, well, I have a girlfriend and I have her pictures on my phone and man should not see. That's haram. That's wrong. And he poked up and he was like, no, don't worry, brother. Don't worry, my friend. We have a woman intelligence officer. She can see on phone. I go, no, brother. I also have pictures of me on there, so the woman cannot see. No, this is dishonorable. This is haram too. And he just waves me away. He goes, you got me there. No phone. Okay, sure. But we'll get into it. We'll get into it by force. We have the technology. Because when you think of Saudi Arabia, you don't think of shithole desert country with cube people dance around. No, you think of...
You're right, you don't, because there are billionaires there with like insane technology. What the fuck are you talking about? No, like, actually, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Especially if you're being held for terrorism, you're gonna get, like, advanced police units. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's literally, like, they're princes and, like, extremely, extremely wealthy people with really solid technology, with Ferraris and everything, with, like, modern technology. Like, maybe if you were talking about, like, fucking, I don't know, like, maybe if you were talking about, like, one of the Ands, okay? Like, maybe, sure. But, like, no, we're talking about Saudi Arabia. What are you talking about? Like, again, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where it feels like he's, like, genuinely, like, leaning on, like, a level of xenophobia for his kind of fan base to believe his story. Because if you're informed about this kind of stuff, it just that does not make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it was kind of... I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. I guess I was thinking more like he was just making these like weird right-wing comments to kind of pander. Because, I mean, it might not have made sense when I first put it, because I was like, he'll just randomly just add in this thing. And it is like, it kind of just comes out of nowhere, just a random comment. But yeah, I think you're more on the money than I was.
Yeah.
Of technology, AI, innovation. You think of all this stuff. If you guys don't know, if you guys don't suspect me of being a Fed, look at this phone right here. You think it's a normal phone, right? No, look a little bit closer. As you can see here, no cameras. No cameras of the entire phone. No front camera, no back camera. And also, at the same time, this is running a custom OS, Graphene OS, a privacy OS. The internals have also been gutted on this phone. This phone does not have a microphone. It does not even have a temperature sensor. It doesn't have speakers. It doesn't even have a USB-C port. If you open up this phone, it trips a wire. So a wire breaks, and it sends a couple of 100 volts into the memory board and fries the phone. I have a dead man switch on my phone. At the same time, too, you need a separate decryption key to look at any of my...
What the fuck are you doing where you need that, bro?
Yeah,
what the fuck are you doing where you need that? Like, that is not... I don't know why you're flexing that. That is not normal. Like, that is not normal behavior. What the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing in your free time where you need that shit, dude? Yeah. Well, no, yeah, I know. But it's just like, what are you doing where, like, you need something like that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you sound like you're, like, selling drugs or, like, sex trafficking or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Because I've got military contacts, I've got government contacts, I've got ambassadors, I've got ministers, I've got important people. Privacy is my top thing. I do like that.
Why?
And to be honest, if they're going to treat me like a Fed, I might as well act like one anyway.
You're a death tourist. Like you're a like okay.
And I get dismissed away. I tell the guy I'm going to pray for him because he's going to need it for convicting an innocent person. We get into a philological argument. He starts arguing with me about Islam or something. I don't really care. I didn't listen. And I got into a big argument about our Lord Jesus Christ. I start arguing with him. At this point, about 20 minutes into a theological argument with the Saudi intelligence guy who probably has talked to someone, I start reciting the Hail Mary and a bunch of prayers just to piss him off. At this point, he's actually kind of impressed that I'm this consistent in trying to piss him off, I guess. And he actually respects it to some degree. We end up calming down a little bit. He orders me some soup. I eat some soup. It's a bit of a weird dynamic we have at this point, and I go to him and go, listen, are you going to put me in a cell? I mean, at that exact moment, I shit you not, some guy in some cell down the corridor starts screaming as you can hear him being beaten with a stick or a whip or something. And he goes, yeah, but you'll be treated well. And I go silent for a second. I let the echoing of the whip and the guy screaming come into the room. And I go, well, this guy's being tortured and beaten down there. Is that going to happen to me? Are you going to beat and torture a British citizen? And he freaks out a little bit. He shouts in Arabic for the guy to stop. And he kind of stumbles and goes, we only did that because he tried to escape. We just had to subdue him. Don't worry about it. Whatever at this point, right? And I go to the commander. I go, listen, do your investigation. You're going to find me innocent. But listen, all the guys in the Saudi Arabia jail, they can speak to each other. They all speak Arabic. Yes? And he goes, yes. And I go, well, I don't speak a word of Arabic. I only speak English and some Mandarin and a few other languages, but I don't have that. And then I say, listen, I've got a few books with me, some Lord of the Rings books. Can I take all these books with me? I just want to entertain my mind. And listen, all these people, I bet they complain, right? I bet every time they walk by, they...
He said that he only speaks English, a little bit of Mandarin, but later in this video, he says that he speaks the language that the Taliban uses or some shit to this... Dude, okay. Rewatching this is just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind for when he gets to his time in shackles.
They shout at you. I'm going to be super quiet. Just let me read my books and keep my mind busy. That's all. And when you find me innocent, God will reward you. And he took this to heart a little bit. He fought it over and he said, you know, let him keep his book. And that was a great decision. So next, I'm escorted.
Maybe. What about? I should end the stream, or he'll like lie publicly about me again. Sweeping for AICP takes. What about that instead of flagging me? That feels a little bit more accurate, right, Robin?
To the prison cell, and as I walk in the cell, you've got the typical bars on the windows. You've got this kind of glass pane, this reinforced glass that's been blurry from scratches throughout the years. You can barely look outside. In this room, it's a small concrete cube with about 15 people inside, crammed inside, shoulder to shoulder. You look up, there's a window, but it's been blacked out, and there's these office fluorescent lights flickering. They're on 24/7. You look on the...
Thank you, Morale, for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy.
Floor, again, it's concrete. There's nothing of comfort. You look to the bathroom, and there is a stall for privacy, but there's basically a pit, a hole in the floor, and then opposite that, only a few feet away, maybe 2 feet, there's also your water source, a tap you can turn on and off. So that's where you drink water. You basically drink water where you take a poo-poo. So it's not very nice, not very hygienic. Now, at this point, I'm thinking, well, okay, I'm in this jail cell, and I explain my situation. And there's some guy in there, and he's going, why would they allow a white guy in jail? And a few of them speak English, and...
Why would they allow...
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Oh, this is so absurd. This is so fucking absurd. This is so fucking absurd. This is so fucking absurd, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, okay. Okay.
You know, we're having a normal conversation. After a few hours, we get served food, and this food is kind of a craft burger. So there's a bunch of buns in a bag, and another bag
Yeah, I mean, exactly, Dasali. This guy expected anything different in, like, literally one of the most corrupt governments in the world, right? Like, one of the worst, most corrupt governments in the world, right? Like, I mean, it's just like, what... And you're suspected for terrorism, bro. Like, what do you... This... And can we talk about the fact that this is literally just a story time video? Like, there's no proof and no evidence shown at any point here. None. Zero. Right?
It shows evidence like twice throughout this entire video.
Right. And I mean, thus far, there's nothing.
Actually,
okay.
No, 3 times. Remember the cat?
Okay, not evidence. But the only thing that's been shown so far is that evidence of him doing those live streams, which was public, so that's not evidence. And so I haven't even seen anything that has been evidence so far. Like, I mean, this is just, like, so fucking stupid. Like, dude, This guy has
Come on,
guilty
no,
written
this-
all
this
over
is
his fucking
totally
face.
believable.
This guy has guilty written all over his face. He's talking about how his like phone has a death switch, which makes it sound like he sells children. Okay, like I mean, he's not inspiring
Wait,
confidence
you don't have
right
that
now.
on your phone?
He's not inspiring confidence. I think it's all a lie. Probably. Hey guys, a quick little Jewish shill here. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, give it a like. Feel free to donate. There's a current donor goal. We also have $10 derails, and if you get Dasali a membership, I will give out 20 free gifted memberships, and I will also buy Dasali the new Slay the Spire game. So there you go. Boom.
There's a bunch of patties just thrown in a plastic bag, and there's also some American cheese and some ketchup packets. And this American cheese is in these single slice variants in some plastic packaging, and everything's made in
fuck
Saudi
this
Arabia.
part,
It's
dude.
American style cheese made in Saudi Arabia. So at this point, I'm taken from that random police station and taken to Al Ramad jail. So again, put in the back of a cop car, and I'm driven there. I bang up a little bit against the police door and police walls, and I'm brought into the police station for processing, it seems. And there's one guy sitting there, and it shows he's a slightly senior guy, a captain. And he basically speaks to me in clear English. And you know what he does? He asks me about the poly market thing a little bit, and he basically pulls it up, and he says, how does it work? And I explain it a little bit. And he goes, so I know right now you're arrested, and you're going to be here for maybe a few days, maybe a few weeks. But you finished a fast, right? You did all 40 days. I go, no, I did 28 days. You guys arrested me beforehand. And he goes, so I can bet on you and win money? And he goes, how do I do it? And I drop my head into my hands. I'm like, this fucking guy, here I am, yanked, chained up, given no explanation, paraded around, and I got this one police officer trying to do insider trading on my poly market. I'm just sick of it. I basically go and tell him to fuck himself. And when I'm sent to this prison cell, again, it's like the other one. It's got 20-something plus people inside, and there's literally human excrement, shit, flowing out of the bathroom into the sleeping area. Like, on the floor is human waste, and it stinks. And 15 to 20 people use that toilet. And of course, it's all this greasy, fatty food. Again, it's hearty food, but one toilet, and it's overflowing, and no one's doing anything about it. Occasionally, someone goes up to the door and knocks and tells the guard about it. I can tell because he's pointing at it. I don't speak Arabic, but he's pointing at the shit overflowing. The guard's like, whatever. You know, they just don't care. They just don't give a shit. And my first night...
Yes, you're in a fucking, like, terribly, like... Oh my god. Dude, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. Dude, you... Okay, God, you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, these people are like mud people and like don't know anything about anything, and then on the same vein be like, dude, like they treated me badly in jail and when I was suspected of being a terrorist. Isn't that really fucking weird? In this place where I say that they're mud people and I say that they're evil, I'm also like, you know, saying that they treat me badly in jail? Isn't that weird? Yes, they're gonna treat you like shit, dude. Oh my god. Like, yes.
What is that video? Just like the first recommended video that just says Jeffrey Epstein and then just has this like uncanny picture of a woman.
I don't know. It's soft white
what the
underbelly.
fuck?
It's a giant grifter. That guy's a
No, I
giant
just saw
grifter.
that.
I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm cold sweating. And I don't know why. And I put two and two together.
I'm sweating. I'm
And it turns
freaking
out
out.
because I'm not in the hospital, I am going through refeeding syndrome. My body is basically going to shock.
No!
From the food I've eaten, that cheeseburger from earlier. And it gets to a point where I can't sleep. I'm shaking. I felt the most intense stomach cramps. I don't know how to describe it, but if giving birth was an equivalent, I would put it down there. I was groaning in pain.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
I think it's speaking from experience.
This is fucking absurd. This is fucking absurd, dude. What are you fucking talking about right now, dude?
Pain. I was on the
It
floor.
would have been better if it was like,
crawled
I
up.
actually asked my
I let
mom.
out gasps of pain. I could barely breathe. People asking for a guard. They just didn't care either. They wouldn't take me to the hospital. I got up a few times, tried to stand up. I fainted because when I shot up, my visions were blurry and I've never fainted before. Crazy feeling. I went to the bathroom to relieve myself. I threw up several times. I dry heaved consistently. So my body's rejecting this food. I faint in the bathroom. The bathroom is overflowing. You can tell what I fell into. I'm not going to say more. It's a very, very bad time. I don't know if my body suffered any permanent damage. I God hope not. But eventually...
I fell into a pile of shit, essentially. Okay, sure. Great.
Do you think that just made him throw up more?
Awesome. Really cool. Really reliable witness here.
I came through after the cold sweats and shaking and shivering. And I got to the point I was sitting there and I was thinking, you know, how do I...
I can't believe I almost had this faggot on my stream. It's crazy. Okay.
How do I get out of this situation?
Dude,
how do I let someone know that I'm stuck in this jail? And
I mean, all I wanted him to talk about was like he like was doing investigation into fucking Egyptian goblins, okay? And I thought that sounded funny. That was literally the only, I mean, sorry, not Egyptian, Zimbabwean goblins, and I thought that sounded funny, okay? That's why I wanted him on the stream. And this was back in like October, this was back in October of 2024, so, you know, over a year and a half ago.
they need to find me. I saw that every single person in this jail cell would knock on the door from time to time and get 1 phone call per day. And it seemed like a 5-minute phone call, which seems typical. So I did the same thing. I knocked on the door. It took like half a day for them to find someone who speaks English. And I go, I want to make a phone call. They bring me into the room. And I type in this number for an Australian friend I have memorized. I think he's the best who can help me. And it doesn't go through. And they say, due to security reasons, local calls only. And I just kind of sigh a little bit to the bureaucracy of it. And I go, listen, I'm a tourist. Why the fuck would I know any Saudi numbers? So at this point I'm frustrated. Everyone is like, what? The white guy can't get a phone call? And it spreads I'm a terrorist or something? And they're like, clearly not.
What the fuck? The white man cannot get a phone call.
Don't worry.
Dude.
Remember that cheese packet from earlier?
Don't spoil. Stop. Don't spoil.
Like, fucking a retard.
I'm just reminding you.
And in the jail, I got bored,
Good
and
cheese.
every 3 days was that burger day. They would serve that same burger. It was on a food rotation. And I got very bored, so I started reading the packaging. And on the back of the cheese packaging, the American craft cheese, sheet of cheese packaging, was a English phone number you can call for customer service. So I thought, great.
Oh, thank God. Dude, thank God I can call the cheese number. Dude, thank fucking God I can call the goddamn cheese number.
Wait, wasn't he just talking about Saudi numbers?
Yeah, so I mean, if you can't... Yeah.
Price the number. I marched over there and I said, listen, I want to make a phone call. He goes, do you have a Saudi number? I go, you bet. And he goes, okay, off you go. I walk in there. I type in for Kraft Cheese helpline. I call up, ring, hello. Hey, yeah, the cheese people of Saudi Arabia, I guess. And I go, yeah. And I start speaking to them. I'm kind of probing if they actually speak English well enough. And after 5 minutes, I conclude that it's a worthy plan. I put the phone down and I get plotting for the next day.
Like, this is literally a storytime video. This feels like a Tana Mojo storytime video. You're literally escaping jail because of cheese. Like, fuck off. No. Okay. Let's just be honest.
But dude, I would use cheese. I would use cheese if I was in, like, fucking... like, I don't know.
So if you guys ever seen Malcolm in the Middle, you might understand this. Basically, if you wanted to send a message to someone, but you didn't want to pay like expensive phone line, like you didn't want to pay a few dollars a minute to make a call, you would do a collect call message. So you would pick up and go, hello operator, I want to call 123 Poo Poo Pee Pee Street, and tell them that put the oven on.
That's funny.
So the operator would call up, hello, put the oven on,
really
wants to call you. Do you accept the charge and accept the call? And you would put the phone down because you got the message that you should put the oven on. And that's how it works back in those days. I remember that scene from Malcolm in the Middle, and I thought I'm going to try the same thing. I marched down there and I called up and I said, hey, listen, I've got some serious problems with your cheese. Oh, it's so bad, but I can't speak on this number. Can you send me a WhatsApp message or call me on WhatsApp on this number? And can you, I don't remember what reason I used, but I said, can you say miles in Al Ramad, miles in Al Ramad? And it took a few turns for the guy to get it, and I spelled it out for him, my name. He kept saying miles in Al Ramad, and he finally got it, and I hung up, and I went back to my cell, and I waited thinking, I hope he sends this message to the Australian guy. I gave my Australian friend's number. Hopefully he makes the connection when some random guy from Saudi Arabia calls and goes, miles in Al Ramad. He can piece it together, you know? But I'm actually friends with a bunch of retards. I'm gonna retard myself, so I don't know if I'd put it together, let alone him. And then I wait a few days. I wondered what happened to my cat. The person that first interrogated me, I forgot to say, he basically said my cat was being looked after and it's fine. So whatever, I was excited to see her when I got out. I was really worried about my girlfriend. I really like my girl, as you would, and I'm worried thinking about how worried she is about me. Maybe she thinks I'm dead, maybe she's crying, that pains me to think about.
Okay.
I was ridden with guilt. I had some business associates I was meant to do business with. I like to keep busy. I hated just to sit around and do nothing. I'm always doing something. So my mind is busy. You know, I'm really autistic, so my mind's just always busy. And it pains me just to have no stimulus, apart from these Lord of the Rings books. And a few days go by, and then suddenly the guard comes up and says, hey, you, Britisher, go, embassy. So I go, great. And then I'm, again, put in handcuffs and chains. And then sitting there is a white British man with blonde hair, early 30s, I think, very British.
Well, thank fucking God, the white man's here.
Very posh. And they said, hey, your friend Yasin reached out, something about cheese company. And I started laughing and I explained the situation. And they find it quite funny too. And then they say, what's going on? Why are you in jail? And I say, well, I thought you would have some information. They said, we've been trying to find you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found you. We've been trying to find you since the beginning. And I find that funny a little bit. It's just nice to speak to someone. And I explain I've probably been swatted, that, you know, these are false charges. And I'm dealing with a bunch of sand people retards. And I'm stuck in a bureaucratic hellhole. And
yes, literally bungless. By the way, I have a girlfriend. Yeah.
They give me a booklet. And this booklet is full of lawyers. And these lawyers are lawyers in Saudi Arabia recommended by the British Embassy. There's like 120 of them. And I think to myself, okay, I'm going to go through these. They say to me, hey, listen, we're going to try and figure this out, but where were you? What happened? And I explained I went to National Security Jail. And they go pure white. And they go, National Security, what? That's like a Saudi black site. You go to National Security to disappear. They go, that's where Al-Qaeda and ISIS get arrested. Why the fuck were you in National Security? He said, well, they thought I was a terrorist. Honestly, every time a British person gets arrested and sent to National Security, we can't even make contact with them for 6 months. They just disappear in country. And the Saudis don't even tell them where we are. So you getting removed from National Security over here is a major good sign. And you know it's bad when I'm having good circumstances despite these shitty circumstances. Relatively they're good, but they still suck, right? And eventually, we do a firm handshake, we make some jokes. I basically tell the British Embassy guy, after this we should have a pint. He goes, hey, do you drink then? And I go, I don't, but I might start after this. He starts laughing. The Saudi policeman does not look entertained. Eventually I'm brought back to the prison cells downstairs, but after I complained about the shit-covered floors, I'm not brought into the same cell instead. Not with the people complaining that they've been there for days or anything. No, I'm brought into another cell. And this cell's identical in theory, but when I get inside, it's got the same layout, same disgusting tiles, no window, constantly on lights. But this one, way sparser. There's only 6 or 7 people in there compared to almost double or triple in the other.
Why does he keep on saying 6, 7? It feels like he's doing like some kind of dog whistle where he's trying to activate like zoomers.
Room. Noticeably, there's no shit overflowing in the bathroom. And at the same time, everyone was sleeping on mattresses, like futons almost. And everyone seemed quite jolly.
True.
So not everyone's sleeping. Back in the other room, everyone was sleeping for 18 hours a day, it seemed. Everyone was up, they were playing cards. I don't know how they got the cards, but he had cards, and everyone was more jolly. There was a man sleeping in the corner, and eventually he woke up, and everyone nicknamed him Gamora. And he barely spoke any Arabic, and he started speaking to himself. Did I hear him correctly? He was speaking Pashto. Pashto is the language of the Taliban. You know where I do business? Afghanistan. I'm conversational in Pashto. So I started speaking to this guy in Pashto. Not only is he shocked to see a white dude speaking Pashto, holy crap. He thought I was...
He only speaks a bit of Mandarin and English.
No, he said that he spoke the language of the Taliban. He said that before.
No, I said that. Or did
no, but
he?
He said that before as well.
Dude, am I like... Do you have dementia? What the fuck?
I don't know if he said it in this video, but he's talked about it in other videos and stuff before.
I mean, I'm just saying earlier in the video he said he only speaks a bit of Mandarin and English, so...
I'm willing to I'm willing to chalk that one up to either a misspeak or whatever. Just trying to say that he doesn't speak Saudi or whatever, or Arabian, whatever the fuck the language is.
Spy or something. I don't blame him. But he's really receptive to it. He wakes up.
I don't know.
Immediately. He's like, oh, and he tells me this wild story. And with proof, I'll tell you about that later. He told me with proof that he was a main exporter of potatoes from Pakistan to the Arabian Peninsula. So all the potatoes in Pakistan apparently are grown by this guy. And they get sent out to Oman, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. And he also has a processing...
Dude, like, I thought we were at, like, 1 time speed that entire time. This guy talks so fucking slow.
...facility to turn these potatoes into French fries. And these French fries get sold to all the vendors, too. So this guy is the potato man. He's the potato man. To be honest, he's shaped like a potato. This guy looked like that. He's a lovely guy, super kind, by the way, but he did look like a potato. But so did I before the fast. Anyway, he tells me how he was making millions of dollars, and then suddenly COVID hit. His business just failed. Because he was living invoice to invoice, and of course, all the shipping networks went down. He's been in that jail for 3 or 4.5 years. I'm not kidding, a single cell without sunlight for 3.5 or 4.5 years. Because he owed a bunch of money. And in Islamic law, if you go bankrupt, you don't give up your assets and your credit score sucks for a few years. You actually go to jail until you repay it. So this dude has been stuck here, repaying his debt very slowly, rebuilding his business. And then he also just pulls out a phone. And I go, how do you have a phone? And he looks up, and above him is the CCTV, like one of those old CCTV things. And he's sitting in kind of the black zone where no one can see him, a blacked out area. So he's in a blind spot right now below the CCTV. And he tells me the night staff gave him back his phone because he understood he wasn't a criminal, he just owed money. And it was due to crazy circumstances, COVID. And how do you go repay his debt if he gets 1 5-minute phone call a day? So he gave him his phone, and he could just do business. And then he hands in a power bank to the night staff who are in on it, and then he gives back his power bank, and he can just do whatever. And then, what even shocks me even more, he walks up to the door, he knocks, the guard unlocks it for himself.
I look out of it. Sorry.
Bro, I'm a little out of it,
and then, I don't know, he comes back 2 minutes later with bags of takeaway. KFC. And I go, how is this fucking getting KFC in Saudi Arabia jail? And turns out he's just ordering food, like Uber Eats, it's called Hunger Station. He's ordering food in Saudi Arabia jail, and the guards are allowing it. Because you know why? It keeps the prisoners from bitching and being all pissy all the time, right? It's like one final meal before we get sentenced, and no one's...
Okay, wait, so hold on. He's at the fucking, like, evil terrorist jail where people go to literally, like, never be seen again and, like, disappear. But then... KFC. Okay.
Some guy with a phone and who's buying him KFC. So he's spending like $200 a day on ordering food for not only himself but all the prisoners. And everyone's having a feast.
But the guy that got the food that he's talking about was not white.
Me fasting for 40 days and all being all about weight loss. You know I ate the KFC. You know I ate the fast food. And you know what? It was good. I kind of regret it. I put on some weight again. But it's good. Honestly, when I was stressing out thinking I'm going to be beheaded for potentially being falsely accused of being a terrorist, it felt good to eat that food. And he's basically saying, hey, I'm going to hire you for like $13,000 a month after this. You come to my compound in Pakistan, meet my family. You can help me with basic business ventures. I was amazed. And we still talk to this day. We've actually done business. He's paid me for some basic services. Like for example, helping him out with passports by investment, just basic stuff like that, and basic finances and basic advice. But, you know, I guess a white dude knows how to do business. I ask him, I say, listen, please can I go on your phone and send a message to my people? And he goes, absolutely, absolutely. A friend of...
I am a white man, so I know how to do things.
Afghanistan, and someone who speaks my language is a friend of mine. And I send him a message on WhatsApp, my friend.
Oh, he's at a different jail site now? I thought it was that he was in a different cell, not a different jail.
Wait, did he just say
relieved to hear from it.
Someone who speaks the same language as a friend of his?
Do business. I ask him, I say, listen, please can I go on your phone and send a message to my people? And he goes, absolutely, absolutely. A friend of Afghanistan and someone who speaks my language is a friend of mine. And I send him a message on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yeah.
So kinda.
And they're all relieved to hear from me. And they add me to a group chat they had on WhatsApp, and we're sending messages back and forth, and they just, please, I'm alive. Some of them don't believe I'm in jail. I don't.
You mean the embassy, not the hospital. I think that's what you're trying to say.
understand why at the time. So I sent these pictures to them. I snuck in the bathroom and I snuck whilst there, and you can see there the little leaflet I got from the government, from the embassy. And they tell me, they say, hey, listen, there's a very strong rumor going around that you are basically on the run, you stole a bunch of money, and you scammed everyone. And I go, what? So of course, I've had no real contact with the outside world. I have no idea what the internet thinks. Hopefully, think the word got out that I was arrested or something had happened. I thought people would be worried about me, thinking, God, maybe he went to hospital because of some medical emergency. After all, I am fasting 28 days in. But no, so as spoken about previously, what actually happened was my guide who stole my money off me through a public wallet that he had access to, he stole my money, tried to flee the country before getting arrested himself because he was associated with me. They wanted to investigate him. He used my own money to bet against me because he knew what was going to happen on Polymarket. He knew I was going to be swatted, so he knew he could double or triple his money, so he bet against me. And apparently this wallet was also public, which I have posted links. So as you guys know, I've been in crypto Twitter for a while. I basically just invest in Bitcoin and just follow a bunch of news. And I do accept donations through crypto because why not? And I posted my wallet publicly a few times. So my wallet has been public in several tweets, and people basically trade.
Quick plug after my tragic story.
This money, and they go, oh, it belongs to Miles, so Miles stole this money, and he's run away with $60,000.
Wait a minute.
Guys, I have to be honest. There's $15
When
million
in
of
this
deposit.
timeline did he get his comment to CoffeeZilla?
Probably around this time. He's probably about to talk about it.
5 for yes, 7.5 for no. If I'm going to scam everyone, I'm not going to steal a mere $60,000. It's a lot of money, but it is the salary of a fast food worker in America. I've got to be honest, like, if I'm going to scam everyone and there's $7.5 million on the table, I guarantee to you I'm going to get $1 million or $2 million. I'm not going to go for peanuts, yeah? It doesn't really make sense. And the other thing is too, guys, if I'm going to scam everyone, I'm not going to swap myself in Saudi Arabia, of all places, on terrorism charges and risk execution, torture, or prolonged imprisonment. That's not the 4D chess you think it is. You know what I would do? This makes the most sense. I wouldn't wait to day 28 to swap myself and get a 3x multiplier on my money. I would wait to day 39 and a half on the 40-day fast. When the odds are 99% I'm going to...
Okay, but so Elite, if that's the truth, then why did he tell the embassy guy that he had been at the black site? Why did he not say I got moved to a different jail after that? Is he lying then or is he lying now? Like that's the question, right?
Are we expected to believe he thought all this through, bro?
If I'm going to be scamming, I'm going to, on the last hour, I'm going to not document my fast, and I'm just going to turn off the camera, walk away, and bet more than $30,000. I travel for the world for a living. You think I have less than $30,000 in my pocket? Trust me, I have a little bit more than that to play around with, to actually use. And I would bet against myself, and 99x my money. Not 3x my money, I would 99x it. And because I'm walking away from it, I'm not going to go to Saudi Arabia jail. It's just not a good plan. It doesn't make sense. And at the same time, too, I have proof I went to Saudi Arabia jail. And a few commentators, one of them, what's his name, CoffeeZilla, I believe he claimed I went to Saudi Arabia jail due to scamming. Nowhere in my case was Polymarket mentioned. I was in there because I got swatted.
Nope, he verbatim says terrorism.
For potential terrorism. I would not be going to national security jail. Look at my release papers right here. There's nothing mentioning Polymarket. There's nothing mentioning scamming. If I was guilty of it and I was in Saudi jail for an extended period, I would have served time. But I was never sentenced. All my charges were dismissed. And basically what happened was CoffeeZilla basically saw this slightly suspicious link. I understand suspicious about me and my wallet being linked to this situation. He DM'd my person, Callum, who was managing my social media. Callum is Britannica, this channel here. He's been with me to Afghanistan. He's also a travel content YouTuber. He hadn't got a bad bone in his body. And Callum was managing my social media on my behalf during my incarceration, as instructed. And you can see the entire exchange right here of CoffeeZilla and Callum. And CoffeeZilla is basically demanding information. Now, of course, this is a legal matter. I'm in jail, pending charges. We can't release sensitive information about my case. They can't reveal information that I'm in touch with Callum or Callum is in touch with me. I could get years in jail for seemingly just for accessing a phone in jail. But this CoffeeZilla guy, he's speaking like he's judge, jury, and executioner. This guy, oh, it's all up to him.
Wait, so you did have access to a phone now? So now you did have access to a phone in jail?
I can't even...
I guess
this
you
is my
did.
second watch, and I still don't know what's going on.
Okay,
Fuck
so
me.
you did with that one guy, the Potato Man, but that would have been late stage. So is that when that happened?
Do you think he just freestyled this?
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
The camera and started saying shit.
And we instruct CoffeeZilla. We say, hey, listen, contact the British government. The British government actually gives answers to journalists who actually want answers on these matters, and they will confirm or deny certain things. And he says he doesn't have time to do it. He lies, and he makes an entire video to millions of people claiming factually that I'm a scammer, despite very weak evidence. It ruins my reputation. This guy is basically presenting speculation as fact.
He did not say that you were a scammer. He said he didn't believe your story.
It's all been disproven now, obviously. But again, the people watching that, they're just going off CoffeeZilla's opinion. So
You have not disproved anything.
again, he ruins a good part of my reputation. Basically, this guy is ridiculous. And when I got out, I did loads of research, and I found out there's many cases of him getting things completely wrong and not apologizing about it. And obviously, he ruins reputations because of it. In his bio, he claims to be a Christian, but he doesn't act Christian in any way whatsoever. He just seems like scum, quite honestly.
Come on. Come on, man.
And at the same time, CoffeeZilla, he...
Actually, he does not act like a Christian, so he's not a real Christian. Hello, my audience who believes in my right-wing grift.
If you invite him on the show,
tell CoffeeZilla
you
he's
think
not
he
a
would, say
real
that about
Christian. Tell CoffeeZilla that he's not a real Christian.
I did invite him onto the show.
He managed to message the British government, and he got
Well, no, I
confirmation.
was gonna say, do you think he would say the same about you?
What, that I'm not a real Christian? Probably. I mean, like, it's such an
Yeah,
easy...
if you just invited him on the show.
It's literally such an easy fucking own. Like, grifter people do that literally all the fucking time, right?
Him redacting the video, at least make a follow-up video. He just makes a simple comment on social media that's seen by a tiny fraction of his audience. That's not right, that's wrong. And of course, there's so many people in the comments over here I've screenshotted them. Thank you to each and every one of you, by the way. Every single comment here is basically calling CoffeeZilla out, saying, hey, listen, Miles has been known to give away tens of thousands of dollars to charitable acts, and he does a lot of charity. And he's very public about where the money...
Hey guys, wink wink. Like, this is the brigading thing here. Hey guys, wink wink. Thank you guys so much for backing me up.
Yeah.
I'm giving you incentive by shouting out comments that are backing me up and pushing against CoffeeZilla. Wink, wink.
He goes, and like he clearly makes more than $60,000. You've got something wrong, CoffeeZilla. But also, guys, I must also explain what I do for a living, because we must talk about proportionality. So if you guys Google me, sometimes I'll come up as a YouTuber. Not true if you look at my uploads. Clearly, that's not enough to sustain a lifestyle. It's not what I do for a living. YouTube is just to keep some attention on myself.
Yeah, it's what you're known for. It's what you're known for. That's why it's your label. So, yeah, I know that these concepts are really difficult, man. But yeah, it's pretty easy.
I've got it's advertising. So what I do is I actually go to war zones, as you guys know, Afghanistan, countries that most people won't touch, with high barriers to entry, high bureaucracy. And I go there and I buy high value antiques and I sell them to rich Americans at a huge markup. So it started with Afghanistan flags. I would buy them for a few dollars, and I'm the only one sourcing them legally. And I sell them for $45. And of course, if 1,000 people purchase them, that's a lot of money. And I moved on to antique rugs, buy them for $1,000, sell them for $4,000. And then I moved on to, say, military equipment. And then I moved on to potentially entire tanks. I'm not gonna get into it too much, but let's just say good money. But one thing that got released that shouldn't have, Osama bin Laden's car. The rumors are true, I do own Osama bin Laden's car. This is the car photographed here. I went there, I tracked down the car, I purchased it, I authenticated it being his car. I have some paperwork, I'm in the process of exporting it. I've got to be honest, guys, I've got to contact the Christie's auction house. We believe it's worth $1.2 million. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I don't want anyone copying me. But truthfully, this is my first rodeo. I'm not too amazed by seeing $1.2 million. I'm going to leave it at that. And that's not to brag, but what I say is I'm not going to throw my life and my reputation away over $60,000 when there's $1.2 million on the line. It sounds arrogant, but it's like accusing Warren Buffett of stealing $50. You know, maybe he would steal $50 million, but $50, it just doesn't make sense. It's just...
Isn't this what all like crypto scam guys say?
An explorer.
Whoa. What the fuck are we doing
God,
here?
it just doesn't make sense. It's just...
Pause.
This is Lord Miles, a saint, an explorer, a friend.
Okay.
Ever since that truly heartbreaking moment with George Floyd and the fentanyl tragedy, he's
What?
teamed up with a charity organization, Dual, to bring
Kinda looks
priceless
like I'm
education
Alex in
and
that
smiles
frame.
to children across the globe. They've taught Afghans how to speak English and shown them
That
new
was clearly AI.
ways
Okay.
to express themselves.
Hey guys, I'm at Osama bin Laden's house in Tora Bora, Afghanistan, and we've met the village elders, we've got the children around here, and we're going to teach them about
Dual.
So this old man over here, he fought the Americans and the Soviets for 40 years. He's a strong warrior mujahideen, and he took a gamble. But the real gamble that pays off, guys, is gambling. So what we're going to do, we're going to play this, and... Yeah!
Be sure to check
Oh,
out
dude, I'm teaching, like, children who, like, literally can't buy a meal for themselves how to gamble. Oh, yay.
Dual.com and help Miles continue his
Why did
journey
you just
across
cut
the
to
globe.
this? There's no transition. It was just what the fuck?
Anyway, at this point, I'm on damage control in Saudi Arabia jail. And I go through a range of very poor emotions, because the worst thing for...
Yeah, like, the whole thing that you said in your fucking Twitter thing was, like, oh, CoffeeZilla might, like, make another video and, like, publish lies and blah, blah, blah. I hope he makes another video. This is insane. This is terrible.
me is not being able to do something. I'm rotting in this jail, hoping that people out there are trying to help me. I mean, even half my friends are doubting my story. And of course, when they see I'm in jail, they believe me. But it was kind of sad to see that even my friends were doubting me a little bit. And at the same time, this has happened before when I was in Taliban jail. Everyone assumed I was dead, but I found some way to communicate with the outside world. It's insane. But like, there was my sponsor with Jewel. They actually claimed in a troll post that I had died in a hospital from refeeding syndrome. I did not authorize that. I was in jail, but everyone just blatantly believed it. It's why the Jews call you guys cattle. I've got to be honest. Why do you believe a post that...
What do you mean it was a fucking troll post? What do you mean?
It doesn't come from my page. Don't believe anything on the internet. Again, I'm not responsible for what other people say. I'm not responsible for lies put out by someone else. And there was a theory going around that my sponsor, the CEO's worth $500 million, by the way, he casually throws around $1 million chips at poker tables. I'm not kidding. There was rumors that he was spreading a rumor about my death in order to make, again, $60,000 or something, which again doesn't really make sense. But it also doesn't make sense because if they want the odds to be higher, they want the world to believe I'm actually alive. So the multiplier for my death would be higher. I think my sponsor, I spoke to him afterwards, the guy who made the post, and apparently just a troll post, and they generally believed I was just going dark for a little bit to create some drama.
and then suddenly coming back. But no, I was actually generally in jail, and they didn't know about it. And afterwards, in retrospect, it was in poor taste. But you know, they're trolls. So I'm very sorry if you guys believed I was dead. But as previously stated many times, don't believe anything about me unless if it comes from my page. I entrust people to my social media for a reason. Don't believe strangers. Yeah, fucking retards, honestly. Yeah, we invited CoffeeZilla to come to jail to come visit me. I'm an visitors, but he never turned up. He never cared. He kept pressing information. He slandered me, and then tried to be a friend, and then said he's gonna fix problems.
Yeah, I invited CoffeeZilla to go like halfway across the world to like a place that's like, you know, not necessarily the safest and probably pretty dangerous. For some reason, he didn't agree. It's really weird.
It's my reputation, the ones he caused, by me giving him more exclusive information, which journalists usually pay for. Fuck off, fuck that guy. So Callum stops responding to him, obviously, because he's a bad actor. And I basically tell my friend, I say, listen, go into my apartment in England, contact my lawyer in England. There is a emergency briefcase, which I have, very dramatic, and inside is about $50,000 in cash, and there's also a crypto wallet with substantial income on there, substantial funds. Do whatever you need, hire whoever you need, take a first flight out from wherever you are to Saudi Arabia, pick a nice hotel for yourself, pay whatever money you want that's reasonable from this amount, make yourself whole for your time, and basically just sit in Saudi Arabia waiting on instructions. And my friend, God bless Yasin, flew immediately from Australia to Saudi Arabia. Another friend flew from England to Saudi Arabia, brought some money, brought some cryptocurrency, spoke to my lawyer, and basically organized everything. He was sitting on standby. He picked up his hotel close to the prison, and occasionally he would come visit me. He'll give me updates. He took this photo from the visitation where he wasn't meant to do, so thanks for risking it, Yasin. He pulled up a phone and took a sneaky picture. Those were the same clothes I've been wearing for a month. I absolutely stink. The Gamora, the Afghan man, he did buy me a razor and also a toothbrush and toothpaste eventually. I was allowed to use. Before, apparently, a toothbrush and toothpaste wasn't allowed because it could be used to make a shank. But, you know, people's teeth were rotting, and I didn't want to get the British stereotype of bad teeth. I was allowed to have a toothbrush, I guess. I just keep messaging my friend. I tell him to bring me supplies. I tell him to contact lawyers. He's working in the background. Things are progressing slowly. The embassy is trying to help me out. The embassy finds out I have a prison phone. Obviously, they can't be seen having contact with me, but they're like, how does Miles do it? So I mean, damn, Saudi Arabia, how does he get a prison phone? And they're kind of impressed, really. I mean, I have to admit, it is impressive. I managed to do this. I mean, and as time goes by, I get more and more hopeless because despite having all this contacts, I'm unable to do certain things. I have this paranoia about I'm going to go to jail, that I'm going to be tortured, perhaps, that I'm going to be beaten, that I'm going to see 20 years behind bars, perhaps. My girlfriend's going to leave me because obviously, you know, I'm in jail for years. I don't expect her to stay. I expect my life to fall apart. I'm paranoid about money being stolen, perhaps. Why would the British embassy help me? They weren't good last time. And I go into a very dark place, I've got to be honest. When you see nothing but four walls, people don't really speak your language, and, you know, you just have no idea about what's going on. You go into dark things. I mean, look at my diary entries right here. Basically, this is me describing thoughts of suicide. I've got to admit, I went to a very dark place.
What? IDC what the derail is. I just don't want to break from listening to this British man yap.
You do or don't want to break? Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. I'm confused. You do or you don't want to break? Because we can get a break. But clarify it to me. You don't care what the derail is? Let's see. Let me see if he clarified there. Is there a poly market bet on if his story's real or not? True. And if so, did he bet on himself? Lol. Okay. True. Oh, here, we can watch 5 more minutes of this. Let's watch 5 more minutes of this. This epic Chungus.
This is what Too Mad saw.
This epic Chungus video. Let's watch 5 more minutes.
Estrogen. Damn. This already looks awesome. Yeah, I see this one if I close my eyes.
Unidentified bioweapon acquired.
Dude, is that freaking rhubarb? What is that? No, that's bok choy, I think.
Something like that. What the fuck is that?
Fuck yeah. Bok choy boy.
Suddenly, I want to work faster.
Let me stroke one titty, please.
Miku leak spin.
Oh, it's
remember.
a leak? Real. Okay. No! Not the scary eagle, man. No. Not the Q
That's
tank.
just
No.
what
Not the Q tank.
Q?
QAnon?
Whoa.
No. No, not the Q tank. Oh fuck, what is this? What is this song? I know this song.
Is it like a block reformed? What the fuck?
All patriots go.
What the fuck is this, bro? This is fuck. Honestly, this makes more sense than whatever the fuck that Lord Miles video was trying to say.
Dude, thank God he has. Yes, yes. Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, yes.
Actual debate about where humanity goes.
Yes.
And cut off the pedophiles and psychic vampires that are control of this AI system.
Right,
How the
right.
pedophiles getting control of AI?
How are the pedophiles getting control of
at
AI?
whatever level.
I need to
devil,
know.
whatever you want to call it, this interdimensional
The
thing that
devil?
gives them advanced
Okay,
off-world
yeah,
technology. The fallen one that's not of this world is giving them advanced knowledge
What
on
are
how
you
to
talking-
construct
no,
these
what-
systems.
Joe Rogan's, dude, Joe Rogan reacting to Alex Jones sometimes is so fucking funny, man. What the fuck
Man,
are
is
you
Joe like a
talking
retard?
about?
Does he not understand? What, you
Dude,
don't
how do you
understand what
not
he's
get
saying?
this? How do you not get this?
Yeah, dude, this makes sense.
What else? Because we're like a hive organism that actually lives second to second.
Of
the
course.
space-time continuum is like 100 years. It's a second. And we transmit our data up to be able to live next to like these Stargate jump gates.
My
that are
great school
suns.
teachers, you know, we talk about this all the time.
Dude, thank God this brave soldier's fighting Q. No, one of the fallen, dude. What the fuck? Okay.
Fake women's breasts. Little chicken neck psychiatrist scenes flapping their. Then the man, I really like Alex Jones. You know, hoping to screw America over.
That's awesome. Man, I don't really like Alex Jones. That's awesome.
Manly someday, if they can just dominate those big. If they can just dominate those big men, they see at the grocery store and they see them. Just dominate the other men on the modern battlefield. Because they're so scared. Weigh about 85 pounds, but you know what? We're fighting for our life. Here comes that big worm.
Uh-huh.
And what are we going to do to that big, giant, stinking worm that smells like dead flesh?
What are we gonna do about the big giant stinking worm that smells like dead flesh? I don't know, man. It's a good question.
We gotta do something. Whoa.
Very, very analog horror coded here. Okay.
Dude, is that the Biden FBI?
Receive soy estragen soy. Okay, yeah, uh-huh.
Anyone else get an email from PayPal?
This is why you don't ever want to touch the receipts on thermal paper. These
Right.
thermal paper receipts contain BPA and BPS.
Of course,
These
of
are
course, yeah.
endocrine-disrupting chemicals.
A lot of these receipts are coated with chemicals called BPA or BPS,
Right.
aka xenoestrogens. Because
Yes,
they
yes,
act like
yes.
estrogen when they sneak into your body.
Okay, so that's 10 minutes of that. If you guys want to return to that and watch the rest of it, that's 10 more buckaroonies, or 10 more bucks for any
Yeah, I feel like I was just violated sexually.
10 more bucks for any derail for that matter. And hey, if you're liking the stream, like the stream, blah, blah, blah. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, bud. Okay.
Place. Obviously, I didn't try and do it, but I had those thoughts, I have to be honest. Part of it was due to CoffeeZilla and him lying. I would appreciate an apology from him and him to take down the videos. If he does his follow-up video and tries to create drama, tries to make more ad revenue off it, I do say you guys should shame him. I'm not going to go back and forth defending my innocence. I am innocent. I've explained everything
That's literally asking for brigading, by the way.
from my end. I'm going to leave it at that. But
It's
yeah,
a threat of brigading.
Yeah, no, it's a lot more apparent than I recalled.
he's not a good guy. Apology will make up for it slightly. But again, I just don't see him being a good person. You know, I hope he proves me wrong, but I see him trying to create more drama out of this, speculating on some rumors, or just picking up on things that aren't true and presenting them as true. Guys, try and mess him on social media and tell him exactly what he's done if you don't mind. I don't want you to harass him. I don't want you to insult him.
Oh, wait. Here. Back to gameplay so you guys don't have to endure this holistically. Hold on.
I wish you made the Family Guy funny moments bigger.
I wish he didn't make this video.
Yeah, actually, that. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, fuck the Family Guy. Fuck the Subway Surfers.
Told him, I just want you to basically say, hey, listen, you fucked up here. You did Lord Miles dirty. Please can you take down the video? Please can you watch this video? It'd be much appreciated. But again, I blocked him for a reason. He's just not a good guy. Yeah? And I shouldn't have to do this. Same goes for all the other commentary YouTubers that are just sensationalizing my story. They have no insider information. They're just reporting on rumors. I only know what happened because I was the only one there. So I have no idea where they're getting their information from. But yeah. And basically, I'm just waiting in this prison cell. Days turn into weeks. And eventually, there's one guy walks in. And I don't know why I get a bad feeling about it. This guy walks in and he presents himself as a prisoner, but he doesn't really seem so. He seems a bit too comfortable. And he comes straight to me and goes, do you speak English? And I go, absolutely. And he goes, why are you in here for? What crime did you commit? And it's a very leading question. And we're in full view of the camera. And the camera is one of those robotic ones that can move, and it's pointed directly at us. And I'm thinking, huh. And I basically say, no, I'm innocent. The Saudi government have made a mistake. They go find me innocent. This guy keeps pressing. He goes, no, you have to have done something wrong. What have you done? Don't you have a criminal record back home? And I go, how does he know where home is? How does he not know I live in Saudi Arabia? That's interesting. And he's only asking me. And he asks all these questions. And then he goes, have you ever been to Israel? And I go, no, of course not. And he goes, well, all foreigners who are white and Western.
This guy's just a giant LARPer, dude. That's why.
Love Israel. Why do you love Israel? And I go, what are you talking about? Look at my social media. I'm the most anti-Semitic guy on there. You guys follow me on X. You know, I'm anti-Semitic. I'm proud of it. And this guy is like, what's
certainly not
He's so
tonight,
cool.
Desali, but I'll check it out for sure.
that mean? And I start ranting about the Jews for God knows how many hours. I go through
What?
more stuff than he knows.
Wait, huh?
Why do you love Israel? And I go, what are you talking about? Look at my social media. I'm the most anti-Semitic guy on there. You guys follow me on X. You know, I'm anti-Semitic. I'm proud of it. And this guy is like, what's that mean? And I start ranting about the Jews for God knows how many hours. I go through more stuff than he knows. I start dropping truth nukes left and right. I'm very proud of it. My only regret is I didn't know more. And this guy's taken aback. And
Can't
he
even,
goes,
like,
oh, no,
pretend to think
he's
this
like,
was cool.
Okay.
But
And then he
just
goes,
scared.
good luck. And he just walks out of the cell. Like, he gets let out almost immediately. And I go to all the people in the room. I'm like, hey, you know this is an undercover cop, right? And he's like, yeah. They were testing you. They have nothing on you, and they're just trying to test you. They're trying to make you admit to something because prisoners gossip, right? And they do that in America. I know that. So I go, oh, that's pretty funny. And it was actually a piss poor attempt. Honestly, shame on the Saudi intelligence. And then a few days later, again, I'm put in handcuffs. I'm taken out, and I'm taken to this place called public prosecutions. And this is where they get a bunch of people to hear your case, and they either escalate it and sentence you, or they don't. They just need more information. And I'm waiting in this holding cell with other people on a wooden board for 12 hours without any water. And these other people clearly came from prison. They were in prison uniforms, and they asked me what I'm in for. And I told them the story, but they think I'm a terrorist. And these were like hardened Chechens. You know, they spoke some English, mostly I don't know what language they speak. I guess Russian and Arabic. And they were actually scared of me because they thought I was like part of ISIS or something, which is kind of funny. Because I guess you fear the white dude who's actually in jail because you actually know he did it 99% of the time. I'm the 1%. But yeah, I get pulled in for public prosecution office. They finally see me after 12 hours, keeping me waiting without food or a real bathroom break. I head in handcuffs, and there's two men in an office. They sit me down and they start asking me questions. First one is, why'd you come to Saudi Arabia? I said, I've never been here. Wanted to check it out. It seems like a home of Lawrence Arabia, British history. And they're like, okay, whatever. And they say, why do you praise Osama bin Laden and ISIS on social media? And I go, what? And they slide past a piece of paper on the table. And this piece of paper has a clearly photoshopped screenshot on X of a post about me supporting ISIS with words I don't even understand. I clearly don't speak like this, and I take one look at it, and it's not the font you see on X, and you can see how it's been edited. It's been edited really poorly too, and it's like the lines don't match up. It's clearly been done in like MS Paint. And I go to these guys, I'm like, God, dude, it's clearly edited tweets. What are you talking about? Are you stupid? And they look at me and they go, you didn't post this? And I go, no, you dumb shit fucking retards. Of course I didn't fucking post it. You've been keeping me in jail for a month over this. I go, look on my Twitter. My Twitter's public. This has never been posted. You think if I was supporting ISIS, I would be able to fly back to the UK or visit Europe or the US? You think Saudi intelligence is the first to catch me? And then they're like, okay. And then he slides something else across the table and they go, oh, why do you support Osama bin Laden? I go, what do you mean? Oh, you support 9/11. And I go, what? And they show me a picture of my store from 2 years ago. And I used to sell these 9/11 rugs. Now, before you judge, guys, these are rugs made by American soldiers, right? To convey what 9/11 is to the Afghans because they weren't allowed to have images. They weren't allowed to have newspapers. They couldn't read or write. Most of them around 2001. So this was an illustration for the villagers because they would hang out the rugs to wash, and then other villagers can understand the concept of a plane, of a skyscraper, which I've never seen before, and what happened, why the Americans are there. And this could become a collector item. Most of my buyers come from Texas. One of my buyers was a survivor of the 9/11 attacks in one of the towers themselves. I'm not kidding. And I explained this to them, and they're dumbstruck. They're like, what? Shit. Clearly they caught the wrong guy. And they go, well, how many of you ship to Saudi Arabia? And I go, none. I go, look at my website, look at the list of countries I ship to. I don't ship to Saudi Arabia. And they look, and clearly it states I don't ship to Saudi Arabia. And they're awestruck of this news. Like, they spend a month sitting on this case doing nothing, clearly. What a joke. They just don't care about welfare. Like, I make up 30% of the Afghan tourism industry. I bring hundreds of tourists a year to Afghanistan. And here
What? You alone make up 30% of the Afghan tourist industry? Okay.
Yeah, a country that's trying to improve its public image and bring tourism there, and they arrest one guy that could help them. So, like, the worst decision ever. Stupid people. And then they basically go, okay, is there any evidence you haven't been doing anything illegal for the last, since you arrived? And they look at me smugly like I have no answer. By leaning in, I basically tell them, hey, go on my laptop and look for the folder, Saudi CCTV waterfast.mp4 or whatever. And it's a folder of 24/7 CCTV footage for the last 28 days showing me sitting in a tent in the middle of nowhere just fasting, doing nothing illegal, less than anything, less than a normal person doing. I'm literally not eating anything. I'm just fasting. And they both look at each other really slowly. They both turn to look at each other. One of them literally makes the goop, and he turned back to me shocked, and they go, okay, go back to the prison. He's stuttering. He's like, go back to prison now. And before I go, I turn around and say, God will judge every single one of you. You think you're so pious with your stupid bathrobe on your head, and you pray 5 times a day. This is how you treat your fellow man. Shame on you. And I tell them that I would piss on their beard, and they get so mad at that. But then one of them holds back the other one.
Why would you do that? Why would you? Do you want to get out of jail? Do you want to get out of jail, or do you just want to stay there? So, I mean, like, what are you doing?
And then one of them literally mutters, I'm sorry, because they know they fucked up. And then I go back to the prison, and then again I wait. And again I kill more time, and I wait, and I wait. We had some interesting characters come in, so obviously...
Dude, I misheard him at first. I thought he said, so I go back to prison, and again I rape. Okay.
We've got the man with the phone.
No,
We've also got one other guy who was in with us for a while. I don't know why he's in there, but he kept telling me that he tried to kiss a girl, and he got in trouble. And apparently there's a dispute about witnesses.
Okay.
But I believe the man was guilty. He told me about the times he would go to America and try and chat up women, and he keeps describing women. He talks about their curves. He says he just likes sex. He's trying to come across as a pious, godly man. But he constantly talks about sex. It's really disturbing. It makes me uncomfortable. And he says, you go to Europe.
Him having sex makes you okay.
And you can have sex with anyone, and I just have sex. I fuck. And I tell him to shut the fuck up about talking about my women. I just don't appreciate it, you know? And he keeps quiet. And, after a while, we become friendly. There was one man who came in with his hands behind his back in handcuffs, and he wasn't taken out of handcuffs until he was taken out of that jail 3 days later. And he couldn't eat or drink himself because he had no access to his hands. So I would pour water into his mouth and spoon feed him food. He spoke no English, but turns out, I was told later, he was a Houthi rebel who was captured on the border, and for some reason he's in this jail. And
wow, dude, epic story time, man. Wow.
Then he got sentenced and whatever, he disappeared. I guess I was kind to a terrorist. I don't know. I don't know if I can get in trouble for that. I don't know. And I see people come and go, some memorable, some not. And it really starts playing in my mind.
Tana Mojo, the time I was kind to a terrorist.
Because any second I think I could be sentenced right now, and I'll lose access to the outside world through that phone, and I honestly think I'm going to prison. I think I'm going to be sentenced. I just have no faith in the justice system over here. Eventually, after a month and a bit, one of the guys comes in, and the soldier points to me, the guard points to me, and goes, hey, you, British man. I go, me? He goes, yes, you go. And I'm in shock. I'm so happy. And everyone else starts cheering around me because they know they're guilty, that they genuinely believe I'm innocent of terrorism.
Everybody cheer!
Anyway, I'm celebrating. Everyone's shaking my hand. People are generally hugging me. I've got Gamore's number. He wants to do business afterwards. I have some money in my pockets. I'm like, go to the shop and get some like snacks money. I hand every single dollar I have left on me, like $20, to the people around me, and I say, hey, listen, use it for whatever you need. And they're so happy, they're very grateful because they have nothing. And when I leave the jail, and then they bring me into a room, they take the cuffs off that I was used to come to that new room. I don't know why they put me in cuffs after they said they'd go release me. And then they made me sign some paperwork. I don't know what it says, but whatever. I get to the front of the prison doors. I think it's 8 in the morning. I'm not too sure. There's no windows. I don't know the time. But then I look outside. It's pitch black, and I don't know where I am in Saudi Arabia. There's no skyscrapers in the sky. I know I'm in Al Ramad jail, but I just don't know where that is geographically. And I go to the guard and I go, hey, where am I? And he goes, Saudi Arabia. And I go, yeah, I know, but where? He goes, Al Ramad jail. And I go, whatever, forget it. How close to the airport? And he goes, I don't know. Okay. I go, listen, where's my passport? You grabbing my belongings? He goes, no. It is Friday. Rest day. Friday, evidence locker, closed. Saturday, closed. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, passport. You come Sunday. And I go, okay, well, what am I meant to do? I have no money on me. I have no ID. I don't have my phone. How am I meant to check into a hotel?
Exactly. And then everyone clapped. Exactly.
He goes, you go to family. I haven't got any family in Saudi Arabia. I'm a tourist. He goes, okay, not my problem. I go, can I make a phone call? I need to call my guy in Saudi Arabia to let him know I'm released. He goes, no, local number? And I go, no, not local number. He goes, no, you go. You come back Sunday. So all I have is on me is the Lord of the Rings books. And when I start walking out into the Saudi night, trying to find the British embassy, little do I know the British embassy was like 60 miles away. But at the time I didn't know that. And I just start wandering around looking for anything familiar, maybe a hotel I can check into. I guess maybe the embassy, maybe the airport. And eventually I get tired. I can't find anything. It's too dark. So I just sleep in an alleyway. I'm homeless in Saudi Arabia for one night. And then in the morning I wake up.
I was homeless in Saudi Arabia. This is killing me.
Down this food delivery driver. I beg to use his phone. He's kind enough to say yes. So I guess if his video ever finds you, thank you. And he's holding his nose because I stink, right? I haven't been able to shower in like a month and a half. It's not a good feeling. My friend answers the phone and I tell him I'm out. He's ecstatic. He pulls up in a car rental. He's playing the latest Kanye song with loads of racial slurs in. And then the prison guards who are guarding outside with AKs or whatever are watching him.
Which Kanye song? What are you even fucking talking about, bud? Are you talking about HH?
Probably
because
not.
that doesn't even have racial slurs in it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Pull up and blasting this music. And I jump in and I'm just laughing. My friend also holds his nose and goes, you stink, dude. You stink like shit. And
he was talking about graduation.
And I go, yeah, I haven't been able to, clean my clothes. I've changed clothes once or twice.
If it's the latest Kanye song, it's not going to be Graduation.
Just sweat. And then eventually he takes me to a hotel, a really nice hotel, so he has good taste. And he says, okay, here's some clothes.
What is this like a story time?
Too big for me. I've lost a lot of weight, but, it's crazy to feel it, at least. And I guess I start in a different situation. I can't believe I'm out. I kind of have to pinch myself almost. And I generally believe if I fall asleep, I'm going to wake up back in the jail because I've had that happen to me a few times. I've had some vivid dreams. If anyone has ever been incarcerated, especially, innocent like myself, you know how that feels. It's just this feeling of injustice and distrust of institutions because, you shouldn't be able to be fucked like that. I understand if I was guilty, I guess I would accept it, but as an innocent man, it just really plays with your mind. And because I wasn't able to walk in that jail or exercise, I didn't sleep. I stayed up 60 hours straight, just walking on a treadmill, just walking, and just exercising. And to the point where I feel like I'm gonna faint and I'm eating hotel food. I feel so happy, have some real food in my body. My friend asked about what happened. I told him I'm speaking to some other people, I'm making phone calls using his phone, and we say, okay, well, it's Sunday now, we're gonna go back to a police station. And I still haven't slept. I go to a police station around midday on Sunday, and they tell us, they say, no, you can't have back your stuff. You're on bail.
Wow. And then everyone clapped.
When I realized, on bail, I can't get back my stuff, and I'm basically still under investigation. I said, well, what about my cat? And they said, what cat? I said, my cat Valentine, my rescue cat. She was there in the desert when I got arrested. Where is my cat? And I got very pissed off at this. And they insisted they had never heard of this cat, despite me talking about it in interviews. And obviously they searched my place when arresting me. The cat was in that tent, inside the tent. You couldn't miss this cat. And then, so I went to the camping site. My friend and I drove out to the camping site, and we spoke to the camp manager, and he was shocked to see me. He was like, they told me that you were a genuine terrorist, and I basically had to make a lie up saying that the electricity was being done to lure you out because they didn't want you arrested on live stream. They didn't want backlash or international coverage, basically. And I go, okay, well, listen, where's my cat? And they're like, I'm not too sure. Didn't the Saudi police take her? And I was like, no. And they're like, okay, well, you look happy to look around the camping site? And the camping site's substantial, so we got on a go-kart, and we went around part of the camping site, part of the desert, a rocky area that you can traverse. And then I found the spot where I was camping. I looked around, and I looked for a good half an hour in the desert, and eventually I found a shriveled up corpse. My cat had died in the desert, basically. My cat had been killed by Saudi police. Valentine right here. I nursed her back to health. I love that cat. I put a lot of emotion and time into her. She was on the brink of death, and I brought her back, and I felt really happy about doing that.
So this is why I say.
And Saudi police left her in the desert, and she died a horrific death of starvation or dehydration.
I mean, yes, man, yes. This is such an obvious sympathy play. Yeah.
She died alone, cold, weak, and confused. She had no idea what was going on. She thought I abandoned her.
The Saudi government killed my cat? Mr. Beast video? Wow.
Haunts me to this day. I've got to be honest, the Saudi police killed my cat, and I feel incredibly guilty. It's not a nice feeling, and I want to leave it at that, guys. But yeah, it's not good.
You got your cat as a fucking set prop, dude.
So I was devastated to learn.
Fuck off.
I was on bail. I thought I'd been released. I'd been duped once again. I basically just do the best I can. I realized my friend has to go home because he has a normal job. I won't spell out that word. It's very scary. Yeah, I just stay in a hotel for 2 weeks. It gets a little bit expensive. So I decided to go for a long-term Airbnb rental. I can't check into another hotel. I don't have a passport. When those 2 weeks go up, I check out of the hotel midday. I realize around 6 p.m. is my check-in time for my Airbnb. So I've got a few hours to kill. I take all my luggage that I've accumulated, some clothes, some essentials that I bought for myself before my friend left. I go into a Starbucks, basically. I go into a Starbucks, sitting outside on a table, enjoying the sun, sipping some coffee. And then suddenly a black SUV pulls up. Government car, and 3 Saudi men come out, and they're all wearing sunglasses. They look like Saudi feds, and immediately my heart dropped. What the fuck are they doing? And they try to act not suspicious when they see me. They immediately start speaking to each other. They don't go into the Starbucks and order any drinks or anything. They just sit outside on the table next to me. They keep glancing at me, pretending or thinking I don't notice, and they're speaking amongst themselves in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, I don't know. Lean over to me, and they go, hey, are you leaving the country or going to the airport? You've got your baggage with you, haha. And I go, no, I'm checking into my Airbnb later. But I checked out my hotel, the checkout time was later, and I've got a little bit of time to kill. So I'm just waiting at the Starbucks until I can check into my Airbnb. And they go, oh, okay. And they speak to each other in Arabic. They nod and say goodbye, and they get back into their car and drive away. So clearly I'm under surveillance for being a silly, goofy fella, So what I do is I go inside, I buy another coffee, and when I walk outside, I start walking towards them. And I basically shout to them and say, hey boys, you must be getting tired, got coffee for you. And they drive away at lightning speed. So that was,
oh my god, that's so funny. Dude, that's so funny and relatable, dude.
I go to the police station, and I speak to the person who's dealing my bail. And I go, Commander, do you have me under surveillance? And he goes, I don't know. And I go, listen, well, if you don't know if you're surveilling me, I think there's some people watching me. And of course, as you know, I've been threatened by ISIS in the past. I do have a bounty in my head. If I see some people stalking me, I'm going to presume the worst and take action. So if you want
to take action? Are you threatening the feds? What are you doing?
To use some better people.
Hey, he may have a
and then from there, I never saw
secret
the surveillance thing again.
But he also has a secret.
Because, at least do me the courtesy of stalking me without knowing, I would go to the British Embassy from time to time, lovely people, it was a lovely area, and I would ask for advice, and they would tell me, hey, do this next, XYZ, and he basically said, Miles, do not go on social media and announce anything. So I basically just stayed off social media. The whole idea was that Saudi Arabia was hoping I messed up in some way. The police were begging for me to mess up, to start tweeting about how the government has fucked me, because that's illegal. If you complain about the government, it's pretty much illegal in Saudi Arabia. And so I just stayed off social media. I messaged people privately. Again, people were speculating I'm criminal or whatever, but that was quickly refuted. People coming to my defense when they realized it wasn't true. But again, it still hurt to see, but I had to suck it up. And you know what I did for most of my time in Saudi Arabia, for months just sitting around? I just played Fortnite. I became so good at Fortnite, and I got so many kills. They call me Fortnite Miles, Like, if my room was bugged in Saudi Arabia, if my apartment was bugged, all I would hear are shots from Fortnite.
I played Fortnite and Ninja was there, and then Nick 830 was also there, and we played Fortnite together, and then everyone clapped, and also the faithful sheriff was there, and he's a Christian, and he's a peanut, and he's really cool. Yeah. He's a peanut and real wife. So
and like me thanking the battle boss, it was really fun. I was just going around the country a little bit, enjoying myself. I just touristy stuff. I just Italian max. You and old men just sit outside restaurants and cafes and just drink coffee all day and do nothing and bask in the sun. I was doing that. I was coffee maxing, I was Italian maxing. I would drink like 8 cups of coffee a day. It felt good. But also I had this looming with the whole idea that I could be rearrested and charged and be thrown in jail. The embassy, they couldn't say it explicitly. They were basically saying it's not going to happen. You don't go on bail in Saudi Arabia and get sentenced. It just never happens. You know, people always tell me not to expect the worst, and then sometimes worse than the worst happens. Sometimes I just get screwed without doing anything wrong. And I invited a few friends from Europe to come see me, and I flew them out, and that was quite cool. And I needed to pay a few invoices. I needed to pay someone like, I think it was like £20,000, and obviously all my money was in cash and crypto, and I didn't have my phone on me. My phone security was so good that I couldn't log into any of my banking or any of my accounts basically due to my security, due to two-factor authentication and my email password being super long and randomly generated and so on and so forth. I paid someone to drive 5 hours to my friend's house in the UK, because he lives in a very remote place, just to get a hold of him, just so I can get my SIM card from him, a spare SIM card, where we can receive a SMS confirmation code to log into a two-factor authentication account, to reset a password, just so I can log into my banking. So I was doing these small little steps just to recover things on my daily life. So I was basically rebuilding everything. My security was so good, I locked myself out. So that really pissed me off. So whilst I was on bail, one guy also flew out. He was a good friend of mine, and we spent a bit of time together. We just hung out, went on road trips, and we almost drove into Mecca by accident. Turns out the road signs aren't as good as you would think. It's illegal going to the city of Mecca. So I don't want charges of accidentally sneaking or smuggling myself into the holiest place in Islam. That wouldn't do well my case. And then sometimes the checkpoint would ask for ID, but I would say I handed it in to the government, and they just didn't care. So that was cool. The other stuff is I hired a lawyer. That lawyer charged $400 an hour. Now it was the best lawyer, but the reason for that price is there was 2 lawyers at the same time, 2 presents, and I guess that's how the rate.
Sorry guys, I'm just
US
acting like the average person or like his target demographic audience watching this video. Sorry about that.
firm operating in Saudi Arabia, and it came to a substantial fee. Definitely more than $60,000.
I'm drooling and like laughing and clapping. Yeah.
But in the end, my sponsor, Jewel, reimbursed me, so I must say thank you to Jewel for reimbursing me that substantial amount. I didn't have to, but thank you. I appreciate that. The lawyers were very good, so you had white people there in the office, so you know it's a good law.
There's white people. I like white people. I'm white, and I don't like brown people. So that's really cool. Wow, though, Miles, you're such a hero.
God, fucking die. Oh my god, I hate you so much.
Yeah, I spent 3 additional months in Saudi Arabia, and it was kind of confusing because my visa was originally 90 days, so but whatever, legally trapped in the country anyway, so who cares at that point. Yeah, one day we're in the city of Jeddah, that's near the coast of the Red Sea, and we're driving back to the capital of Riyadh after checking out. It's stuck, by the way, and I get a call from the British embassy saying, hey, the embassy has found out you've been released fully, you've been found innocent of God knows what charges. All charges have been dropped. They won't tell us what most of the charges are, but they've just put it down as disturbing the public peace. I was 20 hours driving away from the capital, so I called the police station and said, hey, you guys kept me waiting for 3 months, now you guys wait. And eventually I arrived back, I collected my stuff, I went there, and all the stuff was there, nothing was stolen. I had a good amount of crypto.
Lord Miles just owned them. He said, now you wait. Do you guys get it?
On my phones at the same time too. That was never touched or stolen, so that's good. Same with my laptop too. I had like, I think it was like 5K sitting around or whatever, and that wasn't stolen, so I guess props to the Saudi intelligence for not stealing my money, just stealing 3 months of my life. And then afterwards, before I was about to leave, I was called into another office I've never been in. And this office was clearly the top commander. And this dude was in charge of the entire jail, it seemed, or the entire police station. And he sat me down and he asked me some questions, and he goes, we're really sorry about this whole thing. Hey, how come you weren't giving back your stuff beforehand? And I explained to them, hey, I was on bail, I was denied my stuff. And my lawyer kept requesting it over and over again.
Wait, you were freaking denied your stuff?
You were entitled to have your stuff back. And he said,
you're entitled to freaking have your stuff. You're a British hero, Miles.
And then everybody stood up, and then everybody clapped, and then we went to the bar, and we got root beer together, because I'm a pious man and I don't drink.
Really screwed up. He shouted someone in Arabic. But yeah, basically, these guys majorly screwed up. I was entitled to have everything back. So again, I started from nothing, dealt with a bunch of struggle for nothing. I spent a bunch of money on a new laptop just to play Fortnite, I guess. So I was told as I was about to leave, I need to leave the country within 24 hours, otherwise I'm going to be arrested again. And I go, why is that? And they said, well, it's nothing you've done, but you've overstayed your visa. You have a 90-day visa, and you have a 30-day grace period by the king, where you're allowed to still be in the country illegally, but not pay fines or have any charges. But if you go 1 day over, you basically get rearrested, typically, and either deported or imprisoned. And I go, but I couldn't leave the country. You guys had my passport. That's ridiculous. And they said, yeah, and also it's those 30 days, you need to pay. It's something like $30 or $40 a day in fines. So when you go to the airport, you have to pay a fine. And I go to my lawyer. I go, can I contest this? And we go, yes, but you have to actually be here to contest it. It's not going to happen for us. So again, a lot of fuckery in this backwards country. They're trying to be modern, but you have stupid systems like this. Common
backwards country because the brown people.
Sense, but that common sense in Saudi
Which, like, by the way, they're very corrupt. Like, I mean, you could probably make the argument that they're backwards in some ways, but like, not like he's definitely just saying it because they're brown. Okay, like can we be honest? Can we just be honest?
Yeah. And then I go to the airport in 24 hours frantically. I go to the front desk guy. I have some English to Arabic translation on my phone, and I show it to him. And I basically say, hey, please don't judge me. I got found innocent of a crime. Someone made a false accusation. I apparently need to pay a fine. Please help me. and he seemed quite understanding. He presented a card machine. I paid like I think it was like $1,000 or $2,000, a decent amount of money. And then I left the country. I flew to the UAE, and then I flew to Europe, and then I flew to the UK. And well, I've just been dealing with some other bullshit that's come up. That's gonna be another video. Passport office. Quite honestly, there's usually a lesson in this whole thing. There's no lesson here. Basically, just don't go to Saudi Arabia. My experience is it's an ugly country. The people are delusional. They don't know how to drive. I saw car crashes almost every single day. I wanted to like the country, and I'm not even talking about the horror wrestling, just in general. It's an ugly urban hellscape. It's expensive for what it is. There's a lot of bureaucracy. It's pretty much impossible to get anything done, even as a tourist. And there's no real good facilities, and no one's really here. I just don't care for it. Again, if the most beautiful thing about your country is nature, then you screwed up because nature is natural. If you can't beat something that happened by chance or by God, you've messed up as a civilization. Only go to Saudi Arabia if you want to dance around the cube, if you want to run circles around the cube.
Yeah. Is that it?
At the end of the day, I think the person who stole money off me is still in jail. I hope he rots. I guess I can never go back to Saudi Arabia again because I overstayed my visa. I don't really ever want to go back. When I got back too, I realized I put on some weight from stress eating and quite honestly not keeping a diet. I guess being on Saudi bail for terrorism kind of does that to you mentally. No excuses though. I'm trying to exercise some more. But yeah, it kind of sucks. It's been I guess it's some dad law story. But listen, you guys see some names scrolling down the screen right now. These are people who have donated to me and they stuck by me even during this ordeal when they didn't know if I was alive or not, scammer or not. So I want to say thank you to every single one of you for donating to me. I haven't been able to send anything out to you guys in a few months, so I've sent out a package with a year's worth of stuff, items from every country I've been to, and I just want to say thank you for sticking by me. And also I'm going to change the structure up for my donations and my store so you guys get better and more consistent value. Listen, if you're willing to donate to me a month and join the group chat and Signal, link is in the description, and there's going to be a few more videos coming out. The Osama video and a few others. I do have Osama's car after all. And also thank you for making it to the end of the video and listening to my deluded ramblings. If you're Coffeezilla watching this, go fuck yourself and just have a great day, guys.
Friend of Lord Miles here. I was actually with Miles for the last 2 to 3 weeks of his Saudi bail, and all he really did was stay inside and play Fortnite, except for 2 hours every morning where he would go out and try to get a tan. But because Miles is a bald British man above the age of 25, his genes do not allow him to get any more tan than red like a lobster, so that was unsuccessful. We did drive from Riyadh to Jeddah for a cross-country trip, and nearly
That's awesome.
Mecca, planning to do some laps around the cube, but this was probably not the best idea. And I was actually there when Miles got the call from the police department that his case was dropped and he was free to go, and we were about to have a succulent meal at Saudi's finest fast food establishment, a place called Al Baik. Now, Miles won't tell you this, but I will. Miles loves Al Baik, so his first meal as a free man once again was juicy Saudi chicken from Al Baik.
Wow.
And as soon as Miles got released, he dipped. Yeah, we flew out the next day.
That's awesome, man. What a great video. Yeah. Wow. Hey guys. Thanks for watching. What a great stream. What a great video. Lord Miles is so cool. Do you guys like Lord Miles? Hey guys, make sure you like the stream if you like Lord Miles, okay? Is anybody even streaming, or am I the last survivor? What do you guys think? Probably the last survivor. Let's see.
Anybody can blow their fucking brains out watching that, dude.
God, fuck, dude. That video fucking sucked. Here, stay in the stream so you guys can say hi to this one guy who I raid into sometimes, okay? That was one of the worst videos I've ever seen in my goddamn life. The creator of that video deserves to rot in the Saudi jail. I think that he is guilty on all charges. He has shown zero evidence or zero accountability that he did not do the things that he's accused of.